Section 0 of Sea Power in the Pacific. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Alister. Sea Power in the Pacific by Hector Charles Bywater. Preface. The widespread interest evoked by recent developments in the political relations of the United States and Japan will doubtless be considered sufficient justification for a book which deals mainly with the naval resources of those two powers and the strategical problems likely to arise in the unhappy event of an armed conflict for the mastery of the Pacific. It was necessary to preface the naval chapters by a brief review of the principal questions at issue between the governments of the United States and Japan, and whilst I have endeavoured to present both sides of the case impartially, it would be too much to hope that my interpretation of the rival aims and policies will command general agreement. Both in Japan and the United States there appear to exist parties who believe that war is the only solvent of the differences which have grown up between the two nations during the last 20 years, and a certain section of the press in both countries has lately indulged in language suggestive of a common desire to apply this drastic remedy without further delay. People who hold such views, be they American or Japanese, will find no encouragement in the ensuing pages. On the contrary, they may learn that the war to which they profess to look forward with confidence, and even with enthusiasm, would be a terrible and protracted struggle, so full of novel elements and uncertainties, that those who have studied the matter most carefully are least disposed to predict the ultimate issue. This book will have achieved its purpose if it stimulates discussion on the naval outlook in the Pacific Ocean, and thus helps to bring to light certain facts concerning the strategical situation of the rival powers, the full significance of which does not appear to be realized either in Japan or the United States. Such modest influence as it may exert will therefore be in the direction of peace, rather than of war. Many of the data relating to the ships, dockyards, and personnel of the two navies are new, and no trouble has been spared to ensure completeness and accuracy. Wherever possible, official publications and documents have been drawn upon. In this respect, I am under a special obligation to the Washington Navy Department, which placed a large amount of official literature at my disposal. I am also indebted to Captain S. Kobayashi, C.B., the Japanese naval attaché in London, and to Lieutenant Commander K. Kurakawa, Assistant Naval Attaché, for kindly supplying me with valuable notes on the administration, organization, and personnel of the Imperial Japanese Navy. Several correspondents resident in Japan have forwarded useful material, and I have to thank one of these gentlemen for interesting and original details of the submarine service, a branch of the Japanese Navy about which very little has previously been written. The particulars of Japanese resources for shipbuilding and the production of war material, which have been gleaned from many quarters, are believed to give the fullest and most accurate survey of this subject which has yet appeared. Among the authorities consulted for information on the political and economic affairs discussed in the volume are the Japan Yearbook 1919 to 1920 and the Returns of the Foreign Commerce and Trade of Japan, both published at Tokyo. Japan at the Crossroads by Mr. A. M. Pooley, Modern Japan by Mr. W. M. McGovern, Die Nippon-Betrachtungen über Großjapans Wehrkraft, Weltstellung und Zukunft by Herr Karl Haushofer, Berlin 1914, The Fight for the Republic in China by Mr. B. L. Putnam Wheel, Japan in World Politics by Mr. K. K. Kawakami, and, for the history of the Asiatic immigration controversy, various American books, periodicals, and official documents. For details of American and Japanese warships, use has been made of the material in Fighting Ships, 1919, 1920, and earlier editions. The German naval annuals, Nauticus, and Taschenbuch der Kriegflotten, down to the year 1914. The official American Navy Yearbook and Ship's Data, U.S. naval vessels, the Modern History of Warships, by Professor William Hovgard, a large number of extracts from Japanese books, magazines, and newspapers, to translations of which I was given access, and the British and American technical press. In a few cases, ship descriptions have been taken from articles contributed by me to the Engineer, the Naval and Military Record, and the United Service Magazine, to the editors of which the usual acknowledgements are due. For the conclusions which have been arrived at in the chapters on Pacific strategy and the possible features of a naval campaign in that area, I must accept full and undivided responsibility. In the preparation of these chapters, the information as to naval bases and stations, given in papers read by Vice Admiral A.P. Niblack, USN, in 1915 and 1916, before the American Society of Naval Architects and Engineers, was found of the utmost value. H.C. Bywater. End of Section 0. Section 1 of Sea Power in the Pacific by Hector Charles Bywater. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Alister. Chapter 1. A New Era of Naval Power. The Gravitation from West to East. When the German High Sea Fleet surrendered for internment on the 21st of November 1918, a brief but pregnant chapter in the history of sea power was brought to a close. The next chapter may be said to have opened in August 1919, with the passage of the newly created United States Pacific Fleet through the Panama Canal, en route to its base in San Francisco Bay. By the disappearance of the German Navy, the strategical situation throughout the globe was profoundly modified. Since the year 1900, when the rapid expansion of the German naval armaments compelled Britain to set about the reduction of her outlying squadrons with a view to mustering her full strength in home waters, the North Sea had been the prospective battleground of the two mightiest fleets in the world. The Mediterranean, so long the main frontier of Britain, now became of secondary importance, and shortly before the outbreak of war, her interests in that sea were entrusted to a force that included 3 battle cruisers, but not a single battleship. In the Far East, where the crushing defeat of Russia at the hands of Japan and Britain's alliance with the latter power had relieved her of the necessity of maintaining a great naval establishment, only a modest force of cruisers and smaller vessels was left, together with 1 old battleship in reserve at Hong Kong. A few cruising ships were still serving on other foreign stations, but with these minor exceptions the entire effective strength of the Navy had been concentrated in or adjacent to the North Sea. Such was the general situation during the 10 years previous to the war. That tremendous aggregation of naval power known as the Grand Fleet included practically all the efficient fighting material of the British Navy, and throughout the war period it continued to absorb the great majority of the new vessels as they left the builders' yards. The fact that the Grand Fleet proved adequate to ensure British supremacy in the main strategical theatre, where weakness would have invited defeat and consequent disaster, is sufficient justification for the policy which had been pursued since 1904 of reducing the Foreign Service squadrons almost to vanishing point in order to render possible this overwhelming concentration. There was indeed no alternative save the inflation of naval expenditure to an intolerable degree. The course adopted left the outposts of the Empire imperfectly guarded, but such risks as this entailed simply had to be accepted. At the present time, however, when the control of the North Sea is no longer in dispute, and when nothing in the nature of a challenge to her supremacy is discernible in Europe, Great Britain is free, so far as her financial exigencies permit, to reorganize her naval policy on lines more in harmony with the requirements of imperial, as opposed to local, defence. The initial steps in this direction were taken very soon after the conclusion of peace. In December 1918, the Grand Fleet ceased to exist as such. Approximately 2/3 of the battleships of which it had been composed were laid up in reserve. The remainder, representing the latest and most powerful additions to the Navy, were formed into 4 battle squadrons, of which the first and second were assigned to the Atlantic Fleet, the third was attached to the Home Fleet, and the fourth was sent to the Mediterranean. It was not long, however, before this arrangement was found to impose too heavy a strain on the national finances, and it was accordingly amended by suppressing the Home Fleet, which was placed on a reserve basis. As a result, the Atlantic Fleet is now the only fully commissioned fleet on the home station, the boundaries of which extend northward to the Arctic seas, southward nearly to the Cape Verde Islands, and westward as far as Greenland. The entire North Sea and the Baltic are, of course, included in this station. Under the amended scheme of distribution, the Atlantic Fleet consists of 2 battle squadrons, numbering 10 battleships in all, 1 battlecruiser squadron of 4 ships, 2 light cruiser squadrons, each of 5 ships, 4 destroyer flotillas, with a total of about 70 boats, and some 30 submarines divided into 3 flotillas. The fleet includes also a number of auxiliary vessels, such as mine layers, aircraft carriers, repair ships, and depot ships. So far as its principal units are concerned, it is a remarkably homogeneous command. Only 2 types are present among the 10 battleships, and even then the difference is merely one of speed. In armament and protection, the 10 battleships are virtually identical. There is less uniformity in the battlecruiser squadron, which is made up of the Hood, the sister ships Renown and Repulse, and the Tiger. Had the original program of construction been realized, there would by now have been 4 ships of the Hood class. But the other 3 ships of this group, Anson, Rodney, and Howe, were cancelled shortly after the conclusion of hostilities. But even as at present constituted, the squadron is a formidable force, combining great gunpower with a collective speed of at least 29 knots. The light cruisers, destroyers, and submarines incorporated in the Atlantic Fleet are, without exception, of modern design and thoroughly efficient. Notwithstanding the wholesale reductions which have been effected since the end of the war, the commissioned force now on the home station is much stronger than the old Channel Fleet of 1900, when the attitude of France still dominated the strategical outlook. At that date, only 8 battleships were immediately available north of Gibraltar, and there was a decided shortage in home waters of effective cruisers and torpedo craft. On the other hand, the Mediterranean fleet of today is considerably less powerful than that of 20 years ago. Besides the 4th battle squadron of 6 ships, very similar in type and all armed with 13.5-inch guns, it contains 1 light cruiser squadron and a destroyer flotilla. With Malta as the chief base, the Mediterranean station extends from Gibraltar to the Straits of Bab el-Mandeb, and thus takes in the whole of the Mediterranean and the Red Sea, with the Black Sea and the Sea of Azov as subsidiary spheres of activity. The present strength of this fleet has been largely dictated by the political situation in the Near East. In the case of emergency, it can, of course, be reinforced at short notice by vessels from the Atlantic Fleet, as was done early in 1920, when the 1st Battle Squadron was dispatched to the Mediterranean and remained there several months, cooperating with the permanent fleet against the Turkish nationalists under Mustafa Kemal. Whilst the strategical significance of the Mediterranean is naturally influenced by fluctuations of the political barometer, the safety of this main highway to the east, along which passes a very large percentage of British seaborne trade, can never be a matter of indifference to the Empire. In considering the dimensions of the fleet now maintained in those waters, due regard must be paid to the contemporary naval establishments of the other Mediterranean powers. Since the closing years of the 19th century, the naval power of France has declined, both relatively and absolutely. England's chief rival at that period, she dropped out of the competition some 15 years ago, when the growing rivalry between Great Britain and Germany had already begun to involve an expenditure beyond her powers of financial endurance, and since then she has contented herself with a fleet of unassuming proportions. During the war it suffered heavy losses, which the national industry, fully occupied as it was in meeting the demands of the army, was unable to replace. France therefore emerged from the struggle with her naval strength seriously diminished, and with a deficit in material which has been only partially balanced by the acquisition of 5 ex-German light cruisers and 10 destroyers. Although her future naval policy has not yet been definitely settled, there are indications that she has renounced the idea of constructing a great battle fleet. For the time being, at least, she has suspended the building of armoured ships, which would impose too severe a strain upon her depleted resources. 5 vessels of this type were laid down in 1913-14, but upon the outbreak of war, all the work on them was countermanded, and subsequently it was decided not to proceed with any of these vessels. In consequence of this decision, the French Navy for several years to come will include only 7 battleships of the dreadnought type, and 4 of this number are armed with 12-inch guns. Judged by modern tactical standards, the entire French battle fleet is probably inferior to the British squadron at Malta, the disparity being accentuated by the limited number of modern light cruisers in the French Navy. It is, however, a debatable point whether strength in armoured ships is still the safest criterion of naval power in such comparatively restricted waters as those of the Mediterranean. An influential body of opinion in France has lately been advocating the multiplication of submarines and aircraft, rather than the building of large armoured warships, which, it is contended, are prohibitively expensive and dangerously vulnerable. Whether these views are endorsed or rejected by the French naval authorities is not yet apparent, but the fact remains that of the several post-war programs tentatively drafted in Paris, none makes provisions for ships above the light cruiser category. The future of French naval policy will naturally be influenced by the trend of events in Italy. As long as that country remained a partner in the old Triple Alliance, her naval preparations could not be disregarded either by Great Britain or France. In those days, the aim of Italy, as avowed by her statesmen, was to create a fleet which should make her a valued ally of a stronger power, and it was therefore a not unreasonable inference that the expansion of her fleet might ultimately benefit Germany and Austria-Hungary. The present position of Italy is fundamentally different. Her chief maritime concern is to secure and consolidate her enlarged interests in the Adriatic, which has become il mare nostra in a more literal sense than the most sanguine irredentist dared to anticipate. The Austro-Hungarian navy no longer exists. During the war, it proved wholly unworthy of the traditions bequeathed to it by Tegethoff, and incidentally its conduct went far to confirm the view of those shrewd observers who always declared the Battle of Lissa to have been the triumph of a personality rather than of a nation. Thanks to the elimination of the Austrian menace, Italy is no longer constrained to spend vast sums on naval armaments. Her government has lately followed the example of France in discontinuing work on several unfinished armoured ships and in limiting its program to small material. The war losses incurred by Italy were serious, including as they did 1 dreadnought and 4 older armoured vessels. They have been compensated in part by the taking over of ex-enemy cruisers and destroyers, but the net loss of tonnage remains fairly heavy. The Italian Ministry of Marine, in a statement issued in 1920, intimated that no ambitious naval projects were contemplated for the near future. The majority of shipbuilding contracts entered into during the war had been annulled, and work was proceeding on only a few destroyers and submarines. During the next few years, therefore, the strength of the Italian navy will not be augmented by armoured vessels. The 5 dreadnought battleships it contains, being armed with only 12-inch guns, are not of the latest type, and individually do not compare favourably with the 7 French battleships of this class. From the foregoing resume, it will be seen that naval development in Europe has, to all intents, come to a standstill. Whether the pause will be of a long or brief duration depends on a number of circumstances. If precedent counts for aught, a resumption of warship building activity in one country would speedily be followed by the introduction of new programs elsewhere. Not the least remarkable among the phenomena which accompanied the intensive period of Anglo-German rivalry at sea was the impetus which this movement gave to naval competition the world over. Never before had such feverish industry been witnessed in the shipyards and arsenals of Europe, America, and Asia. With hardly an exception, the maritime powers of every degree were building warships to the limit of their financial and industrial resources. The process of action and reaction was initiated when Germany commenced building against Great Britain, who was compelled in self-defence to put forward a yet greater effort in the same direction. Obedient to the promptings of her German mentors, Austria-Hungary occupied herself with the construction of a formidable fleet, whereupon Italy, alarmed for her position in the Adriatic, lost no time in reinforcing her own navy. Confronted with these urgent preparations on the part of her neighbours in the Mediterranean, France had no option but to follow suit, and was more disposed to improve her position at sea because the rapid increase of German naval power represented a potential threat to her channel ports. Russia, who could not be expected to stand idly by whilst the Baltic became a German lake, astonished enemies and friends alike by the magnitude of the naval plans which she formulated in 1908-10. Had the war not supervened, the Russian navy might at this date have constituted an imposing factor in the general scheme of strategy, but defeat and anarchy have reduced it to such a condition of inefficiency that its present significance is quite negligible. Meanwhile, for reasons less obvious but not beyond elucidation, the naval epidemic was spreading to Turkey, Greece, Spain, Holland, and the Scandinavian countries, in all of which there was a simultaneous awakening to the necessity, real or imagined, for stronger naval armaments. As we have said, the movement was not confined to Europe. Desirous of maintaining its status in the hierarchy of naval powers, the United States of America determined upon a radical departure from the policy which had governed its naval preparations during the preceding decade. The plans of the government, however, did not at first meet with popular approval. Congress threw cold water on a series of projects submitted by the Navy Department, and continued to limit its appropriations to 2 battleships per annum. It was not until the European War had been raging for 2 years that public opinion in the United States could be persuaded into making more generous provision for naval defence. Once the necessity was realised, however, there was an end to hesitation and parsimony. In August 1916, a Navy bill of dimensions unparalleled in American history was submitted to Congress and passed by large majorities. This measure, which had been preceded by a well-organised and vigorous campaign in favour of national preparedness, will be detailed and analysed in a later chapter. Here it need only be said that the Act covered a period of 3 years, and authorised the laying down, within that period, of an entire fleet, including 16 armoured vessels of the largest type, 10 cruisers, and a host of torpedo craft, submarines, and auxiliaries. Owing to the subsequent entry of the United States into the war, the Act of 1916 has undergone a series of modifications, the cumulative effect of which has been to enlarge its provisions very considerably. Early in 1919, a second 3-year program of approximately the same character was brought in by the then Secretary of the Navy, Mr. Daniels, with the strong support of President Wilson. This bill was conceived with the avowed purpose of giving the United States the largest navy in the world. It called for a new squadron of capital ships, 6 light cruisers, and a number of smaller vessels. The total of the new construction being 69 vessels, with the estimated cost of £40 million sterling. But neither the eloquence of Mr. Daniels, nor the repeated messages from President Wilson, then in Europe, urging that the possession of an all-powerful navy would make the United States the guardian of the world's peace, could induce Congress to accept the new bill. Several members of the House Committee, which considered the measure and recommended its rejection, pointed out that the eventual primacy of the American Navy was already secured by earlier programs. If strength in capital ships is still the main criterion of sea power, it is unquestionably true that by 1923 or 1924 at the latest, the United States fleet will have become the most powerful in the world. At that date, the actual number of capital ships, by which is meant battleships and battlecruisers of the all-big-gun type. Owned by the United States may be smaller by 2 or 3 units than the corresponding total of the British Navy, but this slight inferiority in numbers will be more than balanced by the superior individual power of the American ships. Mr. Britain, a member of Congress, recently prepared a statement in which the future relative position of the two navies in respect of tonnage and gunpowder is very clearly shown. Forecasting the position in 1923, he assumes that the United States will then have 33 capital ships of all classes, as against the British total of 35. In examining these figures, he finds that the American ships will have a total displacement of 1,118,650 tons, as compared with the British total of 884,100 tons, showing an American superiority of 234,550 tons, or an advantage of no less than 8,638 tons per ship. In average speed of all vessels, the two fleets will be practically equal, but the position as to the weight of gunfire will be very different. Counting only the main armaments, Mr. Britain finds that there will be 340 American guns to 314 British, with an average of 10.3 big guns per ship in the American fleet and 8.97 guns per ship in the British fleet. But the guns of the former will average 14.5 inches in calibre, against 13 2/3 inches on the British side. And this would appear to give us a tremendous advantage in weight of steel thrown at one broadside, when we hurl 548,400 pounds against 452,000 pounds discharged by old British heavy guns. In secondary armaments, the disparity, he finds, will be much greater. Without exploring here a maze of figures which are better relegated to the ship tables in the appendix, it may be observed that the conclusions reached by Mr. Britain are correct in the main. On the basis of modern armoured vessels completed, building, and authorised, the British Navy has already declined to second rank. And in this connection it is important to note that the modern armoured vessel, the capital ship, remains, in the deliberate opinion of the British Admiralty, the unit on which sea power is built up. In their judgment, no superiority in fast cruisers, submarines, or aircraft will compensate for a deficiency in capital ships. This authoritative pronouncement renders particularly significant a comparison between the British and American battle fleets, as they will exist in 1924. By then, the latter will contain 16 ships of greater individual power than any type represented in the British Navy, whether weight of gunfire, armour protection, or speed be accepted as the prime element of efficiency. Taking the Royal Sovereign as the strongest British battleship likely to be in service a few years hence, we may usefully compare her features with those of the American battleship Indiana, due to be completed in 1923. The Royal Sovereign has a displacement of 25,750 tons, a speed of 22 to 23 knots, and her offensive power is vested in an armament of 8 15-inch guns, 14 6-inch guns, and 4 torpedo tubes. Her thickest armour, limited to the waterline and the main gun positions, is 13 inches. The weight of metal discharged at a full broadside from the heavy guns amounts to 15,360 pounds. The Indiana displaces 43,200 tons. Her designed speed is 23 knots, and she is armed with 12 16-inch guns, 16 6-inch guns, and 2 torpedo tubes. Over the vital parts of the ship, such as the waterline and the main gun positions, there is 16-inch armour. At each broadside from the principal guns, she throws a weight of 25,200 pounds. Measured by any standard of material, the superiority of the American ship is overwhelming. Great Britain possesses 5 ships of the Royal Sovereign class, and 5 of the Queen Elizabeth class, the latter differing only on the score of superior speed. Failing the construction of new vessels, these 10 ships will remain the backbone of the British Navy. The United States, on the other hand, has 6 ships of the Indiana class, and 4 of the Maryland class. a type rather less powerful than the Indiana, but superior to the Royal Sovereign, and at least 7 other battleships equal in fighting value to the best British type. A comparison of battlecruiser strength affords a yet more striking proof of the decline of British naval power. The latest and best ship of this type in the Royal Navy is the Hood. She has a displacement of 41,200 tons, a design speed of 31 knots, and an armament of 8 15-inch and 12 5.5-inch guns. At each broadside from the heavy guns she throws 15,360 pounds of metal. The United States is constructing 6 battlecruisers of uniform dimensions, the particulars of which are displacement 43,500 tons, design speed 33 1/4 knots, armament 8 16-inch and 16 6-inch guns. The weight of metal discharged from the heavy guns of each vessel is 16,800 pounds. The Hood has a possible advantage in respect of armour protection, but as the details of this feature in the American ships are not yet known, it is unsafe to assume that they will be less capable of resisting attack. The above figures are impressive enough as they stand, but they do not tell the whole story. Comparisons of a weight of gunfire which leave out of consideration the ballistics of the weapons enumerated are apt to be misleading. For instance, the 16-inch 50 caliber gun, with which the later American ships are to be armed, is very much more powerful than the British 15-inch gun of 42 or 45 calibers. Not only does it fire a heavier projectile, but the increased muzzle velocity due to greater length of the bore confers a higher degree of range, accuracy, and penetration. The superiority of the American weapon would be specially marked in an action fought at long range, and since it is a generally accepted view that future engagements between capital ships will rarely, if ever, be fought at distances below 15,000 yards, the heavier and longer guns of the American fleet would give it an advantage, difficult to reduce in any arithmetical formula. Since the 12-inch gun is no longer considered equal to tactical requirements of the near future, capital ships armed with this gun have ceased to be reckoned as first-class fighting units. It is permissible, therefore, to divide modern capital ships into 3 categories. First class, comprising those armed with guns of 15-inch caliber and above. Second class, those armed with guns of 13.5 or 14-inch caliber. Third class, ships mounting no guns heavier than 12-inch. Adopting this classification, the respective position of the British and American battle fleets in 1923 and 24 may be set forth as follows. British Fleet, First Class, 13 ships. Second Class, 15 ships. Third Class, 6 ships. United States Fleet, First Class, 16 ships. Second Class, 11 ships. Third Class, 8 ships. The only class in which the British Navy has, and is likely to maintain, a large margin of superiority is the light cruiser. Owing to the liberal programs of construction carried into effect during the war period, the establishment of cruisers has been powerfully reinforced, leaving out of calculation a number of these vessels which will probably have been removed from the active list on the score of age or deterioration. The British Navy of 1923 to 24 will include about 40 light cruisers against an American total of 10. It should, however, be observed that American naval opinion differs from British in attaching only a very limited importance to the light cruiser. According to the American view, the development of wireless telegraphy, of airships and aeroplanes, and of the large ocean-going destroyer now enables reconnaissance work at sea to be performed effectually without the aid of cruisers. Whether this view takes sufficiently into account the immensity of the areas into which the American fleet may be called upon to wage war is a debatable point. In relatively restricted theatres of operations, such as the North Sea, the Mediterranean, or the Caribbean, it might be feasible to maintain an effective system of reconnaissance and observation by means of aircraft, destroyers, and submarines. But in the vast spaces of the Pacific Ocean, the problem of efficient scouting would become infinitely more difficult of solution. As early as 1906, the naval expenditure of Japan had begun to show a notable increase. The estimates for that year were 3 times as much as those for 1905, and thereafter the curve of expenditure went steadily up, the pace being accelerated during the war period owing to the intervention of Japan in August 1914 as an active belligerent. In 1918, the naval budget had reached a total of £25 million, a 30% increase over the previous year, and in 1920, a sum of no less than £50 million was demanded for the naval service. Due largely to the peculiar budget methods practiced in Japan, it is exceedingly difficult to determine the exact scope and nature of her naval commitments at any given moment. But the Minister of Marine informed the Budget Committee of the Diet in July 1920 that the programme he then submitted involved the provision of 4 battleships, 4 battle cruisers, and 12 cruisers and smaller craft. The cost, he added, would be 6,800 million yen, equivalent to 68 million sterling pounds at par. But it has since been stated that this sum is to be spread over several years. Even so, it is undoubtedly startling to learn that Japan is contemplating the expenditure of such a gigantic sum on naval armaments, nor is the effect mitigated by the minister's assurance that the program was not directed against any potential enemy, but dictated by the country's insular position, although the possibility of the dispatch of foreign strength to the Orient has not been disregarded. It is very certain that no other nation at the present time is spending so large a part of its revenue on naval preparations. The proportion, indeed, is so abnormal that it has evoked strong protests from the Japanese newspapers, which now demand enlightenment as to the reasons which impel the government to spend money so lavishly on new battleships. A memorandum setting forth the principles that governed naval policy was published at Tokyo in 1917. The ultimate aim, it explained, was to realise the so-called 8-8 system, that is to say, squadrons each consisting of 8 battleships and 8 battlecruisers, and to create, in time, at least 3 squadrons of this composition. The building of such a powerful fleet is no new ambition. It was suggested as long ago as 1906, and would doubtless have been attained before now but for the chronic embarrassments of the national exchequer. A particularly acute observer of affairs in that country has well said that the Japanese navy is not out of proportion to its defensive and political requirements, but it is out of proportion to the resources of the state. The same observer points out, as a fact worthy of note, that the successive naval programs of Japan have been principally directed towards the building of a very powerful battle squadron, and not, as might have been expected, to the multiplication of fast cruisers, a procedure that implies the belief that one day she will have to fight for the supremacy of the Pacific. As far back as 1912, Paymaster Inspector General Katagiri wrote a series of articles for the Tokyo press severely criticising the system of naval administration then in vogue. In his opinion, the Japanese navy was heavily overmanned, the number of personnel in 1912 being from twice to 3 times as large as that of the British Navy in proportion to the respective tonnage totals. He urged the adoption of the reservist and nucleus crew system as a means of curtailing expenditure, but there is no evidence that this advice has been followed by the naval authorities. In remarking that the naval estimates of that period represented about 35% of the total national expenditure, General Katagiri pointed out that the burden of the fleet on the nation was about 20 times greater in proportion to that of the British fleet on the British nation. In the Japanese army, enormous numbers of men were kept with the colours in time of peace merely to imitate the great standing armies of Europe. However large the navy and army might be, both, he added, were useless unless there was the necessary financial backing to send them out to war. Apart from considerations of finance, there are factors which augur none too well for the attainment of the 8-8 standard within the measurable future. Since the close of the Great War, shipbuilding in Japan has been seriously hampered by the difficulty of obtaining steel. During the war, large quantities of steel were imported from the United States under a special agreement between the two governments, but the signing of the armistice put an end to this arrangement, and imports of American steel have since been very limited. So serious has the shortage become of late that the output of tonnage in Japan during 1920 was 25% short of the forecast of 800,000 tons which had been made in January of that year. This scarcity of steel reacted on the naval program, delaying the launch and completion of ships. Footnote: the question of steel supplies in Japan is examined at great length in Chapter 6. It is considered possible that a new process of utilizing the volcanic ores in the Japanese islands may eventually make the country self-supporting as regards steel. Footnote ends. When the wartime boom in mercantile shipbuilding was at its height, new shipyards sprang up in every Japanese port with mushroom-like rapidity. A month before the armistice, no fewer than 70 yards were at work in the Osaka district alone, a number that had dwindled to 20 before the end of 1920. The domestic supply of steel, limited as it is, was gravely prejudiced at the beginning of 1920 by an act of sabotage perpetrated at the Bywater works, the only concern in Japan which is capable of producing large quantities of steel. Fortunately, however, the damage proved to be less extensive than the first reports had indicated. An additional factor tending to retard the output of tonnage, naval as well as mercantile, is the higher rate of wages demanded by the shipyard workers. In 1916, the average daily wage of a Japanese shipwright was about 2 shillings. The present-day average is doubtful, but it is certainly much higher, and fresh claims are continually being made on behalf of the workers. Whatever the actual motives of the Japanese government may be in diverting so abnormal a percentage of the revenue to naval preparations, it is very certain that nothing short of a profound belief in the necessity of a powerful fleet would induce the people to sustain the crushing burden of taxation which this policy imposes on them. In 1916, one of the semi-official Japanese journals gave what purported to be an accurate summary of the national attitude on naval policy. Heavy as are the current demands for the Navy, it wrote, no true patriot would consider them excessive. To impute aggressive motives to us is unjust. Our fleet is not a sword but a shield. Its function is not offensive, but defensive. No state in the world, with the exception of Britain, is so dependent as Japan upon the strength of her navy, and every argument the British use to justify the preservation of their naval supremacy applies with undiminished weight to the case of Japan. An island nation, our frontiers are the sea, and if we cannot defend them, we shall assuredly become the prey of foreign enemies. We are not a rich people, our wealth is strictly limited, and every item of expenditure must be, and is, scrutinized with care before being approved. Save in time of war, the army estimates have invariably been criticized, and often reduced as a result of public opposition. But up to now, the case of the Navy has been different. With implicit faith in the judgment of its experts, the Japanese nation has accepted, almost without demur, every demand that has been made on behalf of the fleet. Footnote: this statement does not wholly accord with the facts. During the past 15 years there have been many protests, both in the Japanese Diet and press, against the inordinate demands of the naval authorities. Footnote ends. Men who do not consider it incompatible with patriotism to oppose a large military budget will often be found voting readily for the needs of the fleet. When the cost of the army has to be met, there is no hesitation in cutting a division here and there, but each new battleship is accepted almost without debate. Be the burden what it may, the people of Japan will continue cheerfully to make sacrifices for the Navy, so long as they believe it to be the one vital guarantee of their country's safety and welfare. Judging, however, by the newspaper protests to which allusion has been made, the nation is growing less tolerant of this prodigal outlay on naval armaments. Previous to the arrival in August 1919 of the new United States Pacific Fleet, the Japanese, so far as sea power went, were in undisputed control of that ocean. How completely the balance of naval power in the Far East has altered since the dawn of the century may be gauged by the fact that in 1900, Great Britain maintained a China fleet which included 6 battleships, 6 first-class cruisers, and the same number of second-class cruisers. Russia, too, was strongly represented in that area, whither she had for years been sending her best and latest men of war. At that period, therefore, Hong Kong, Port Arthur, and Vladivostok formed the bases of powerful fleets, and the Japanese navy was by no means predominant even in its own waters. But with the defeat of Russia in 1905, British naval policy in the Far East underwent a radical change. The battle fleet was withdrawn, and its place taken by a cruiser force of limited strength. Germany, a newcomer to the China Seas, maintained a similar squadron at Qingdao, and French interests were represented by a few ships of no particular fighting value, stationed at Saigon. Following the acquisition of the Philippine Islands in 1899, the United States evinced some anxiety to strengthen her position in the Pacific, and for a time even considered the project of dividing its naval forces into 2 equal fleets, one of which was to remain permanently in that ocean. Admiral Mahan, it is interesting to recall, severely criticised this proposal.
When the Senate,
He wrote,
passed the recommendation to divide our battle fleet between our Atlantic and Pacific coasts, not 4 years had elapsed since the Russian fleet had been destroyed by the Japanese, owing chiefly to its being divided between the Baltic and Asiatic coasts of Russia.
He considered such a division to be permissible only when each part should be superior to any probable enemy, or when, by secure tenure of a central position, they could join in time to present a united mass. The American naval authorities believe that both conditions have now been fulfilled. By means of the Panama Canal, the Pacific and Atlantic fleets are brought within supporting distance of each other, and the present strength of the Pacific fleet, irrespective of subsequent reinforcements, is such as to make it little if at all inferior to the only probable enemy. At the end of 1920, this fleet consisted of 14 battleships, including 8 dreadnoughts, 7 light cruisers, the majority of obsolete type, 108 destroyers, 14 submarines, and the usual auxiliary craft, the whole representing a total of 192 vessels, with an aggregate displacement of 789,996 tons, exclusive of submarine displacements. In the Philippines and the Far Eastern waters generally, there has hitherto been no great display of American naval power. The permanent Asiatic fleet is limited to 1 armoured and 3 protected cruisers, all of obsolete design, together with a few gunboats and auxiliary vessels. Incidentally, the composition of this squadron is open to grave objection in view of local strategical conditions. None of the ships is powerful enough to fight or fast enough to escape from a battlecruiser, and the destruction of the entire American Asiatic squadron would not improbably prove to be one of the first events of a war with Japan. When arranging the post-war distribution of the British Navy, the Admiralty did not overlook the Far East. The China Station, the limits of which from east to west cover nearly 1/4 of the circumference of the globe, and extend from the equator to the Arctic Circle, is at present occupied by the 5th Light Cruiser Squadron and 12 submarines, besides a large contingent of gunboats and sloops. With one exception, the cruisers are small, though fast and well-armed vessels. But the flagship Hawkins, which is much larger, is speedy enough to evade the attentions of any battlecruiser completed to date, while her remarkably powerful armament would make her a dangerous antagonist to ships of a lesser category. The 12 submarines attached to the squadron are all of recent construction and very efficient design. Notwithstanding the absence of armoured ships, the British force at present on the China Station is therefore a factor to be reckoned with, since, moreover, the protection of British interests in the Far East is a concern of the whole empire. The naval resources of the dominions must naturally be included in every estimate of the sea power available within that area. The project of re-establishing a British Pacific fleet on the basis of Dominion cooperation, first raised at the Imperial Conference of 1909, but delayed by the supervention of the German menace which culminated in the Great War, is certain to be revived in the near future. According to the original scheme, this Pacific Fleet was to consist of 3 units in the East Indies, Australia, and the China Seas, each comprising, with some variations, a battlecruiser, 3 light cruisers, 6 destroyers, and 3 submarines. The battlecruiser New Zealand, built at the cost of the Dominion whose name she bears, was intended to serve on the China Station and was only diverted to the North Sea in consequence of the growing danger from Germany. Concerning Australia, the Admiralty's suggestion was that with some temporary assistance from imperial funds, the Commonwealth Government should provide and maintain the Australian and Pacific Fleet. New Zealand's contribution was to go towards the upkeep of the China unit, certain of the smaller vessels of that force having New Zealand ports as their headquarters. As regards Canada, it was considered that her long seaboard, fronting 2 oceans, rendered the provision of a fleet unit of the same pattern unsuitable at that period. Canada, therefore, was invited to make a start by providing herself with light cruisers and ocean-going destroyers, part of the ships to be stationed on the Atlantic coast, and part on the Pacific. Owing, however, to a variety of causes, no definite plan of imperial defence had been evolved up to the outbreak of war. A few months after the armistice, Lord Jellicoe was appointed to visit the Dominions with a view to conferring with the respective governments on this question. The reports which he submitted as a result of this tour have not yet been published in extenso, but from the summaries available, he appears to have advocated the revival of the former scheme for creating a powerful Far Eastern fleet embracing vessels of the Royal Navy, the East Indian Squadron, and the Australian, New Zealand and Canadian navies. The fleet, he suggests, should include at least 8 modern battleships, 8 battle cruisers, 10 light cruisers, 40 destroyers, and 36 submarines, at a total cost for maintenance of £19,750,000 per annum, of which sum the Dominions would contribute approximately 3/5. This scheme will very probably form one of the principal subjects for discussion at the Imperial Conference of 1921. In the meantime, Australia, New Zealand, and Canada have each mapped out a temporary naval program to meet the requirements of the immediate future. Australia has greatly reduced her naval establishments by laying up the older ships and limiting the strength of the commissioned fleet to 2 light cruisers, one of which is to be employed on training duty only, 2 sloops, 6 destroyers, and 6 submarines. Of the remaining vessels, the battlecruiser Australia and the light cruiser Melbourne have been reduced to nucleus crews. The former is to be employed as a gunnery and torpedo drill ship, and the Melbourne as flagship. The personnel does not now exceed 5,000, but a sufficient reserve exists to provide complements for all the serviceable ships of the Royal Australian Navy. Canadian naval affairs were greatly to the fore during 1920. In that year the Canadian fleet was demobilised, in order, according to the Minister of Marine, to clear the ground for a complete reorganisation of the service. In place of the antiquated cruisers Niobe and Rainbow, the fleet now consists of the comparatively modern light cruiser Aurora and 2 destroyers, all 3 vessels having been presented to Canada by the home government. They are to be manned for the most part by Canadian officers and men, and the idea is that they shall cruise alternately on the Atlantic and Pacific coasts. In outlining these arrangements, the Minister of Marine added, "It is sincerely to be hoped that Canada, as a result of the next Imperial Conference, will adopt a permanent naval policy for keeping her position as a self-governing nation within the Empire. Apart from sentimental and other considerations, we should take measures to ensure that our long coastline, as well as our mercantile marine, is amply protected." The post-war fleet of New Zealand is confined at present to the fairly modern light cruiser Chatham and a much older cruising ship, the Philomel. The Dominion, it is understood, was invited to maintain the battlecruiser New Zealand in her own waters, but the offer could not be accepted, chiefly for reasons of economy. In any case, the presence of this ship would have done little to improve the naval position of the British Empire in the Pacific, for her present-day fighting value is small in comparison with that of the huge battlecruisers now being added to the fleets of other Pacific powers. There has been no clearer exposition of the problem of British imperial defence than that given by Admiral of the Fleet Earl Beatty in a series of public addresses delivered since the war. Speaking at a London gathering in June 1920, he said that the first and foremost important lesson taught by the late struggle was that the cooperation of the Dominions must form an integral part of imperial naval defence. To say that the safety of the Empire depends upon the security of its communications was a platitude that would bear repeating. The control of those communications was the main problem of imperial defence. Each of the Dominions could exercise such control in its own maritime areas, and, at the same time, give protection to its coastal trade. But the creation of a navy, he continued, is not limited to the building of ships. It involves also the provision of trained officers and men, the development and the defence of naval bases, especially of stations where ships may repair and refuel, and finally, establishment of yards, arsenals, and engineering establishments where ships of war may be built, armed, and equipped.
Every member of the great confederation of states which together make up the Empire is equally affected by sea power. Therefore, I trust, and ask, that all members of the Empire shall put away their parochial views, and shall look at the problem as a whole, recognizing that if a disaster befall one unit, it affects the whole Empire. I ask them to remember that we are a family of states of the same blood, and the same interests. Surely it is not beyond the powers of progressive and wise statesmanship to devise a means by which it will be possible for each and all the members of this great empire to bear a share of the cost of preserving it, to devise a scheme of naval defence, equitable and just, in accordance with our relative populations and commitments, remembering that the navy is an insurance for our continued prosperity and a sure shield behind which the Empire can go forward.
The gravitation of naval power from west to east, from the Atlantic to the Pacific, is an event which promises to make the defence of the Empire an issue no less urgent and vital than at any previous period of its existence. To the people of Australia and New Zealand, the provision of adequate defences in the Pacific is a chief concern of the moment. They are as ready to make sacrifices to secure this protection as were the people of Great Britain to maintain their supremacy in the North Sea during the days of the German peril. It is therefore a complete error to suppose that the defeat of Germany has absolved the Empire from the duty of keeping up a great navy. British interests in the Far East are at least as extensive and weighty as those of the United States, which power has already deemed it expedient to transfer half its naval force from the Atlantic to the Pacific seaboard. The extent to which American apprehension is justified in regard to the trend of Japanese policy will be discussed in the ensuing chapters of this work. But it is desirable at this point to emphasize the fact that the British peoples cannot be indifferent spectators of an attempt on the part of any foreign power to establish an absolute mastery of the Pacific Ocean. End of Section 1. Section 2 of Sea Power in the Pacific by Hector Charles Bywater. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Alister. Chapter 2a, Japan and the United States, Questions at Issue, Part 1. In order to trace the causes which have led up to what the more sober organs of the American press have lately been describing as
a dire and ominous situation
in the Pacific Ocean, it is not necessary to go back further than 1898. In that year, the United States formally annexed the Hawaiian or Sandwich Islands, and thus established her first advanced outpost in the Pacific Ocean. In the opinion of Admiral Mahon, the acquisition of Hawaii was inspired by motives of defence. The islands were regarded as a bulwark against aggression rather than as stepping stones to further advance beyond the Pacific. Sea power, as its great exponent has said, is but the handmaid of expansion, its begetter and preserver. American strategical policy up to the war with Spain had been dominated by the
purely defensive ideas inherited from the earlier days of our national existence. The Antilles, Cuba, the Isthmus, and Hawaii were up to that time simply outposts, positions where it was increasingly evident that influences might be established dangerous to the United States, as she then was. Such influences must be forestalled, if not by immediate action, at least by a definite policy.
In Japan, the annexation of Hawaii was viewed with marked disfavour, and something of an outcry was raised by the press, which became still more excited when, in April of the following year, the Philippine Islands were ceded by Spain to the United States under the Treaty of Peace. It was reported at the time that the Japanese government had notified Washington of its inability to acquiesce in this sudden thrusting forward of American influence right across the Pacific. But, be this as it may, Japan was faced with an accomplished fact, and she very wisely refrained from giving a more forcible expression to her disapproval. Why the passing of Hawaii under the American flag should have evoked so much feeling in Japan is not at all clear. It was manifestly impossible for her to claim any special interest in the islands on the score of geographical propinquity, considering that they lay some 4,400 miles from her coast. Indeed, her attitude in this affair was held by many foreign observers to confirm the suspicion that she cherished far-reaching schemes of expansion in the Pacific, and that Hawaii had been marked down as an integral part of the future Japanese empire. Geographically, there was, of course, more reason for her displeasure at the annexation of the Philippines, on which occasion the press indulged in such violent language that the government, apprehensive of the effect on American opinion, saw fit to make public announcement of the satisfaction it felt at the spread of American influence,
so fruitful of benefit to the human race,
in the Western Pacific. Nevertheless, from this point forward, the relations between Japan and the United States were characterized by a coolness, all the more noticeable in view of the warm friendship which, up to then, had united the two countries. Japan had never forgotten that she owed her admission into the comity of civilized nations and her subsequent rise to prosperity and power, mainly to the United States. It was Commodore Perry, an American naval officer, who in 1853 had sailed his black ships into Tokyo Bay, bearing a friendly message from the President of the United States to the Shogun. This event led to the re-establishment of intercourse between Japan and the outer world, setting a period to the state of isolation, extending over more than 2 centuries, in which the country had hitherto existed. The United States was the first power to appoint a consular representative in Japan, and the first to negotiate a treaty with that country. Practically every native historian of modern Japan has paid ungrudging tribute to the benevolent attitude of America throughout the difficult years in which the former was emerging from her long seclusion and preparing to play her part in world affairs on a footing of equality with the great powers. Yet, by the irony of fate, it was from America that the national pride of Japan received its first affront. During the early years of the present century, there was a steady flow of emigration from Japan. China absorbed the greater part of this surplus population, but a considerable number of Japanese crossed the Pacific to seek their fortunes in America, which they had been taught to regard as a land of boundless opportunities. By 1908, Japanese colonies, more or less numerous, had been founded in the territories bordering the Pacific coast. California had the largest quota, but Washington, Oregon, and British Columbia all received a not inconsiderable number of Japanese immigrants. In the beginning, they were welcomed on account of their frugal and industrious habits, but more especially because they provided a supply of cheap labour. They were soon in great demand as domestic servants, factory hands, agricultural labourers, etc., and in whatever capacity they served, they did their work well for rates of pay much lower than those which prevailed in the case of white labour. Notwithstanding his modest remuneration, however, the average Japanese immigrant found no difficulty in saving money. Accustomed as he was to a simple diet, of which rice and fish were the staple constituents, and to living quarters of the most primitive description, he could support himself and his family in comfort on an income that would have meant sheer starvation to a white labourer. The result was that in no time the erstwhile immigrant had blossomed forth into a capitalist, who, more often than not, invested his savings in land. In this way, some of the most fertile tracts along the Pacific slope became studded with Japanese holdings, and it was observed with surprise that in nearly every case the land so occupied was cultivated on highly scientific principles. But the transition from menial employment to the status of landowner made little or no difference in the personal habits of the Japanese colonist. His standard of living was still exceedingly low, so far as expenditure was concerned, but it was obviously wholesome and sufficient, for he worked as hard and often twice as long as his white neighbours, and yet appeared to thrive on the process. Had the Japanese farmer been content with his small holding, his presence would have doubtless been tolerated, if not welcomed, by the agrarian community, but as a general rule this was not so. His profits were utilised to purchase more land, until the original few acres had developed into an estate of no mean proportions. It is difficult to obtain reliable statistics of the total area of land now under Japanese control in California, Oregon, and Washington, but according to recent statements in the Californian legislature, the amount of rich irrigated land actually owned or leased by Japanese is, in some counties, as much as from 50 to 75%. It is scarcely necessary to remark that not every Japanese immigrant becomes prosperous enough to buy land. On the contrary, a large proportion of them continue as labourers and artisans, proving formidable competitors to the American workmen. The first organised protest in California against the unrestricted admittance of Japanese immigrants was made in 1900 at a public meeting in San Francisco. Some very violent speeches were delivered, and the newspapers took the matter up for a time, but the agitation gradually subsided, and was not revived until 1904, when the American Federation of Labour adopted resolutions urging the permanent exclusion of Japanese nationals from the United States. Similar resolutions were passed at the annual meetings of the Federation in 1905 and 1906. Matters seemed to be coming to a head in 1905, in which year hundreds of labour, municipal and political organisations throughout the Pacific states followed the lead of the Labour Federation in demanding legislative action against the Japanese immigrants. A number of associations were founded at this time to gain national support for the exclusion policy, the largest of these being the Asiatic Exclusion League, which claimed a membership of nearly 250,000. In 1908, when it became known that negotiations were proceeding between the governments of Washington and Tokyo with a view to regulating the immigration question and other points at issue, the Asiatic Exclusion League presented to Congress a petition which was said to embody the views of an overwhelming majority of the population on the Pacific Slope. The petition opened with an energetic protest against the conclusion of any agreement which would empower the ruler of a foreign nation to make stipulations as to what number and class of persons should leave the said foreign country for the purpose of emigrating to the United States. It went on to condemn any such agreement as subversive of the traditions and policies of the United States, and as a betrayal of the rights of American citizens. The employment of Asiatics on board ships flying the American flag was characterized as a violation of American law, the sanctity of which Congress was exhorted to uphold. Protest was made, further, against the continuance of Asiatic immigration on the following grounds. 1. That such immigrants came into the country entirely ignorant of the national sentiments and incapable of discharging the duties of American citizenship. 2. That the introduction of this incongruous and non-assimilable element into the life of the nation would inevitably impair and degrade its most cherished institutions. The presence of Asiatics was held to exercise a debasing and contaminating influence on the social life of the community as a whole. Moreover, and this was the gravamen of the complaint, their low standard of living and their readiness to accept paltry wages made them most formidable rivals of the American working classes. A more exalted note was struck in the closing passages of this petition, which reads as follows.
The presence in our midst of a large body of Asiatics, the greater number of whom are armed, loyal to their governments, entertaining feelings of distrust, if not hostility towards our people, owing no allegiance to our government or our institutions, not sustaining American life in times of peace, and ever ready to respond to the cause of their own race in time of war, render these Asiatics an appalling menace to the American Republic.
Several years before this, the legislature of California had passed a resolution urging the exclusion of the Japanese, and again in 1905, both the Senate and the Assembly declared by unanimous vote that
Unrestricted Japanese immigration is a menace to the state.
After the disastrous San Francisco earthquake of 1906, the Board of Education of that city decided to exclude Japanese boys from schools, on the pretext of insufficient accommodation. This act was a direct contravention of existing treaties between the United States and Japan, yet it was nevertheless upheld and declared to be constitutional by the Supreme Court of California. Remonstrances from the federal authorities at Washington had no effect, nor did the Californians show any sign of penitence when they were rebuked by President Roosevelt in his message of December 1906. On the contrary, this rebuke drew a vigorous reply from the governor of the state.
It is evident,
He said,
that the President, when he penned that portion of his message in which he referred to the treatment of the Japanese in San Francisco schools, was not aware of the conditions on this coast, especially in California. The President does not understand the racial differences between the Japanese and Chinese on the one hand, and the people of Caucasian blood on the other. Were the differences in civilization, thought, manners, and customs less profound, such inhospitableness as our people might show toward them would insensibly disappear. It is, however, useless to expect that persons of such a totally different civilization can ever mix with us and become absorbed in our body politic. They cannot become good American citizens. It is useless to attempt to make them such.
all this ferment in the West placed the federal government at Washington in a position of some embarrassment. It could not endorse the drastic restrictions favoured by the legislative bodies of the Pacific states without seriously prejudicing its relations with Japan, nor indeed did it manifest any particular sympathy with the extreme views which prevailed in those states on the subject of Asiatic immigration. But it was realised that unless precautionary measures were taken, a grave crisis might at any moment be precipitated by some act of violence committed against Japanese nationals in California. The situation was therefore somewhat delicate, but it was handled with consummate tact by President Roosevelt and the Secretary of State, Mr. Elihu Root. In 1908, a Treaty of Commerce and Navigation was signed, and this was followed by an exchange of notes, reaffirming the common desire of both countries to encourage the free and peaceful development of their commerce on the Pacific Ocean, to respect each other's territorial interests in that ocean, to support by all peaceful means the independence and integrity of China, and the principle of the open door. But the real importance of this exchange of notes lay in the conversations which had preceded it, in the course of which the Japanese government pledged itself to exercise control over the emigration of labourers, with a view to easing the difficult position that had arisen in California. The significance of this pledge, which has become widely known as the Gentleman's Agreement, was recently explained by a Japanese authority. In 1908, the school board of San Francisco decided to segregate Japanese children. This action the Japanese residing in America, the Japanese government, and the people resented. In connection with this, strong opposition to Japanese immigration manifested itself on the Pacific coast. So threatening was the agitation that legislation prohibiting Japanese labour immigration was imminent. To avert the enactment of these laws, which the Japanese considered humiliating, they, in the Gentleman's Agreement, undertook to satisfy America by regulating immigration. It may be asked why America should think of excluding the Japanese, or what right she had to do so. When the treaties were revised in 1894, America expressly reserved the right to legislate on questions relating to immigration. At that time, comparatively few Japanese had crossed over to America, but the Chinese question had, in its adjustment, caused much trouble, and America carefully guarded her rights against the day when the Japanese might begin to crowd the Pacific states. The Japanese may have imagined the time would never come when that clause would be called into service, but it was a powerful weapon in the hands of American legislators, and the Gentleman's Agreement could not but be most welcome to Japan. 3 years later, 1911, when the treaty between Japan and America expired, this question, of course, had to be confronted, and was disposed of in the following way. The objectionable clause in the Treaty of 1894 reserving the right to legislate on immigration restriction, does not appear in the new treaty, nor is mention made of it in the body of the treaty. It was, however, appended to the treaty as a protocol. When the treaty came before the Senate for ratification, the following declaration by the Japanese ambassador was read. In proceeding this day to the signature of a treaty of commerce and navigation, the undersigned has the honour to declare that the Imperial Japanese government are fully prepared to maintain with equal effectiveness the limitation and control which they have for the past 3 years exercised in respect of labour immigration to the United States. Without this declaration, or its equivalent, the Senate would have rejected the treaty. The gratification which the federal authorities felt at this apparent settlement of an awkward dispute was not shared on the Pacific coast. There it was contended, and by all accounts with good reason, that the control which the Japanese government had promised to exercise led to no perceptible falling off in the number of immigrants. Many of them did not travel direct to the United States, but came instead to Canada or Mexico, whence they were smuggled across the frontier. This illicit form of immigration led in 1912 and 1913 to further outbursts of popular anger, which culminated in the enactment of a law inhibiting Japanese nationals from owning landed property within the borders of California. They were permitted to lease land for agricultural purposes for a term not exceeding 3 years, but it was expressly provided that any real property and interest therein acquired in violation of the Act should escheat to the state. This measure, known as the Webb Act, evoked sharp protest from Japan. Probably in deference to the urgent representations from the federal government, it does not appear as yet to have been enforced, at least in the retrospective sense. Should this be done at any future time, it is difficult to see how grave developments can be avoided. Public sympathy in Japan is unreservedly on the side of the immigrants, whose wrongs furnish the press with a never-ending theme for discussion and indignant comment. It is worthy of note that the organs in closest touch with official sources have been the least restrained in their denunciation of American policy. Nor is this a matter for surprise in view of recent utterances by highly placed people in Japan. In October 1920, Baron Goto, a member of the House of Peers who successively held the portfolios of Home Affairs and Foreign Affairs in the Terauchi Cabinet of 1916, published a warning to Americans that the passage of anti-alien legislation directed against Japanese immigrants would not be recognized by the imperial government, who would be compelled to refer the question either to the League of Nations or to some other international tribunal. Japan, he continued, was willing to impose a further check upon emigration to the United States, and was ready to meet that country more than halfway, should the latter desire the gradual elimination of its Japanese settlers. But she was not willing to stand by while a reckless minority persecuted her unfortunate nationals, who were, moreover, denied the privileges of citizenship. Baron Goto concluded by declaring that should the amicable suggestions of Japan be rejected, she would regard the insult as almost an act of violence, in which she will never acquiesce. The question of Japanese immigration in the western states of the Union has been dealt with at some length, because it is undoubtedly the most serious of the differences which have marred American-Japanese relations in recent years, and the one, moreover, that would seem least susceptible of an amicable solution. This aspect of the problem has been clearly interpreted by an American naval officer, Vice Admiral Niblack, who points out that racial characteristics and the evolution of history have placed the peoples of the Occident and the Orient on different planes of spiritual and social development. The English-speaking communities in the Pacific have evinced a deep-rooted determination to refuse admittance to Japanese and Chinese immigrants. The Asiatics object to this, and to other discriminations against them. Here we have the alleged right of prior possession of property, arrayed against the alleged right of equal opportunity for expansion. This is not a new situation in history. In the past, sometimes the right of possession has prevailed, whilst at other times the rival claim to equal opportunity has been successfully maintained. The ethical arguments which enter into the discussion appear to be so equally balanced that it is extremely difficult to arrive at a decision. by any existing principles of law or equity. What amount of persuasion is going to convince intelligent Japanese that it is morally wrong for them to use force to attain that which principle and custom teaches them to regard as a right? And again, looking at the question from the other side, what argument can be advanced which is at all likely to move the inhabitants of California to admit that their view of property rights by which they exclude Asiatics is unjust? The problem is complicated by the fact that California has steadfastly refused to acknowledge the jurisdiction of the federal government in matters relating to the status and treatment of immigrants within her territory, though the federal government would naturally have to accept responsibility for the grave situation that would ensue were the Californian authorities to inspire or countenance violent action against the subjects of a foreign power. In a statement issued at Washington in November 1920, the attitude of federal authorities towards this question was set forth in unequivocal terms. California had previously instituted a referendum to decide whether further legislative action should be taken to inhibit Orientals who were ineligible for American citizenship from controlling agricultural lands in the state. The referendum showed a large majority to be in favor of such legislation, but the statement from Washington made it perfectly clear that the authorities there would refuse to endorse any action on the part of the California legislature that was not in accord with existing laws and treaties. On the other side, there is the well-attested fact that the pledge of the Tokyo government to limit and control the volume of emigration to the United States is being vitiated by the clandestine entry of Japanese by way of Canada and Mexico. Some very eloquent speeches in favour of racial equality were made at the Peace Conference in 1919. By Japanese delegates. No one who read those speeches would suppose that in Japan itself there is a great deal of discrimination against the foreigner. Such, however, is the case. Her protest against the passage of the Webb Act, which debars the Japanese from owning land in California, would have been more impressive but for the fact that the laws of Japan inhibit foreigners, as individuals, from acquiring landed property within the empire. Footnote: It was reported in November 1920 that the Japanese government was contemplating the introduction of a bill to confer upon all foreigners landowning rights in the Japanese Empire, with the exception of defence zones. Footnote ends. The Japanese government is thus demanding for its nationals a privilege which it does not itself accord to the nationals of other powers. It is relevant to notice some further disabilities under which aliens labour in the Japanese Empire. They cannot, for instance, become owners of ships flying the Japanese flag, and such executive interest as they may attain in shipping concerns is subordinated by law to Japanese control. They are not eligible to hold stock in national, agricultural, or industrial banks, and the articles of many of the largest private companies exclude foreigners from membership. As individuals, they cannot engage in mining operations, nor can they become members, shareholders, or brokers of the various exchanges, or members of the chambers of commerce. They are excluded from holding public office of any kind, and from membership of the Japanese bar. They do not enjoy the franchise. Foreign life insurance companies cannot write insurance in Japan unless a large percentage of the money collected is left in the country. Foreigners are not permitted to engage in agriculture. Foreign physicians and surgeons cannot practice in the country unless they have passed a professional examination in the Japanese language, both written and oral, before a board composed of native doctors. Under national laws, rebates may be granted by Japanese steamship companies on all goods imported or exported by Japanese merchants, a system which is widely exploited as a means of underselling foreign merchants. A record of the cases of litigation between foreigners and natives heard before the Japanese courts show an overwhelming majority of decisions in favour of the latter. It has never indeed been seriously denied that the laws and administration of justice in the courts of Japan, and also wherever Japanese courts exercise jurisdiction, as in China, discriminate against foreigners to a very marked degree. Most difficult of all to reconcile with the demand of Japan for racial equality are her own restrictions to immigration. Chinese labourers are barred from Japan on the ground that they would lower the standard of living and institute unfair competition in the labour market. Even Korean labourers, who are now subjects of the empire, are not allowed to enter the country unless it can be proved that their presence there would not conflict with the interests of Japanese workpeople. Japan, therefore, adopts exactly the same policy towards Chinese and Korean immigration that the United States adopts towards Japanese immigration, and for precisely the same reasons. The inconsistency of making diplomatic protests in these circumstances appears to have become obvious to the Japanese themselves. In a recent discussion of the American question, the Jiji Shimpo wrote,
"Now that Japan has advocated the removal of all discrimination in the matter of her immigrants, it is essential that she should at once cancel the disabilities under which foreigners labour in Japan."
End of section 2. Section 3 of Sea Power in the Pacific by Hector Charles Bywater. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Alister. Chapter 2b, Japan and the United States, Questions at Issue, Part 2. Whilst the immigration controversy has been responsible in large measure for the growth of antagonism between the United States and Japan, it bids fair to be overshadowed in the near future by the question of Japanese policy in China. American interests in the Celestial Empire having increased very substantially in the last 20 years, the maintenance of the open door has become an issue of capital importance to the United States. Unlike the immigration dispute in California, this has been regarded from the first as a question that touches the interests of the American nation as a whole. The enormous possibilities that China offers as a field for economic development make a strong appeal to the American imagination, and of late years both government and people have watched with growing alarm and resentment the efforts of Japan to establish political and commercial supremacy in that quarter. In Manchuria particularly, the present situation contains elements that augur none too well for the future peace of the world. The causes which have brought this situation about may be briefly stated. In 1900, Russia took advantage of the Boxer insurrection to occupy Manchuria, where she showed every disposition to make a permanent stay. From that moment, shrewd observers of Far Eastern affairs regarded war between Russia and Japan merely as a question of time, for they knew not only that the latter had herself been casting a covetous eye on Manchuria, but that she would never tolerate the presence of Russian armies on the threshold of Korea. To clear the Russians out of Manchuria, either by diplomatic pressure or force of arms, was the task to which Japan had now applied herself. Protracted negotiations having failed of the desired effect, in February 1904 she declared war, and gained a series of brilliant victories by land and at sea. The struggle, which lasted rather more than 18 months, came to an end in September 1905. Under the Treaty of Peace signed in that month, both parties pledged themselves to evacuate Manchuria, save in respect of the Liaotung Peninsula, where Japan took over the lease and succeeded to the other rights which Russia had previously enjoyed. With this exception, the administration of Manchuria was to revert to China. It speedily became evident, however, that the restoration of Chinese sovereignty was to be purely nominal. As early as December 1905, Japan had secured from Peking a concession to extend the South Manchurian Railway from Mukden to Antung, situated at the mouth of the Yalu River, at which point the line connects with the Korean Railway. In 1910 to 1912, a branch line was built from Changchun, the northern terminus of the Japanese South Manchurian Railway, to Kirin. This extension brought the total length of the railway to about 690 miles. Finally, in August 1917, the entire railway system of Korea passed under the management of the South Manchurian Railway, thus giving Japan, through rail connection from Fusan, the Korean port nearest her own territory, to Harbin. The result of all this diplomatic and industrial activity has been to make Manchuria a Japanese province in everything but name. Foreign trade exists on sufferance, for the principal means of communication are under the control of Japan, who shows a strong and not unnatural tendency to favour her own subjects when commercial interests are at stake. Anticipating the possibility of competition, She had concluded with China a treaty wherein that country renounced the right both of building any railway in the regions traversed by the South Manchurian line, and of granting concessions for such an enterprise over the head of Japan. The rest of the world had viewed this absorption of Manchuria with some misgivings, but no positive action was taken until 1908, when the American government proposed to guarantee to China the integrity of her Manchurian province by neutralizing the South Manchurian Railway. The proposal was coupled with an offer to place at the disposal of China the sum of £20 million for the purpose of repurchasing the railway, the money to be raised by a loan jointly subscribed by the various powers. This suggestion proved most unpalatable to Japan, who pointed out, with no lack of warmth, that she, by her own unaided efforts, had prevented Russia from occupying Manchuria, to the exclusion of every other interest. China had been powerless to defend her property, and that since Japan had made heavy sacrifices on behalf of Manchuria, it was but right and proper that she should have her reward in the form of certain privileges, as such, for example, the control of the railways. The American government thereupon submitted an alternative scheme, providing for the construction of a railway from Kinchau to Aigun on the Amur River, a line that would have paralleled the South Manchurian Railway and effectively destroyed its monopoly in transportation. That Japan would have tamely acquiesced in the building of this new line is extremely doubtful, and it is possible that an international crisis was averted by the subsequent collapse of the scheme, due to the withdrawal of the English bankers who were to have financed it in cooperation with an American syndicate. In January 1915, when the Great War was engrossing the attention of most of the world, Japan took a further step which confirmed the suspicion that her policy in China went far beyond the attainment of certain economic privileges in Manchuria. Without warning, she suddenly presented to China a note comprising 21 demands relating to the Shantung Province, the Yangtze Valley, Fujian Province, South Manchuria, and eastern Inner Mongolia. The major part of this document was communicated to the Allied powers, but one section of note, known to contain the most far-reaching demands, was withheld from them. From the negotiations that followed, the progress of which was accelerated in May 1915 by a Japanese ultimatum, it appeared that Japan was desirous of prolonging her lease of Port Arthur and the South Manchurian Railway, of securing for her nationals entire freedom to carry on business and mining operations in Manchuria, and preference in regard to political, financial, military, and police affairs within that province. The major portion of these demands was conceded by China in the agreement signed at Peking in May 1915, but the clauses contained in the secret part of the Japanese note were not put into effect. The reason being that when eventually they were divulged, they proved to be of such a preposterous character that the great powers were constrained to use their influence at Tokyo to secure the withdrawal of terms which signified nothing less than the enslavement of China. Before turning to this part of the Japanese document, allusion must be made to the demand, included in the published section of the note, that the Chinese government should pledge itself not to cede or lease to a third power any harbour or bay along the coast of China. The presentation of such demand presumed a Japanese protectorship over Chinese territory, and was therefore open to objection as it stood, but there was more behind it. Throughout the year 1914 there had been rumours in Japan that the United States contemplated the reorganization of Foochow Arsenal in the Fujian province, and that as a corollary to this work would be granted the lease of an adjoining harbour. The story was officially denied at Peking, but Japanese alarm had been excited, and the subsequent demand that China should lease no harbour or bay along her coast to any foreign power, save Japan, was obviously directed not against Germany, as commonly assumed at the time, but against the United States. The secret articles of the Japanese note were as follows. 1. The Chinese government shall employ influential Japanese advisers in political, financial, and military affairs. 2. Japanese hospitals, churches, and schools in the interior of China shall be granted the right of owning land. 3. Inasmuch as the Japanese government and the Chinese government have had many cases of dispute between Japanese and Chinese police, the settlement of which caused no little misunderstanding, it is for this reason necessary that the police departments of important places in China shall be jointly administered by Japanese and Chinese. Or, that the police departments of such places shall employ numerous Japanese, so that they may at the same time help to make plans for the improvement of the Chinese police service. 4. China shall purchase from Japan a fixed amount of munitions of war, say 50% or more, of what is needed by the Chinese government, or there shall be established in China a Sino-Japanese jointly operated arsenal. Japanese technical experts are to be employed, and Japanese material is to be purchased. 5. China agrees to grant Japan the right of constructing a railway connecting Wuchang with Zhejiang and Nanchang, another line between Nanchang and Hanzhou, and a third between Nanchang and Chaozhou. 6. If China needs foreign capital to work mines, build railways, or construct harbour works, including dockyards, in the province of Fujian, Japan shall be first consulted. 7. China agrees that Japanese subjects shall have the right of missionary propaganda in China. Mr. Putnam Wheel, an admitted authority, considers that these terms were designed to administer the coup de grace to the independence and integrity of China.
Not only is the new sphere Fujian province indicated, not only is the mid-Yangtze, from the vicinity of Zhejiang, to serve as the terminus for a system of Japanese railways, radiating from the great river to the coasts of South China, but the gleaming knife of the Japanese surgeon is to aid the Japanese teacher in the great work of propaganda. The Japanese monk and the Japanese policeman are to be dispersed like skirmishers throughout the land. The Japanese arsenals are to supply all the necessary arms, or failing that, a special Japanese arsenal is to be established. Japanese advisors are to give the necessary advice in finance, in politics, in every department, foreshadowing a complete and all-embracing political control. Never was a more sweeping program of supervision presented, and small wonder if the Chinese, when they learned of this climax, exclaimed that the fate of Korea was to be their own.
These demands were indeed
a more vicious assault on Chinese sovereignty than the Austrian ultimatum to Serbia of July 1914.
In its memorandum of May 1st, 1915, the Chinese Foreign Office plucked up sufficient courage to repudiate them on the ground that they infringed China's sovereignty, the treaty rights of other powers, and the principle of equal opportunity, and persuaded itself that they could not have been intended by Japan as anything other than mere advice to China. Less than 3 years after this extraordinary démarche, Japan had succeeded in inducing China to enter into an agreement for common military and naval defence. Like the famous 21 demands, this treaty attracted but little notice in Europe, outside diplomatic circles, owing to the preoccupations of war, but it affords evidence not to be neglected by those who wish to form an accurate conception of Japanese political aims. The agreement was ostensibly concluded, according to the preamble,
in view of the daily spread of enemy influence in Russian territory, and the threatened danger to the peace and weal of the whole Far East.
It provided for Sino-Japanese military cooperation, the standardization of their war plans, transport, communications, and military codes, and therefore placed Japan virtually in control of the entire land forces of the Chinese Republic. The naval agreement was in similar terms, the following extracts being particularly illuminating.
In order to ensure the rapidity and accuracy of naval operations and transport, the naval authorities of Japan and China shall exchange officials who will keep the two departments in mutual communication and touch. With regard to the repair of warships, arms, naval machinery, etc., and materials necessary for such repairs, assistance shall be reciprocally afforded as far as possible. This stipulation holds good with regard to munitions of war. The Japanese and Chinese navies shall establish information bureaus at such points as may be considered necessary, and shall exchange the charts and informations necessary for operations. A naval code for mutual use shall be agreed upon. The present agreement and the detailed stipulations pertaining thereto shall not be published either in Japan or China, but shall be treated as naval secrets.
Both the military and naval agreements were to lose their validity on the termination of a state of war between Japan and China on the one side, and Germany and Austria on the other. That condition has since been fulfilled, but it is evident from the notes addressed to Japan by the Peking government during the late autumn of 1920 that the former had not up to then withdrawn the troops which it had sent to occupy military posts in China by virtue of the defence agreement. The policy of Japan during the last 20 years or more has unquestionably strengthened the suspicion, even among her friends, that its true aim is to gain such a complete hold over China that no other power shall have voice or part in shaping the destiny or exploiting the resources of that country. Should that be a faithful interpretation of her purpose, it is difficult to see how peace is to be maintained in the Far East. Whilst the pretensions of Japan would affect all the powers, America has made it unmistakably clear that she, at least, would not rest content with verbal remonstrance. Whether the knowledge that to persist in the course they have been pursuing up to now must inevitably lead sooner or later to war, has induced Japanese statesmen to postpone, if not definitely renounce, their designs upon the integrity of China, is a question that time alone can answer. It is, however, certain that they have been displaying of late a more reasonable temper as regards the claims of other powers which have interests in China. This change of attitude was particularly noticeable during the negotiations that resulted last year in the formation of the China Banking Consortium. The significance of this financial enterprise has been publicly explained by Sir Charles Addis, who is at the head of the British group of bankers taking part in it. Hopes are cherished that it will result in the substitution of international cooperation in China for international competition. In effect, the four powers concerned, i.e. Great Britain, the United States, France, and Japan, have agreed to abandon the old system of spheres of influence or of interest, which has been in the past a fruitful cause of misunderstanding and friction. At the instance of their respective governments, the four groups have surrendered their existing agreements and options, and have merged in the consortium all their separate and individual interests. The surrender, so Sir Charles Addis assures us, is complete. In making their contributions to the general pool, the groups have stated, in terms, that these comprise all the agreements and options in China which they possess or control, and they have agreed to forego their separate interests in any concessions of which they may become possessed in future. It is admitted that these results were not obtained without some difficulty. Much mutual forbearance and a certain degree of self-denial were necessary in order to arrive at a common measure of the different international interests involved. These virtues, however, were not found wanting, and on the whole the proceedings were marked with the greatest harmony. Sir Charles Addis paid a warm tribute to the loyal cooperation which throughout the long negotiations was forthcoming from the Japanese representatives, and he expresses confidence that the other members of the consortium can continue to rely upon the scrupulous observance by Japan, both in the spirit and the letter, of the agreement which had been signed. Exactly how far this scheme of joint financial control over the economic development of China will extend is not yet clear, but that Japan seriously intends to concede the principle of the equality of international interests in that country is difficult to believe in view of her past record. Such a concession would be absolutely opposed to the policy she has consistently followed since 1905, and it is possible that international finance takes too sanguine a view of the future. In seeking to diagnose the motives and aims of Japanese foreign policy, due allowance must be made for the peculiar circumstances in which that policy is framed. To outward seeming, Japan is a constitutional state, whose political institutions are modelled, more or less closely, upon those of the Western communities. Actually, her form of government is autocratic in the extreme, the people having no real voice in other than purely domestic affairs. It is true there is an imperial diet, consisting of an upper and a lower house, the latter composed of members elected by popular ballot. It is true also that in both houses the proceedings are characterised by a scrupulous regard for parliamentary punctilio. But the executive authority enjoyed by the Diet is strictly limited. Its function is that of a debating society, whose opinions are almost invariably disregarded when they clash with those of the government. Since its inception in 1890, the Diet has been dissolved by imperial ordinance no less than 8 times for adopting a recalcitrant attitude towards the government programme, and in nearly every case the houses have reassembled in a chastened mood, eager to accept measures which they had previously declared to be intolerable. In Japan, the real governing power is vested in the Genro, or elder statesmen, whose number does not exceed 5. Among them are Prince Yamagata, Marquis Matsukata, and Marquis Sayonji, and all have played a distinguished part in the modern history of their country. Their prestige is great, and the influence they wield enormous. It is not disputed, even by those who point with pride to the growth of constitutional government in the empire, that the Genro have been primarily responsible for every outstanding development in Japanese policy during the past 40 years. A conspicuous example of their power was supplied in 1894, the year in which war was declared upon China. At that period the country as a whole was seething with unrest. The imposition of new and heavy taxes, chiefly for the benefit of the fighting forces, had created such widespread discontent that fears were entertained of a popular insurrection. In this emergency the Genro came to the rescue by creating a diversion abroad. The coup de main at Seoul, resulting in the seizure by Japanese troops of the Korean court and government, an act which made war with China inevitable, was effected by Count Otori, the Japanese envoy, at the direct instance of the Genro, only a few days after the Japanese Diet had been dissolved for having opposed the cabinet. The result of this timely diversion was to evoke a great outburst of patriotic sentiment. The people instantly forgot their grievances, and rallied unanimously to the support of the government. When the new Diet assembled, the war budget, and a series of taxation projects very much more drastic than the previous proposals, were passed without a dissentient voice. In more recent times, the influence of the Genro has unquestionably been responsible for the aggressive character of Japanese foreign policy, the less obvious motives of which have been cogently discussed by Mr. Putnam Wheel.
The Japanese, who owe their whole theocratic conception to the Chinese, just as they owe all their letters and learning to them, still nominally look upon their ruler as the link between heaven and earth, and the central fact dominating their cosmogony. Although a vast number of well-educated men who today crowd the cities of Japan are fully conscious of the bizarre nature of this belief, in an age which has turned its back on superstition, nothing has yet been done to modify it, because, and this is the important part, the structure of Japanese society is such that without a violent upheaval, which shall hurl the military clan system irredeemably into the ground, it is absolutely impossible for human equality to be admitted and the man-God theory to be destroyed. So long as these two features exist, that is, so long as a privileged military caste supports and attempts to make all-powerful the man-God theory, so long will Japan be an international danger spot, because there will lack those democratic restraints which this war has shown are absolutely essential to secure a peaceful understanding among nations. The persistence of the type of military government which we see today in Japan is harmful for all alike, because it is as antiquated as Tsarism and a perpetual menace to a disarmed nation such as China. So long as that government remains, so long must Japan remain as an international suspect, and be denied rights in the council chambers of the liberal powers.
It is a cardinal principle of the ruling element in Japan that a people which is kept preoccupied with trouble abroad will have neither the time nor the inclination to brood over its domestic grievances. It would, however, be doing the elder statesmen of Japan a gross injustice to impute them no motives other than political expediency. On the contrary, their every action has proved them to be inspired with an almost fanatical faith in the great and glorious destiny that awaits their country. They have watched with increasing alarm the spread of a particularly intemperate form of socialism, which differs in no essential feature from the Bolshevik creed. Labour troubles, formerly so rare as to be scarcely existent, have lately multiplied to an alarming extent. The discontent of the masses has been aggravated by the profiteering which has been rampant of late years, and was the direct cause of the rice riots that convulsed Japan in the latter part of 1918. Owing, it is said, to certain enterprising financiers having cornered the national stocks, the price of rice was nearly quadrupled in the space of 2 years, and no efforts on the part of the government availed to check the upward trend of prices. Beginning with a small outbreak in Toyama, where the shops and warehouses were raided by indignant housewives, the movement spread so rapidly and assumed such an alarming character that for a time it seemed as though the whole proletariat was in active revolt. Kyoto, Osaka, Kobe, Nagoya, Hiroshima, and the districts around Tokyo were the scenes of extensive rioting and bloodshed. At Kobe, where the mob gained complete control for several days, there were regular battles between troops and rioters, and the tale of casualties was high. Most of the coal miners struck work as a demonstration of sympathy, and in a few cases the pit machinery was wrecked. Gradually, however, the forces of the government gained the upper hand. Wholesale arrests were made, and no fewer than 7,000 prosecutions instituted in connection with the riots. The severity of the punishment meted out to those who were convicted of complicity, including hundreds of mere boys, bore witness to the alarm felt by the government. The increasing prevalence of strikes is another symptom of the disturbed condition of the country. Between 1914 and 1919, the average number of strikes per year was about 200, the rapid rate of increase being shown by the following statistics. 1913, 27 cases. 1914, 50 cases. 1915, 64 cases. 1916, 108 cases. 1917, 398 cases. 1918, 417 cases. In common with other countries which were only partially involved in active hostilities, Japan enjoyed during the late war an extraordinary measure of industrial prosperity. So great was the demand for labour in connection with the execution of war contracts on behalf of the Allied powers, that wages rose to what was, for Japan, a fabulous height, and large numbers of peasants migrated to the industrial centres in the hope of sharing in the golden harvest. With the end of the war came the inevitable reaction. Vast numbers of workpeople found themselves without employment, wages fell rapidly, but there was no corresponding fall in the cost of living, and the result was that a considerable percentage of the population was reduced to absolute destitution. In this way, the ground was well prepared for the seeds of Bolshevism, which, to all appearance, has made alarming headway since the end of the war. That the real rulers of Japan, in whom the feudal spirit still burns fiercely beneath a veneer of Western civilization, will remain passive in the face of this growing menace, both to their power and their most sacred traditions, is not to be believed. On the contrary, it is virtually certain that they will shrink from no course of action which is calculated to stem the rising tide of social rebellion and anarchy. We have seen that on an earlier occasion, when the domestic situation was far less grave, they did not scruple to plunge the country into war. What more likely than that the same expedient will be adopted in the present emergency? Patriotism is still a virtue in Japan, and there is little doubt but that all the best elements in the nation would support a policy of war, if they believed the alternative to be social chaos. This is the crucial, though imponderable, factor that is too often ignored by students of Japanese policy. It may well be true that for Japan deliberately to provoke a conflict with the United States would eventually prove quite as ruinous to her as the unchecked spread of Bolshevism threatens to become. Even so, however, there is hardly any question as to what her choice would be, should internal conditions develop in such a way as to render decision imperative. Nor is it possible to doubt the ardent response that would be given by an overwhelming majority of the nation if its rulers elect to draw the sword. Issues that make the strongest possible appeal to Japanese patriotism are involved in the dispute with America. No race is more strongly imbued with national pride or more sensitive as to its international status. It is for this reason that the spectacle of their kindred being denied the privilege of citizenship in the United States on the score of racial inferiority has already caused such a passionate resentment in Japan. Bitterness has been intensified by the attitude of America towards Japanese expansion in China. Newspapers of nearly every shade of opinion have lately been representing America as the chief and indeed the only serious obstacle that stands between Japan and the control of Eastern Asia, with all its illimitable and untapped wealth. Their cry is that Japan, compelled by overcrowding at home to seek new outlets for her energy and industry on the Asiatic mainland, finds herself thwarted at every turn by the United States. Having seized the richest and most fertile islands of the Pacific, America, so runs the argument, now wishes to exploit for her own exclusive benefit the treasures of Manchuria and Siberia. But is this Colossus of the West so formidable as it is assumed to be? Has it really the power to support such inordinate pretensions? The Japanese are inclined to answer in the negative. They have seen the Pacific all but denuded of American warships. They have observed with amazement the omission of America to fortify her outposts in the Pacific, and to make adequate provision for the maintenance of a fleet in the western area of that ocean. They have come to look upon the defenceless Philippines as theirs for the taking. It is true that a powerful American fleet has recently appeared in the Pacific, but without defended bases in the west it remains practically tied to its own coast. Pursuing this train of thought, the Japanese may well ask themselves what they would have to fear in the event of war with the United States, and whether it would not be better to settle, once and for all, a dispute which can never be satisfactorily accommodated by peaceful means. Such is the position today. How it will develop cannot be predicted with certainty, but the prospects of peace are none too good. For reasons which have been explained, much depends upon the trend of internal affairs in Japan. On the other hand, the enforcement in California of drastic anti-Japanese legislation may at any moment precipitate a crisis. At all events, the contingency is sufficiently probable to justify a detailed inquiry into the military resources of the two powers at variance, together with a study of the strategical problems that would arise in the event of an armed conflict between them. End of section 3. Section 4 of Sea Power in the Pacific by Hector Charles Bywater. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Alister. Chapter 3a. The United States Navy, Its Modern Development and Administration. Part 1. The history of the modern Navy of the United States may be said to date from 1880. The term modern is used advisedly. For in the record of American naval development, a wide gap separates the old Navy from the new. A period of more than 15 years intervened between the disappearance of the fleet as it existed at the close of the Civil War and the building of the ships which constituted the nucleus of the fleet as it exists today. When peace was proclaimed in 1866, the Federal Navy had attained very imposing dimensions. No fewer than 674 armed ships were then under the Union flag, whilst 80 more were building or in reserve. 60 of these vessels were ironclads capable of operating at sea, though most of them were too small to venture far beyond the coast. The vast majority of ironclads were monitors, which in those days were justly considered to be among the most formidable warships of the world. Thus, so far as numbers and armament went, the conclusion of the Civil War found the fleet in a position but little inferior to the armadas of the greatest foreign powers. The more remarkable, therefore, is the fact that in the course of a few years this vast fighting force had dwindled down to insignificant dimensions. By 1880, the number of American warships in service had been reduced to 41. 17 of these were iron or steel-built monitors, of which number, however, only 3 were armed with rifled breech-loading guns. The remainder carried muzzle-loading smoothbores, which the progress of naval artillery had rendered altogether obsolete. There were also 6 armoured monitors built of wood, 16 unarmoured corvettes, nearly all of which mounted smoothbore ordnance, and 2 torpedo vessels. Such was the almost incredible condition of impotence into which the United States Navy had lapsed, and this at a time when nearly every European power had in service entire squadrons of large sea-going ironclads. Many causes were responsible for the neglect which the Navy suffered in the years following the Civil War. In the first place, the almost decisive influence of sea power on the issue of the war was imperfectly recognised. The Navy was held to have played quite a secondary role, whereas in truth it had rendered incalculable service to the federal cause, not merely by direct action on the great rivers, but still more by the blockade which it maintained on a coast more than 3,000 miles in length, thereby preventing the Confederacy from drawing on foreign sources for the war material and provisions that, had they been available, would unquestionably have enabled the South to prolong its resistance. Secondly, for many years after the war, the country was necessarily engrossed in the work of repairing and reconstructing the shattered fabric of its economic system. Among the American people, war, and everything pertaining to it, was regarded with abhorrence, a very natural feeling in view of the terrible sacrifices which the civil conflict had entailed. This was, perhaps, the principal reason why, for so long a period, little or nothing was done to maintain the fleet at a reasonable standard of strength and efficiency. From 1866 to 1880, the United States was virtually disarmed at sea, and had any of the great powers seen fit to provoke a quarrel, the consequences to the American Republic would probably have been disastrous. Still another explanation of the neglect which the Navy suffered during this period was to be found in the widespread belief that warships could be speedily improvised in case of emergency. This idea was based on the experience of the Civil War, when a huge and formidable fleet had been created with marvellous rapidity, but it was forgotten that many of the improvised ships would have cut a poor figure beside the powerful sea-going ironclads, or the fast, heavily armed cruisers of Europe. Moreover, the closing decades of the 19th century witnessed a positive revolution in naval construction and armaments. It produced the large steel-built battleship, specially designed to carry massive armour and guns of a ponderous weight, a type which took years to build and equip. The old, crude, muzzle-loading gun had given place to the rifled breech-loader, which at a range of several miles could drive an explosive shell through stout armour. And, as ships and weapons had increased in power, so had they increased in complexity and cost. It was no longer possible to take a number of merchant ships and, by the simple process of armouring the hulls and placing guns on board, convert them into powerful ships of war. Such vessels might do useful work as auxiliary cruisers, but they could not stand up against the great sea-going ironclads of European navies. It was in 1880 that thoughtful Americans began to direct attention to the unsatisfactory state of the National Navy. A movement was set on foot to remedy the deplorable conditions thus revealed, and in the same year Congress appointed a board of officers to examine the few ships that remained in service, with a view to modernising them as far as possible. In 1881 a further step was taken by the appointment of a committee to consider and report upon
the pressing need of appropriate vessels in the service at the present time.
In due course this body made its report, laying stress upon the scarcity of vessels which came up to the modern standard of speed and armament. It urged the provision of at least 70 unprotected cruisers, together with 5 armoured rams and 25 torpedo vessels. The report did not advocate the immediate building of large ironclads, though these were declared to be absolutely necessary for the defence of the country in war. It pointed out that the latest technical developments in this direction were not yet understood in the United States, where, moreover, there was no plant able to turn out the heavy forgings required for such construction. The committee, therefore, advised the government to send a number of naval officers to foreign countries, where they would have an opportunity of familiarising themselves with all recent improvements in armoured vessels. As for unprotected ships, it was urged that 38 of these should be built without delay. Suggestions were made with regard to their size, speed, and armament, and the report added that
a bold and decided step should be taken to win back from Europe our former prestige as the best shipbuilders of the world.
Congress, however, did nothing to carry these proposals into effect, and it was not until March 1883 that money was voted for the first vessels of the new fleet, viz., 3 protected cruisers and 1 dispatch boat. Of these 4 vessels, the cruisers Boston and Chicago and the dispatch boat Dolphin are still on the Navy list. In her day, Chicago was looked upon as one of the finest cruisers afloat. With certain modifications, the design was widely copied abroad. A few details of this ship, which as the forerunner of the modern American cruiser possesses historic interest, will not be out of place. She was laid down in 1883 at Chester, Pennsylvania, and launched in 1885. With a length overall of 342 feet and a breadth of 48 feet, she displaced 4,500 tons and was fitted with engines of 9,000 horsepower, which gave her a speed of 18 knots. In the bunkers there was room for 940 tons of coal, sufficient for a cruise of several thousand miles at moderate speed. Bulkheads running across the ship divided the hull into 10 watertight compartments, whilst a steel deck fitted amidships protected the boilers and machinery from gunfire. She carried a very powerful battery of 4 8-inch, 8 6-inch, and 2 5-inch guns, all of the rifled breech-loading type. On her trial runs, the Chicago proved herself a fast and reliable steamer. In speed and every other quality she was incomparably superior to the Trenton, which had been the largest and finest cruising vessel of the old Navy. The Atlanta and Boston, built at the same time as the Chicago, were smaller sister cruisers of 3,000 tons and 16 knots speed, and carried a somewhat lighter battery. On the whole, these first 3 vessels were a credit both to the designers and builders, and their success furnished the best answer to those skeptics who had maintained that American shipyards were incapable of building fast modern cruisers. For the next few years, appropriations for the Navy were on a very modest scale, but the fact that money was voted year by year showed that naval defence was no longer wholly in the background. In 1885, 2 protected cruisers and 2 gunboats were authorised, but the following year brought a much more ambitious programme, which deserves special notice because it included the first seagoing battleships to be built in the United States. These were the ill-fated Maine and the Texas, afterwards rechristened San Marcos. The last named vessel, which displaced 6,300 tons, was built to plans prepared by an English naval architect, but the Maine, of 6,680 tons, officially classified an armoured cruiser, was designed by the Navy Department. Both ships carried heavier guns and thicker armour plates than were customarily fitted to vessels of such moderate tonnage. During her first years at sea, the Texas was not a great success, owing, it was said, to her weak construction. Repeated firing from the heavy guns weakened the structure to such an extent that the vessel became unseaworthy, necessitating extensive repairs. Before these were executed, she foundered in dock, but was raised and refitted. On the other hand, she acquitted herself well under the arduous conditions of the Spanish War, and her long and honourable career terminated 8 years ago, when she was used as a target ship in some vitally important gunnery experiments. The Maine was a good ship from the start, either because better workmanship was put into her, or by reason of superiority in design. The completion of these vessels was hailed with satisfaction in American naval circles, as a sign that the country had definitely embarked on a policy of building seagoing battleships. It was pointed out, however, that they were less than half the size of many European battleships of equal date, and the inclusion of 4 monitors in the same program showed that Congress was still partial to the cheaper coast defence ironclad type. Other vessels of the 1886 program were the protected cruiser Baltimore, the torpedo boat Cushing, and the dynamite cruiser Vesuvius. This last vessel has been so often described that there is no occasion to recapitulate her details here. It is enough to say that she owed her existence to the Zelinsky pneumatic dynamite gun, which many sanguine people believed would abolish warfare at sea by making it too destructive. In practice, however, this weapon did not come up to expectations. The range was too short, and the flight of the projectile too erratic to make it a reliable weapon, while the destructive effect of the dynamite shell was soon equalled by that of the high-explosive projectiles which could be fired with accuracy at a range of many miles. The displacement of the vessels authorised in 1886 reached a total of 36,475 tons, and it was not until 4 years later that this figure was exceeded. 2 monitors, 2 cruisers, and 2 gunboats were voted in 1887. In the next year, a larger program was passed, comprising 1 armoured cruiser, 6 other cruisers, and a gunboat. The armoured cruiser was the New York, now the Rochester, which at the time of her completion was probably the finest representative of her type afloat. She was a twin-screw vessel of 8,150 tons, and on her trials reached a speed of more than 21 knots. Her original armament consisted of 6 8-inch and 12 4-inch guns, which has since been altered to 4 8-inch and 10 5-inch guns of modern design. The side of the hull and the gun positions are protected by armour plating. Although launched as far back as 1891, the Rochester is still a serviceable ship and is rated in the Navy Register as a first-class cruiser. In the 1889 program, the only vessel of importance was the Katahdin, a ram of novel design of which great things were expected. She displaced 2,183 tons and was intended to travel at 17 knots, but never succeeded in making this speed. She had no weapons beyond her sharp ram, and she was much too slow to overtake and attack the faster battleships of the period. Her actual value as a fighting ship was negligible. In 1890, Congress voted credits for 3 first-class battleships, 1 cruiser, and a torpedo boat, with a total of 38,334 tons. The battleships were the Indiana, Massachusetts, and Oregon, each with a displacement of 10,288 tons. They were larger by nearly 4,000 tons than the battleships of 1886, and the extremely heavy battery and thick armour which they carried made them unique. On paper, they were the most powerful ships in the world, but the great weight of the guns and armour carried high above the waterline made them roll heavily in bad weather. The main guns were mounted in unbalanced turrets which caused the ship to heel over when these weapons were trained on the beam. Another interesting ship of the same year was the cruiser Columbia. She was designed for the dual function of scouting and commerce destruction, for both of which she was well fitted by her speed of nearly 23 knots. In the year following, only one warship was authorised, viz. The Minneapolis, a sister ship of the Columbia. In 1892, the battleship Iowa and the armoured cruiser Brooklyn made up the programme. The appropriations for 1893 to 94 were limited to 3 gunboats, 3 torpedo boats and a submarine, the A-1, formerly Plunger. But in 1895, 2 battleships, the Kearsarge and Kentucky, were authorised, together with 10 gunboats and torpedo vessels. 3 further battleships and 10 torpedo boats were provided for in 1896, followed in the next year by 4 small craft, with a total of 2,050 tons. From 1890 to 1897, Congress had voted for the following new construction: 9 battleships, 1 armoured cruiser, 2 protected cruisers, 9 gunboats, 20 torpedo boats, and 1 submarine. The programs had fluctuated from year to year in a manner that betrayed the absence of any settled policy on the part of the government with regard to the standard of naval strength dictated by national requirements. But in 1898, the year of the war with Spain, the nation at length awoke, and ever since, with only occasional lapses, has shown a more consistent attitude on this question. The programme of 1898 comprised 36 vessels with a total of 59,570 tons. This exceeded by more than 20,000 tons the record programme of 1890. The most important units were the 3 battleships of the new main class, to which were added 4 monitors and 28 torpedo craft. Large as it seemed, this year's naval vote was far surpassed by that of 1899, when 12 vessels, aggregating 105,084 tons, were sanctioned. Prior to the great programme of 1916, this total has only twice been exceeded. Between 1900 and 1915 inclusive, the highest total reached was that of 1908, 123,480 tons, the lowest that of 1907, 21,400 tons. No individual did so much to establish American sea power on a solid foundation as the late Theodore Roosevelt, who succeeded the presidency at a time when questions of national defence were engaging more than ordinary attention. The successful war with Spain and the consequent acquisition of territories overseas had done much to revive popular interest and pride in the Navy. It was plain to every reflective mind that the newly won possessions, separated as they were from the mainland by thousands of miles of sea, could not be held indefinitely, except with the aid of a powerful fleet. To the creation of such a fleet, President Roosevelt addressed himself with characteristic energy. In messages to Congress and in his public speeches he dwelt with forceful eloquence upon the need for a naval establishment corresponding to the requirements of the new strategical situation. What success attended his efforts is shown by the fact that during his 7 years of office, the numerical strength of the Navy was almost doubled. Actually, the increment of power was very much greater than this, for Roosevelt broke away from the traditional policy which had up to then limited the dimensions of American battleships and made them unsuitable for operations at a great distance from their bases. He insisted that no ship should be built unless it was fully equal in all-round fighting power to contemporary foreign vessels of the same type. The result was that in the course of a few years, the United States battle fleet came to consist mainly of ships, which compared favourably with the finest men of war afloat. The earlier ships of the Navy were not invariably successful. With a laudable desire to make the most of limited funds grudgingly placed at their disposal, the Navy Department planned vessels which, for their size, were exceedingly powerful on paper. But when a comparatively small vessel is burdened with heavy guns, thick armour, and powerful engines, there is not so much space or weight left over for other purposes. The consequence is that the officers and men have very cramped quarters, and life on board is not a bed of roses, especially as these small but heavily armed ships are nearly always bad seaboats. Some 25 years ago, an American naval officer drew a vivid picture of the sufferings of the firemen and engineers in the cramped machinery spaces of these early ships.
"We unquestionably tried to put too much into small displacements,"
he declared.
"We cannot get sustained sea speed on small dimensions. I cruised for several years in a ship where the dynamo room had a temperature of about 90 degrees, and I suffered physically as a result. In the New York, it is estimated by a good authority that the temperature of the berth deck will be 110 degrees.
In other cruises of the period, the heat below deck was so intense and the ventilation so defective that a long voyage brought officers and men to the verge of collapse. As for the behaviour of these early vessels in heavy weather, the following quotation from a magazine of 1897 describes the experience of the Atlantic Squadron in a severe gale encountered on passage from Hampton Roads to Charleston.
"The New York and Columbia stood the test well. The Monitor Amphitrite could not keep on her course. Her low freeboard and decks all awash made her comparatively safe as long as she was allowed to steam head-on. But in the cross seas, the waves that came aboard massed upon her superstructure, smothering her down and making speed impossible, while those on board the flagship were anxiously watching the Amphitrite. Their attention was diverted to the battleship Indiana. She was seen to be rolling frightfully. It was plain that her center of gravity was uncomfortably high. At length she signaled her turrets loose and her guns moving. There was danger that she might capsize and go down with all on board. The Admiral signaled her to return to Hampton Roads. The Indiana has too much superstructure and carries metal too heavy for her design. In her present state she is a fair-weather ship, powerful and efficient, indeed, in smooth water, but liable to fail the nation in an emergency because of her weakness in a seaway."
Since those times, however, American naval architects have learned much. With few exceptions, modern battleships and cruisers are big, roomy vessels, lighted and ventilated on the most approved system, and steady gun platforms even in severe weather. We come now to 1916, the year in which the United States adopted by far the largest naval program in its history. Owing to the war then raging in Europe, this measure passed almost unnoticed abroad, but more recently it has been the subject of a great deal of discussion in England, where the reasons which inspired it appear to be misunderstood. Nothing is more certain than that the promoters of the bill were entirely innocent of designs upon the supremacy of the British Navy. In order to understand their motives, it is necessary to recall the international situation at that time. The Great War was 2 years old. Its issue was still in doubt, and to observers distant from the actual scene, the prospects of a German victory did not appear entirely remote. The Battle of Jutland had been fought, but its decisive effect had not as yet been appreciated. The German navy, so far at least as its material was concerned, remained virtually intact. It was still the second strongest fleet in the world, and since the German shipyards were known to be working at high pressure to make good the wastage of war, there was every reason to anticipate that a peace by negotiation, a not improbable contingency at that date, would leave Germany stronger at sea than ever before. Such, at all events, was the view taken by American statesmen, who were well aware that Germany cherished feelings of bitter animosity towards their nation, and would neglect no chance of paying off old scores once she had settled accounts with her European foes. It was the realization of this supposed danger ahead that led to the National Preparedness Campaign of 1915 and 16, in which all the resources of publicity were enlisted in the cause of naval expansion. The growing power of Japan was not overlooked, and one of the principal arguments in favour of the bill was that it would provide the ships necessary for the formation of a strong Pacific squadron. But it was mainly as a defence against future aggression from Germany that the measure received its widest support. If, at the present time, the large naval program of the United States is creating some perturbation in England, the blame must be laid at the door of those American politicians who have lately gone out of their way to emphasise the predominant position at sea that their country will enjoy when all the ships authorised in the Act of 1816 have passed into service. This suggestion that the American Navy of the future must be the strongest in the world is of very recent origin. Footnote: the following passage occurs in the annual report for 1916, issued by the Secretary of the Navy, Mr. Daniels.
It has never been suggested seriously that our nation should attempt to equal in the number of ships the greatest navy in the world.
Footnote ends. It was first put forward by President Wilson during his attendance at the Peace Conference, his idea, as explained in cable messages to the leaders of Congress, being that supremacy at sea would enable the United States to become the armed custodian of world peace. It was subsequently elaborated by Mr. Daniels, Secretary of the Navy, whose insistence on the need for a supreme fleet has been denounced by American critics as a manoeuvre to obtain votes of certain elements in the country which have no love for England. Whether this is so or not, the fact is incontrovertible that the American warships now building were authorised at a period when Germany was regarded as the most probable enemy. The Act of the 29th August 1916 differed from all previous naval legislation in that it embodied for the first time the policy of a continuous program of construction covering a term of 3 years. Its scope was not limited to shipbuilding, for it authorised a large increase in the personnel, made provision for a naval reserve force, and instituted a system of promoting officers by selection. Furthermore, it empowered the Navy Department to increase the state resources for the supply of naval material by erecting government plants for the manufacture of armour plates and projectiles, together with a large laboratory for carrying out experiments of interest to the Navy. In the sphere of aviation, it set aside generous funds for the creation of a Navy Flying Corps and the purchase of the necessary equipment. A heavy increase in the reserves of naval ammunition, torpedoes, etc. was also sanctioned. The shipbuilding clauses of the Act authorised the following new construction: 10 battleships, 6 battle cruisers, 10 scout cruisers, 50 torpedo boat destroyers, 9 ocean-going submarines, 58 coastal submarines, 3 fuel ships, 1 repair ship, 1 transport, 1 hospital ship, 2 destroyer tenders, 1 submarine tender, 2 ammunition ships, and 2 gunboats. To hasten the execution of this vast program, the Navy Department was instructed to improve and equip the National Navy Yards at Puget Sound, Philadelphia, Norfolk, New York, Boston, Portsmouth, New Hampshire, Charleston, and New Orleans, to enable them to undertake the construction of part of the new fleet. Finally, the Secretary of War and the Secretary of the Navy were directed to submit plans for improving the harbours, canals, and connecting channels which, in their judgment, would best provide facilities for naval operations in the defence of United States ports on the Atlantic, Gulf, and Pacific coasts. To this far-reaching measure of naval legislation was attached a proviso to which subsequent events have given a peculiar interest. It is hereby declared to be the settled policy of the United States to adjust and settle its international disputes through mediation or arbitration, to the end that war may be honourably avoided. It looks with apprehension and disfavour upon a general increase of armament throughout the world, but it realizes that no single nation can disarm, and that without common agreement on the subject, every considerable power must maintain a relative standing in military strength. In view of the premises, the President is authorized and requested to invite, at an appropriate time, not later than the close of war in Europe, all the great governments of the world, to send representatives to a conference which shall be charged with the duty of formulating a plan for a court of arbitration or other tribunal, to which disputed questions between nations shall be referred for adjudication and peaceful settlement, and to consider the question of disarmament, and to submit their recommendations to their respective governments for approval. The President is hereby authorized to appoint 9 citizens of the United States who, in his judgment, shall be qualified for the mission by eminence in the law, and by devotion to the cause of peace, to be representatives of the United States in such a conference. The President shall fix the compensation of the said representatives, and such secretaries and other employees as may be needed, $200,000, or so much thereof as may be necessary, is hereby appropriated and set aside, and placed at the disposal of the President, to carry into effect the provisions of this paragraph. If at any time before the construction authorized by this act shall have been contracted for, there shall have been established, with the cooperation of the United States of America, an international tribunal or tribunals competent to secure peaceful determination of all international disputes, and which shall render unnecessary the maintenance of competitive armaments, then and in that case such naval expenditure as may be inconsistent with the engagements made in the establishment of such tribunal, or tribunals, may be suspended, when so ordered by the President of the United States. Within 7 months from the passage of the Naval Act, the United States found itself involved in the Great War. The proviso quoted above ceased, therefore, to have immediate significance, and as the contract for every vessel specified in the Act, together with orders for a large amount of additional construction authorized under the emergency programs, had been placed before the termination of hostilities, the completion of the building program was in no way affected by it. Nevertheless, the proviso is of interest as documentary evidence that as early as 1916, the United States Congress had favored the establishment of an international assembly differing in no essential respect from the League of Nations proposed at a later date by President Wilson, but which in its original form has failed to gain the support of the American people. The amount of new construction authorized by the Act of 1916 and under the later emergency war programs is shown below. Authorized in 1916, battleships 4, battlecruisers 4, scout cruisers 4, destroyers 20, submarines 31. Authorized in 1916, but not appropriated for until a later date, battleships 6, battlecruisers 2, destroyers 30, submarines 27. Authorized in 1917, destroyers 76, submarines 20. Authorized in 1917, Naval Deficiency Bill, destroyers 144. Authorized in 1917, Emergency Fund, destroyers 9, submarines 11. During the war period, the demand for vessels specially capable of dealing with hostile submarines became so urgent that work on all the larger ships was practically suspended, and the shipbuilding resources of the country were devoted to the rapid multiplication of destroyers, submarines, and patrol craft of every description. This delay was exceedingly fortunate for the American Navy in that it made possible a modification of the plans of the battleships and battlecruisers, and enabled many improvements suggested by war experience to be introduced, especially in regard to the protection against gunfire and submarine attack. Had the ships in question been built to their initial designs, they would have been dangerously vulnerable to this form of attack. Advantage was also taken of the delay to change the armament of the battlecruisers, 8 16-inch guns being substituted for the 10 14-inch guns originally proposed. Besides the vessels enumerated in the above tables, a very large number of auxiliary vessels were ordered and built during the war period, such as patrol gunboats, submarine chasers, and minesweepers. As the existing resources in the country were utterly inadequate to cope with this sudden and enormous demand, the majority of the shipyards were enlarged and new establishments hastily laid out. Some notable records were made in the rapid construction of destroyers. The Ward, a 1,150-ton boat built in 1918, was launched in 17.5 days after the laying of her keel, whilst the Reed, a similar vessel, was built and completed in 45.5 working days. Thanks to all this feverish activity from 1917 onward, the Navy was reinforced by nearly 280 destroyers, a type in which it had previously been deficient. End of Section 4. Section 5 of Sea Power in the Pacific by Hector Charles Bywater. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Alister. Chapter 3b. The United States Navy, Its Modern Development and Administration, Part 2. Before proceeding to a detailed description of the material resources of the United States Navy at present and in the near future, some account may be aptly given of its system of administration. The Commander-in-Chief is the President, but the actual management and control of Navy affairs is, of course, in the hands of the Navy Department, at the head of which stands the Secretary of the Navy, who is a member of the Cabinet but has no seat in Congress. For the 8 years ending in March 1921, this office has been filled by Mr. Josephus Daniels, whose administration coincided not only with a phenomenal increase in the size of the Navy, but with the introduction of numerous reforms relating to personnel and conditions of service, many of which have aroused bitter opposition. It is interesting to note that until 1798, when the Navy Department was created, naval affairs were controlled by the Secretary of War. This priority of the secretaryship makes the Army the senior service, with the result that on all ceremonial occasions the soldier takes precedence over the sailor. There is an Assistant Secretary of the Navy who, like his chief, is always a civilian, and who acts in place of the Secretary when the latter is absent from the country. Should both the Secretary and the Assistant Secretary be absent, their duties devolve upon the Chief of Naval Operations, who, broadly speaking, performs the function of a Chief of Naval Staff. The officer holding this appointment, which was created as recently as 1915, enjoys the rank and title of Admiral, and is the senior officer of the naval service. He is responsible for all operations of the fleet, and for the preparation of war plans. His jurisdiction extends to the Naval War College, the Office of Naval Intelligence, and the Office of Gunnery Exercises and Engineering Performances. He is responsible for the efficient working of the wireless, aeronautical, and mining branches of the service, for the organisation of coast defence so far as it comes under naval control, and for the preparation and revision of all drill books, signals, and cipher codes. He is charged, in addition, with the drafting and amendment of regulations for the government of the Navy. He keeps the Secretary informed of movements and operations by the fleet, prepares all orders which the Secretary may issue in relation thereto, and keeps the service records of fleets, squadrons, and ships. He is the senior adviser to the Secretary in matters pertaining to the military characteristics of new ships, and such renovation of existing vessels as affects their military value. He is expected to report on the strategical value and most suitable location of docks, fuel depots, wireless stations, and to recommend such reserves of ordnance, ammunition, and other supplies as may be necessary to the maintenance of the fleet. In preparing and revising plans for the use of the fleet in war, he freely consults with and has the advice and assistance of the various bureaus, boards, and officers of the department. The Chief of Naval Operations, from time to time, witnesses the operations of the fleet as an observer. He is ex officio a member of the General Board, an advisory body which has no counterpart in the British service. This board is composed of a limited number of officers, most of whom are specialists in their own branch, such as construction, gunnery, torpedo, engineering, etc. Its principal duty is to draw up the naval program each year, taking into account the international situation, the strategical requirements of naval defence, and other relevant factors. It has, however, no executive authority, and its recommendations in regard to naval policy are rarely, if ever, accepted in their entirety. The deliberations of the board cover a truly enormous range of subjects. It speaks with authority on such diverse topics as the latest developments in fire control, and the use of homing pigeons in combating enemy submarines. The policy of the General Board in regard to shipbuilding programs appears to be governed by the sound old rule of making large demands in the hope that those actually conceded will approximate to what is absolutely necessary. The subsections of the Office of Naval Operations may be briefly described. 1. The Communication Office, which handles all the internal dispatch work of the Navy Department, and is responsible for the interdepartmental transmission of its orders. 2. The Office of Naval Intelligence, corresponding to the Naval Intelligence Division of the British Admiralty, which collects, classifies, and distributes such technical information at home and abroad as may be helpful to the Chief of Naval Operations, and to the various bureaus in drafting war plans and improving the efficiency of personnel and material. 3. The Office of Gunnery Exercises and Engineering Performances, which frames the conditions of firing and steaming evolutions to be performed by the fleet, examines reports on these subjects, and awards prizes and commendations for conspicuously good results. 4. The Naval Communications Service, which operates all the telegraph and cable services under naval control, and determines wavelengths for use by commercial stations with a view to preventing interference with naval messages, and is responsible, in time of war, for cable censorship. 5. Office of the Director of Naval Aviation, who superintends the development of naval air work, and has charge of the training of personnel for this branch. The heads of the 7 bureaus comprising the Navy Department are all naval officers, who take the rank of Rear Admiral while so employed. The duties and functions of the various bureaus may be summarised as follows. The Bureau of Navigation attends to all matters concerning the personnel of the Navy, such as enlistment, appointments, promotions, welfare, and conditions of service, and is responsible also for the hydrographical work of the Navy. The Bureau of Construction and Repair, presided over by the Chief Constructor, deals with all questions touching the design, construction, repair, and upkeep of naval vessels. The Bureau of Ordnance designs, places contracts for, or itself manufactures naval guns, projectiles, armour, torpedoes, powder, and all ordnance accessories. It administers the torpedo stations, naval proving grounds, and ammunition depots on shore. The Bureau of Steam Engineering designs, builds, installs, and repairs the propelling and auxiliary machinery, the interior communications, and the wireless equipment of warships and other vessels belonging to the Navy. It has recently been charged with similar duties in connection with naval aviation, and is now in control of the new laboratory for engineering and metallurgical experiments. The Bureau of Yards and Docks has duties that embrace all matters bearing upon the planning and construction of naval works, such as docks, marine railways, building slips, harbour works, quays, etc. In general, the work of this bureau is performed by officers of the corps of Civil Engineers, United States Navy. The Bureau of Supplies and Accounts is responsible for the purchase, storage, care, and distribution of all naval supplies other than ordnance material, but including provisions, clothing, and miscellaneous stores under the Naval Supply Fund, which is administered by the Paymaster General of the Navy. This official attends to the purchase of coal, oil, fuel, and lubricants for the entire service and has charge of the Navy's payroll. Subordinate to him are 1. The Office of the Judge Advocate General, 2. The Office of the Solicitor, and 3. The Major General Commandant of the Marine Corps, whose respective functions are sufficiently indicated by the titles. The Bureau of Medicine and Surgery is responsible for the upkeep and operation of naval hospitals, and generally for the hygienic and sanitary requirements of the service. It is consulted in regard to such features in the design of new hospital ships as relate to the care of sick and wounded. The above system of administration has been in force for many years, and is considered to have demonstrated its efficiency in all circumstances. It has stood the test of 2 wars without exhibiting any serious defect. Most of the American officers who visited England during the war and made a careful study of British Admiralty organisation returned home convinced that their own system was in no way inferior for the purposes either of peace or war, having regard to the peculiar conditions which obtain in the United States. There are 28 dockyards and naval ports used by the United States Navy, 19 of which are situated on the Atlantic Ocean, the Gulf, or the Caribbean Sea, the remaining 9 on the west coast or in the Pacific. The principal naval yards are those at Portsmouth in New Hampshire, Boston, New York, Philadelphia, Norfolk in Virginia, Charleston in South Carolina, Mare Island in California, Puget Sound in Washington, Pearl Harbor in Hawaii, and Cavite in the Philippine Islands. Yards of secondary importance exist at Pensacola and Key West in Florida, New Orleans, and Olongapo in the Philippines. There is also a Navy yard at Washington in the District of Columbia, which is principally engaged in the manufacture of ordnance. In accordance with the scheme of making the Navy less dependent upon private interests for the building of its ships, 6 of the yards have been modernised, and so equipped that they will in the near future be able to undertake the construction of dreadnoughts, while several other yards are, or shortly will be, in a position to build vessels up to the light cruiser category. The Navy Department already manufactures most of its own guns, and hopes when the state factories are in full working order to produce practically all its own armour plate and projectiles. Whether this policy of discouraging the private armament industry will prove entirely advantageous to the national interest is seriously questioned in America, where it is recognised that, but for the assistance given by the plants owned by private firms, the Navy during the late war would have been quite unable to cope with the immense demand for materials of every description. The idea of a self-contained and self-providing Navy appears to have been a pet scheme of Mr. Daniels, which may not appeal so strongly to his successor in office. While on this subject it will be opportune to correct certain fallacies which prevail abroad in regard to the supposed exorbitant price which America has to pay for her measure of sea power. In actual fact, the principal items of expense in the United States Navy are no heavier than in England, and in some important respects they are considerably lighter. America for some years now has been building her battleships as cheaply as England has. Indeed, the official statistics indicate that she builds them at a lower cost. A few examples may be given. The battleship Utah of 21,825 tons, launched in 1909, cost £1,701,400 sterling, as compared with £1,730,000 sterling for HMS Colossus of 20,000 tons, launched in the following year. The battleship Texas, 27,000 tons, launched in 1912, cost complete £2,194,000, while the total cost of HMS King George V, of 23,000 tons, launched in 1911, was £1,965,000 sterling. The battleship Pennsylvania, 31,400 tons, launched in 1915, cost £2,678,000, as against £2,500,000 for HMS Queen Elizabeth, 27,500 tons, put afloat in 1913. For still later ships, the comparative figures are Battleship New Mexico, 32,000 tons, launched 1917, total cost £2,541,000 sterling. HMS Royal Sovereign, 25,750 tons, launched 1915, total cost £2,680,000 sterling. Ton for ton, therefore, the American battleship is built more cheaply than the British. The truth is that the expenditure on naval contracts in recent years has been very rigidly controlled by the Navy Department, with the result that prices for material, which used to be abnormally inflated by methods well known to the profiteer, have been substantially reduced without detriment to efficiency. The average yearly cost of maintaining American warships in full commission, including pay of officers and men, repairs to hull, machinery, etc., is as follows. Dreadnought Battleship, £323,300 sterling. Pre-Dreadnought Battleship, £206,300 sterling. Armoured Cruiser, £206,110 sterling. First Class Cruiser, £177,320 sterling. Second Class Cruiser, £154,400 sterling. Third Class Cruiser, £86,520 sterling. Destroyer, £43,400 sterling. Submarine, £14,840 sterling. The corresponding figures for the British Navy are not available, but according to statements in Parliament, the annual cost of keeping the battlecruiser Hood, a ship of exceptional size and speed, in full commission is estimated to be £539,000 sterling. It should, however, be mentioned that the figures relating to the maintenance of American ships are for the year 1918, since when the cost of nearly everything required by the Navy has considerably increased. Finally, according to the official statistics issued at Washington, the American Navy, even before the war, obtained its armour at a lower figure than Great Britain had to pay, the respective prices per ton in 1914 being United States side armour £85 sterling, turret armour £99 sterling, Great Britain side armour £100 sterling, turret armour £138 sterling. In the new battleships Colorado and Washington, not yet completed, the heaviest armour is to cost £157 sterling, and the lightest armour £79 sterling per ton. The average price of 5 different types of armour fitted to these ships, working out at £102 sterling per ton. But enough has been said to prove that the United States obtains good value for the money it spends on naval defence, and even pays less for certain important items than the prevailing price in Great Britain. As we have seen, the great majority of the American naval dockyards and stations are situated on the eastern or Atlantic littoral. On the Pacific side there is a serious dearth of such establishments. Here the premier yard is that at Mare Island in Vallejo Bay, but in view of the limited depth of water which makes the port inaccessible to deep-draught ships, unless the dredges are kept continually at work, Mare Island will probably decline in importance. On the other hand, the Bremerton Navy Yard on Puget Sound has been recommended for development into a large, well-found base at a cost of nearly £9 million sterling. It is proposed to create a first-class fleet base in San Francisco Bay, and destroyer, submarine, and aircraft stations at other points along the Pacific seaboard, viz. At San Diego and San Pedro in California, at Tongue Point on the Columbia River, Oregon, and at Eddy's Hook, state of Washington. The whole question of providing base and dock accommodation for a large fleet in the Pacific was investigated in 1919 by a special board of inspection. They found that Bremerton was the only deep-water naval dockyard on the Pacific coast which could be made available within the next 2 or 3 years, and as a great fleet is already stationed in those waters, they advised the immediate commencement of development work at this yard. Until the improvements at Bremerton are completed, and Congress has not yet appropriated funds for the purpose, the new Pacific Fleet as a whole cannot be kept in good condition and repair on its own station. A serious matter even in peace, the lack of dock and naval magazines on the western coast might prove disastrous in war. This reluctance to vote money for the less spectacular requisites of naval defence is not peculiar to the United States. As Lord Jellicoe has shrewdly observed, docks and harbour works do not make the same appeal to the imagination as dreadnoughts, and their timely provision is in consequence too often neglected. The situation that existed at Scapa Flow in the early months of the war, when the Grand Fleet found its chief war base totally lacking in dockyard resources, has been repeated to some extent in the case of the new American Pacific Fleet, though fortunately for the latter, it did not have to plunge straight away into war. Whether it was wise to send a great fleet to the Pacific before adequate bases had been prepared for is a point on which opinions differ, but it was not done until the arguments for and against such a move had been carefully weighed. It was hoped by the government that the arrival of a powerful fleet would calm fears of the Pacific coast communities, and that the consciousness of immunity from attack would gradually incline them to assume a less provocative attitude toward Japan. It was anticipated also that the actual presence of the fleet would rouse Congress to the necessity of providing, without further delay, for the proper maintenance of the ships. But however generous and energetic Congress may eventually show itself to be in this matter, years may elapse ere the Pacific Fleet has at its disposal a sufficient number of bases on the continental mainland. The question of naval stations in the distant regions of the Pacific is, however, far more serious. In the whole of the American insular possessions there is but one dock capable of taking a dreadnought, namely, at Pearl Harbor, Hawaii. Built of granite and concrete and completed in August 1919, this dock has a length of 1,000 feet and a width at coping of 138 feet. There are small docks in the Philippines at Cavite, Olongapo and Pollock, but none of any use to modern capital ships. The strategical importance of Hawaii is self-evident. It is undoubtedly the key position of the entire eastern Pacific area, and Pearl Harbor, Honolulu, is the only site in the Hawaiian Islands which is suitable for expansion into a first-class naval base. The Board of Inspection that visited Pearl Harbor in 1919 reported its dock, repair and magazine accommodation to be entirely insufficient for the needs of the Pacific Fleet in time of peace.
And, of course, totally inadequate to take care of the whole fleet in any movement, offensive or defensive, across the Pacific.
In submitting an extensive scheme for enlarging and improving this base, they strongly advocated the completion of the work in a period of 5 years or less. The board's proposals include the construction of 2 concrete piers, 1,800 and 1,000 feet long respectively, the erection of large foundries, machine and boiler shops, magazines, oil fuel depots, and harbour railways, the excavation of a new dry dock similar to the existing one, but with increased depth of water, the creation of complete submarine and aviation bases, and the dredging of a sufficient area to the north and west of Ford Island to provide anchorage for a squadron of 8 dreadnoughts. The board further advised that the government and the local authorities should be encouraged and assisted to develop the commercial harbour of Honolulu in order that it might be available for the use of naval vessels in time of war. It was realised that the expense involved by all these suggested improvements would be formidable, but as the board pointed out, the total cost need not exceed that of a single modern battleship, and in their opinion it would add more to the efficiency of the fleet than would the building of a whole division of such ships. But the conversion of Pearl Harbor into a great naval base, although of inestimable value as regards the control of the northeastern Pacific, would not guarantee the safety of American possessions in the Western Pacific. From San Francisco to Pearl Harbor is a distance of only 2,100 miles, but from Pearl Harbor to the Philippines, the distance is 4,770 miles. A fleet operating from Hawaii could not therefore extend any real measure of protection to the Philippines, were the latter to be menaced by Japan, whose naval ports are within 1,400 miles of Manila. The dockyard at Cavite, Manila Bay, the principal naval station in the Philippines, is today in much the same condition in which it was left more than 20 years ago by the Spaniards, who utilised it merely for the repair of small vessels. It is quite incapable of supplying the bare needs of a modern battleship, let alone a whole fleet of these vessels. Olongapo, another Philippine base, has a 500-foot floating dock, large enough to take a pre-dreadnought battleship, but the facilities for repair are very limited. Moreover, as will appear later, there are powerful objections from the strategical point of view to founding a great naval station anywhere in the Philippines. The natural point d'appui for a fleet charged with the protection of these islands is Guam, the southernmost and largest of the Marianne or Ladrone archipelago, which lies 1,500 miles to the westward of Manila. It is not the fault of American strategists that this vitally important base, which has been in American possession since 1899, still remains unfortified and without any resources for supplying the wants of a fleet. Among the other Pacific stations used by the United States Navy are Midway Island, lying about 700 miles northwest of Hawaii, Wake Island, situated in the mid-Pacific some 2,000 miles west of Hawaii, Tutuila, or Samoa, and the Alaskan port of Sitka. Small reserves of coal and oil are kept at most of these ports, but there are no docks or repairing facilities of any description. During the late war in the North Sea, the British Navy had at its disposal on the east coast of Great Britain a large number of docks owned by private firms. This is an advantage of which the American Pacific Fleet is deprived. Along the entire Pacific seaboard, there is only one private dock large enough to accommodate a modern battleship, this being owned by the Union Iron Works of San Francisco. Thus, including those at Mare Island, Bremerton, and Pearl Harbor, the number of docks available for the dreadnoughts of the Pacific Fleet is limited to 4. Even were the fleet to remain at its present strength of 8 dreadnoughts, this provision would be scarcely sufficient. But it is well known that the government intends, as new vessels pass into service, to augment the Pacific Fleet by many more units of great power. It has been announced on good authority that 4 out of the 6 new battlecruisers will be sent to the western coast as soon as they are completed, leaving only 2 available for service with the Atlantic Fleet. Similarly, the first group of 16-inch gun battleships will join the Pacific Fleet upon completion. It is hoped that by the year 1924 this fleet will consist of 12 battleships and 4 battlecruisers, all of the latest and most powerful design. But unless steps are speedily taken to increase the dockyard and base facilities on the western coast, the actual strength of the Pacific Fleet at any given moment is likely to be well below this total, owing to the absence of ships undergoing at Atlantic ports the repairs and refits that could not be carried out on their own station. The naval ports on the Atlantic coast are in a better position to deal with such work, though even here the accommodation for ships of the latest types is strictly limited. The Navy Yard at Norfolk, Virginia possesses one dock able to take ships up to 1,000 feet in length, and a second one large enough to receive the smaller class of dreadnoughts. At the New York Yard there are 2 docks for dreadnought battleships, neither of which, however, is large enough to contain a battle cruiser. The Boston Yard has 1 dock for dreadnought battleships, and at Philadelphia there are 2 docks, the second being available for battlecruisers. The Portsmouth, New Hampshire Yard has 1 dreadnought battleship dock. On the whole, the provision of dockyard facilities has not kept pace with the expansion of the United States fleet, which in this respect is not nearly so well off as the British Navy. In the event of a great naval action resulting in damage to numerous large ships, there would inevitably be serious delay in reconditioning the fleet, for vessels requiring to be docked would have to wait their turn. From the strictly practical point of view, the United States, by dispersing several millions on dockyard improvements, would be increasing the war efficiency of the Navy to a far greater degree than if the same amount of money were spent on new ships. End of Section 5. Section 6 of Sea Power in the Pacific by Hector Charles Bywater. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Alister. Chapter 4A, The United States Navy, Men and Material, Part 1. The personnel of the United States Navy underwent a very great expansion during the late war. On the 1st of April 1917, the establishment numbered 4,376 officers and 62,667 men. By the 1st of November 1918, it had increased to 10,400 officers and 220,000 men. Within the same period, the Naval Reserve Forces, which were practically non-existent in April 1917, had reached the imposing total of 20,000 officers and 285,000 men. No sooner had the armistice been signed than demobilisation set in at an extraordinary pace. 12 months later, the reserves had disappeared, and the regular establishment had been reduced to 160,000 officers and men, a total insufficient to provide complements for all the ships remaining in commission. At this date, the authorities endeavoured to check the rapid wastage of manpower by launching a vigorous recruiting campaign. Apparently, it did not meet with great success, for in March 1920 it was admitted by the Secretary that the establishment was down to 103,000 men. A few months before this, he had informed the Naval Committee of Congress that the fleet would be seriously crippled if its personnel were reduced to 150,000. The gravity of the crisis which had thus arisen in regard to the supply of men was revealed by Rear Admiral Washington, Chief of the Bureau of Navigation, in his evidence before the committee in April 1920. The deficiency, he said, amounted to 3,765 officers and 68,000 men. The recruiting staff had been enlarged to a figure never previously attained, but in spite of this, the retirements, monthly discharges, and desertions far exceeded the number of new recruits enlisted. For the battle fleet alone, a total of 1,500 regular officers was required, whereas the actual number at that date was only 900. The situation would become more acute when the 18 new capital ships, due to be completed in 1923 to 1924, were ready for service, as these would require a further 1,500 officers. For the older battleships in service, 1,500 officers were needed, but only 440 were then available. Conditions, however, were much worse in the cruiser squadrons, where the shortage of officers reached 80%. 875 officers were distributed among the destroyer flotillas instead of the required quota of 1,800, and the 88 submarines in service had only 270 officers instead of the authorised total of 1,500. Equally startling evidence was tendered by other witnesses before the committee. Rear Admiral Kuntz stated that the only vessels which had their proper complements on board were those serving in European waters or in China, and a few gunboats in Mexican waters. The Pacific Fleet was terribly short-handed, while the ships of the Atlantic Fleet that left for Cuba to carry out tactical exercises had to sail with less than 80% of their complements on board, and owing to the shortage of stokers, the speed of the fleet was limited to 10 knots. At that very moment, Admiral Kuntz declared, 2 ships which had been assigned to the Pacific Fleet were held up in Atlantic ports because no crews were available for them. Admiral Plunkett, another witness, declared that the shortage of ranks and ratings had made the fleet but a wreck of what it formerly was. Finally, Rear Admiral Washington, on being recalled, stated that Congress would have to increase the pay of both officers and men very substantially if the Navy was to be saved from disaster. Desertions, he added, had increased to an alarming extent. During the latter half of 1919, the cases of desertion totalled 4,666, while there had been upwards of 1,663 cases in the first 2 months of 1920. Upwards of 1,000 officers had resigned since the armistice, and
if these conditions continue, by 1921, not only will the Navy be undermanned, but 90% of those on the list of officers will be inexperienced boys.
Congress was sufficiently impressed by these grave statements to sanction the payment of a bonus to officers and men, but the question of increasing the rates of naval pay was deferred. More recently, there appears to have been a marked improvement in naval recruiting, but at the beginning of 1921, the personnel was still 20,000 or 30,000 below the authorised total, and the fleets in both the Atlantic and Pacific were correspondingly short-handed. The reason for this state of affairs is not far to seek. The American rates of naval pay, generous as they are, according to European ideas, are much below the standard of wages ruling ashore, and many young Americans with an inclination towards the sea are deterred from joining the Navy by the fear that their prospects in afterlife would be prejudiced thereby. To overcome this obstacle, the Navy Department, for several years past, has been holding out special inducements of an educational nature. Besides the ordinary and specialised training in naval routine, the young seamen undergo a very sound course of general education, which, together with the professional and technical knowledge they acquire in the ordinary run of their work, enables them on leaving the service to adapt themselves without difficulty to a new career. It was in this direction that Mr. Daniels' administration proved most successful. That he raised the level of education among the lower deck personnel to a very remarkable height is not disputed even by his bitterest critics. He would indeed have gone much further in his zeal for personnel reform, but for the growing opposition that made itself manifest towards the end of his term in office. It was his professed aim to break down the barriers that separated the commissioned officer from the seaman by instituting a scheme of common entry under which every prospective officer would have to serve at least a year on the lower deck. In his own words,
"No officer can command so well as the man of ability and knowledge, who knows every nook and corner of the service, from polishing brass on board ship to the highest strategy and tactics."
But Mr. Daniels did not succeed in carrying out this idea. Some years previously, he had also been forced to abandon the novel plan of abolishing the wardroom and providing a common mess for ranks and ratings, a project that encountered fierce opposition from both sides, and particularly from the men, who considered that their liberty would be interfered with if their officers were continually present among them. The American naval officer of today is zealous, hard-working, and scientific to his fingertips. The curriculum at the Annapolis Naval Academy is extraordinarily comprehensive and severe, rivaling in this respect the course at the German naval colleges before the war. Appointments to the Academy are largely in the hands of Congress, each senator or representative being privileged to name 3 candidates, while others are nominated by the President, usually from among the sons of officers of the Army and Navy. The law hitherto has authorised the appointment each year of 15 enlisted men to graduate for commissions. The course at Annapolis is 4 years, examinations being held at the conclusion of each academic term. During the summer, midshipmen of the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd classes go to sea for about 3 months. On graduating from the Academy, they are commissioned as ensigns, a rank equivalent, so far as executive authority is concerned, to that of midshipmen in the British Navy, though nominally equal to that of a sub-lieutenant. The pay of a midshipman is £120 sterling a year, commencing at the date of his admission, and is sufficient to meet all of his expenses while at the Naval Academy. He must, however, deposit on entry a sum of £58 sterling to be spent on textbooks and clothing, which becomes his own property. The slowness of promotion has always been a sore point with American naval officers. Up to 1916 it was governed entirely by seniority, but in that year legislation was passed empowering the Navy Department to promote officers who showed conspicuous ability, regardless of the place they occupied on their respective lists. It was hoped that this innovation would tend to reduce the average age of officers in the higher ranks, which is considerably above that of officers of corresponding rank in the British and Japanese navies. A naval war college has existed at Newport, Rhode Island since 1884. The late Admiral Alfred T. Mahan was associated with this college from the first, joining its staff at the close of that year, and it was there that he wrote many of his famous works on sea power. The present head of the college is Admiral William S. Sims, who commanded the American naval forces in Europe during the war, and is one of the best known and most highly esteemed officers in the service. The idea that foreigners constitute a large proportion of American lower-deck personnel is a pure delusion. An analysis of the naval roster, corrected to July 1919, shows the foreign element to be negligible. The figures are as follows: native-born 95.61%, naturalised citizens 2.37%, aliens 0.16%, natives of colonial possessions 1.62%. The term of enlistment is 4 years and is restricted, save in exceptional cases, to young men between the ages of 17 and 25. Immediately after being sworn in, the new recruit, rated as an apprentice seaman, is sent to one of the naval training stations and admitted to the detention camp, where he remains under observation at least 3 weeks to make sure that he is not suffering from any contagious disease. Here he is given preliminary instruction, being taught personal cleanliness, how to scrub and wash his clothes, mend his garments, and, in brief, to become independent and self-reliant. At the end of the 3 weeks, he becomes an ordinary member of the training station. There are 4 of these establishments at Newport, Rhode Island, Norfolk, Virginia, the Great Lakes, and San Francisco. The housing accommodation is thoroughly modern, and each station has been laid out with a special view to the health and comfort of the men. Here they go through a course of training which includes gunnery, battalion drill, practice with small arms, signalling, physical drill, elementary seamanship, and handling boats. Both the duration and character of the course depends upon circumstances, for it frequently happens that an urgent demand for men to complete the crew of a ship going into commission makes it necessary to abbreviate the training period. Recruits who possess some knowledge of a trade receive special instruction in the Navy schools for electrical engineering, wireless telegraphy, artificer work, etc. Contrary to a belief that is widely held abroad, discipline in the United States Navy is strict, and in no navy is disrespectful or mutinous conduct more promptly punished. There is, however, less formality in the intercourse between officers and men than is customary in other services. Great care and forethought are devoted to the welfare of the American bluejacket. Judged by European standards, the pay is liberal. The men's quarters in all but the oldest ships are quite exceptionally commodious, well ventilated and heated, and the rations are unique both as to quality and quantity. In order to relieve the congestion at the shore establishments due to the sudden expansion of personnel during the war, the Atlantic Fleet became for the time being a huge training school. New recruits were sent at once on board the ships to take the place of experienced men who had been detailed for duty in the war zone. As fast as the newcomers could be passed through a brief course of intensive training, they were transferred to armed merchantmen, new warships or transports, their places being taken by other raw recruits. During this period, all the American ships in European waters, and particularly the destroyers, were necessarily used for the purpose of training inexperienced officers and men while carrying on actual operations against the enemy. It was realised by the authorities that in order to ensure the highest efficiency of the service as a whole, the widest possible distribution of skilled personnel was necessary. For example, all the destroyers serving in European waters were fitted to carry extra officers and ratings, and some of these craft were uncomfortably overcrowded. Nucleus crews formed of officers, petty officers, and principal skilled ratings were detached from each destroyer after a certain term of war service and sent back to the United States to commission boats freshly delivered from the builders' yards. Notwithstanding these unconventional methods, the American flotillas in Europe were maintained in an admirable state of efficiency. The strength of the United States Navy in January 1921, including all completed ships on the official register, is shown in the following table. Table ends at about 16 minutes and 20 seconds. Dreadnought battleships, 19. Pre-dreadnought battleships, 18. Armoured cruisers, 8. Monitors, 6. Cruisers, first class, 4. Cruisers, second class, 4. Cruisers, third class, 14. Destroyers, 300. Submarines, 115. Gunboats, 32. Patrol vessels, Eagle boats, 60. Submarine chasers, 50, about. Tugs and minesweepers, 100. Fuel ships, 35. Special auxiliaries, 51. Vessels under construction, all of which are due to be completed before the end of 1923, are as follows. Dreadnought battleships, 10. Battlecruisers, 6. Scout cruisers, 10. Destroyers, 17. Submarines, 39. End of table. In 3 years' time, therefore, the Navy will include 35 capital ships of the dreadnought type. American naval construction has always been marked by originality of design. To the United States belongs the distinction of having built the first warship to be propelled by steam. This was the floating battery Demologos, designed by Robert Fulton in 1813. The necessary funds having been voted by Congress, the work on the vessel was begun in the year following. She was intended to protect New York from attack by the British fleet, but as the war came to an end before she was finished, the powers of this remarkable vessel were never put to the test. The structure consisted of 2 separate hulls, which were held together by the decks and girders, the intervening space of 15 feet being occupied by a paddle wheel. On one side was a single-cylinder steam engine, on the other a copper boiler. The armament of 20 32-pounder guns was mounted on the main deck, the sides of which were some 5 feet in thickness, and therefore impenetrable to ordinary round shot. These guns were to fire red-hot shot, provision being made for heating the projectiles in the boiler furnace. Demologos was not completed till 1815, when she carried out some very successful trials, attaining a speed of 5 knots. It was found that the machinery was in no way affected by the concussion of gunfire. 25 years later, when steam-driven warships had ceased to be a novelty, further notable advance in the development of naval architecture was made by 2 American engineers, the brothers Stevens, who submitted to their government the designs for a large ironclad ship. This was in 1841, but delays arose in connection with appropriating money, and the ship was not actually laid down till 1854. The Stevens Battery, as this remarkable vessel was named, never reached completion, but the design is of particular interest because it incorporated several features that were widely adopted in later years. Built of iron, the vessel displaced 6,000 tons and had engines of 8,600 horsepower, driving twin screws, a speed of 17 knots being anticipated. The boilers and engines were completely protected by a sloping iron deck, set at such an angle that the heaviest shot would have glanced off without penetrating. Above this deck was the battery, armed with 5 15-inch smoothbore and 2 10-inch rifled guns, constituting the heaviest ordnance then in existence. All these weapons were on revolving carriages, which gave them a wide arc of fire. Work on the ship was continued into the 70s, but by then the design was considered to have become obsolete, and the unfinished hull was sold. Meanwhile, however, the Civil War had been fought, in the course of which there had appeared a type of ship, quite unique in design, which was destined to exert a profound influence on future naval construction. This was the famous Monitor, planned and built by John Ericsson, a Swedish engineer who had made his home in the United States. Formidable as the Monitor type unquestionably was for purposes of coast defence, its qualities were overrated in America, where, for nearly 30 years, no other type of armoured ship was built. The transatlantic voyage of the Miantonomo, a large double-turreted Monitor, in 1866 encouraged the erroneous idea that such vessels could perform all the functions of seagoing men of war, and yet make short work of the larger and more expensive ironclad frigates and battleships that foreign nations considered to be indispensable. This misconception persisted for a generation, and was probably no less responsible than the parsimony of Congress for the delay in renovating the American Navy. Some account has been given in the previous chapter of the earliest vessels of the new Navy. From 1896 onward, American naval shipbuilding followed conventional lines, diverging only in respect of the unusual concentration of gunpowder in ships of moderate dimensions. To this feature the utmost importance has always been attached by American naval opinion, which has never forgotten the lessons of the War of 1812, when the heavily armed frigates of the young Republic emerged victorious from a series of duels, chiefly by virtue of their superior hitting power. The result is that a comparison between American and foreign battleships at any period within the past 25 years invariably shows the former to possess the heaviest armament in proportion to displacement. Since it is unlikely that the pre-dreadnought battleships remaining on the American naval list would be employed for major operations in the event of war, a very brief description of these vessels will suffice. The three oldest are the Indiana, Massachusetts, and Oregon. All three were laid down in 1891 and commissioned in 1895 through 1896. They can still steam at 15.5 to 16 knots, and the original heavy armament of 4 13-inch and 8 8-inch guns of obsolete model remains on board. To the same generic type belongs the Iowa, which was begun in 1893. Her present speed is about 16 knots, and she is armed with 4 12-inch and 8 8-inch guns. These 4 ships will be used as targets or sold out of the service at an early date. Nor are they likely to be long survived by the Kearsarge and Kentucky, 2 vessels of common design, launched in 1898, and of historical interest as the first ships of any navy to have superimposed turrets. Their heavy armament is identical with that of the Indiana, and their present speed is not above 15 knots. In the Alabama, Illinois, and Wisconsin, of 11,550 tons, which went afloat also in 1898, the mixed battery of heavy guns was given up, and the main armament limited to 4 13-inch, in conjunction with a numerous array of 16-inch and small quick-firing guns. These vessels, which can steam at 16 knots, carry very thick armour on the waterline and turrets, another distinctive feature of American battleships, old and new. Next in chronological order came the Ohio, Maine, and Missouri, laid down in 1900. In these vessels the displacement rose to 12,500 tons, and the speed to 18 knots, while the main armament was modified to 4 12-inch guns, which were, nevertheless, considerably more powerful than the 13-inch weapons of preceding ships. Originally they mounted a secondary armament of 16 6-inch quick-firers, but half of this number were removed during the war to arm merchant ships. 5 ships, Virginia, New Jersey, Georgia, Nebraska, Rhode Island, of a larger class, were launched in 1904. The speed was increased to 19 knots, and on the relatively modest displacement of 14,950 tons, they carried the imposing armament of 4 12-inch, 8 8-inch, and 12 6-inch guns, with many others of minor calibre. By superimposing two of the four 8-inch turrets, a very powerful concentration of fire was obtained in every direction. A broadside consisting of 4 12-inch, 6 8-inch, and 6 6-inch guns. But mounting the heavy guns at a great height above the waterline was not conducive to stability. The ships rolled excessively in rough weather, and their design was not perpetuated. Pre-dreadnought development in America culminated in the 6 ships Connecticut, Louisiana, Minnesota, Vermont, Kansas, and New Hampshire, launched in 1905 through 1906, displacing 16,000 tons with a speed of 18 knots. Mounting no less than 4 12-inch, 8 8-inch, and 12 7-inch guns, they were extremely formidable ships on paper, but the juxtaposition of 8-inch and 7-inch calibers rendered effective fire control impossible. At the present time, 8 of the pre-dreadnought battleships described above are in full commission: the Connecticut, Kansas, Louisiana, Minnesota, and New Hampshire serving in the Atlantic Fleet. They will, however, be withdrawn and placed in reserve as soon as new ships of the dreadnought type are available to replace them. It is the policy of the Navy Department to keep old vessels on the list, so long as they retain the least degree of fighting value, in order to have a reserve of ships at hand for subsidiary operations in case of emergency. For this reason, no ship is scrapped until it has become absolutely worthless. The value of a numerous pre-dreadnought reserve, made up of ships unfit to join the battle fleet, but yet possessing a moderately powerful armament and a fair speed, was amply demonstrated in the late war, during which the old battleships of the Allied navies performed yeoman service in coastal bombardment, convoy, and trooping work. In 1920, a proposal was made to reconstruct 10 or 12 of the best American pre-dreadnoughts by taking out some of the guns, fitting the hulls with anti-torpedo bulges, and enlarging the living quarters, with a view to making the ships available as armed transports. The cost was estimated at £250,000 per ship, but apparently the scheme has not materialised. The first dreadnought battleships to be built in the United States were the South Carolina and the Michigan. Although they were not laid down before 1906, their design, it is affirmed, antedated that of HMS Dreadnought, and they are in consequence often referred to as the first all-big-gun ships to have been projected by any navy in the world. Be this as it may, the principle of a uniform armament of heavy guns is of much older origin, dating in fact from 1882, in which year the plans for a ship to mount 4 pairs of 16-inch 80-ton guns was evolved by Lord Fisher, then captain of the Inflexible, and Sir Philip Watts. The scheme would have necessitated a displacement of 16,000 tons, and was considered by the Admiralty inadmissible on this account. Where the first 2 American dreadnoughts may with greater reason claim priority is the disposition of the main armament. Each ship carries 8 12-inch guns in 4 centerline turrets, the inner turret at each end being raised to permit its guns to fire over those in the lower turret. The advantages of this arrangement are self-evident. It enables the entire main armament to be fought on either broadside, and in the case of 4-turret ships, tends to simplify the internal structure of the vessel. Thanks to the axial disposition of their guns, the broadside fire of the South Carolina and her sister were no less powerful than that of contemporary foreign dreadnoughts armed with 10 or 12 12-inch guns, but having 1 or 2 turrets placed on the beam, in which position their fire was limited to one side of the ship. The innovation proved completely successful, and was continued in all later American dreadnoughts. Other navies did not adopt it until several alternative arrangements had been tried, with indifferent success, but eventually the centerline system became universal. Except for this feature, the South Carolina and Michigan have never been considered satisfactory ships. When voting for their construction, Congress imposed a limit of 16,000 tons displacement. This entailed a ruthless paring down of weight and dimensions, with the result that both ships are cramped, uncomfortable, and very unsteady as gun platforms. Their armour protection also is inferior to the average American standard. Their secondary battery of 3-inch guns is inadequate, and their speed of 18.5 knots is too low for modern requirements. They were followed in 1907 through 1909 by 4 ships of a greatly improved type, viz. The Delaware, North Dakota, Utah, and Florida. The first pair displaced 20,000 tons, and the second two 21,825 tons, the speed varying from 20.75 to 21 knots. Their principal armament consists of 10 12-inch guns associated with a lighter battery of 12 to 14 5-inch quick-firers. The North Dakota was the first American battleship to be fitted with turbine machinery. This did not give satisfaction, and was replaced in 1916 by turbines of modern design. The next 2 battleships, Arkansas and Wyoming, launched in 1911, represented an appreciable advance in dimensions and power, the displacement having increased to 26,000 tons, and the main battery to 12 12-inch guns. In these vessels, the armour belt is nearly complete from bow to stern, and there is excellent protection against subsurface explosion. The New York and Texas, begun in 1911, were only 1,000 tons heavier, but their fighting power was enhanced by the introduction of 14-inch guns, 10 of these weapons being mounted in each ship. As the 14-inch projectile weighs 14,000 pounds, compared with the 870-pound shell of the 12-inch gun, the gain in weight of fire was considerable. These 2 ships were fitted with reciprocating engines, owing to the refusal of turbine manufacturers to conform to the Navy Department's specifications. Despite this apparent retrogression in engineering practice, both vessels proved to be most successful steamers, able to make and maintain the contract speed of 21 knots without difficulty. The Oklahoma and Nevada, commenced in 1912, mark a further stage in dreadnought development. As these 2 vessels are typical of the largest and most powerful American battleships which have so far been commissioned, a fairly detailed account of their characteristics will not be out of place. Although but 500 tons heavier than the preceding ships of the Texas class, the Oklahoma and her sister are considered to possess much greater fighting power. The length overall is 583 feet, the beam 95 feet and 2 inches, draft 28 feet 6 inches, and the displacement is 27,500 tons. The machinery installations of the 2 ships differ materially, that of the Oklahoma being the reciprocating type, while the Nevada has Curtiss turbines. At the time when the plans were drawn up, the American naval authorities were still dubious as to the all-round superiority of the steam turbine for large vessels, mainly because the 5 earlier battleships fitted with turbines had proved less economical in service than had been anticipated. In order to give the rival systems a final test, it was decided to fit the Nevada with turbines and the Oklahoma with triple expansion engines. On trial, the Oklahoma proved to be rather the faster of the 2, but the fact that all later ships were fitted with turbines seems to indicate that the reciprocating engine failed to hold its own in other respects. There are 12 boilers in each ship, housed in 6 compartments amidships, and occupying less than 80 feet of the length. This compact arrangement made it possible to lead all the uptakes into a single funnel, thus saving much space above and below deck, and permitting a more effective distribution of the armament. The boilers are of the oil-burning type, and 2,000 tons of this fuel can be carried in the double bottom. In number and calibre, the armament is exactly the same as in the Texas class, but in the Nevada, the main battery of 10 14-inch guns is mounted in 2 3-gun and 2 twin turrets, so that there are only 4 turrets in all, with the result that greater concentration and ease of control are obtained. The triple turrets are stationed on the forecastle and the quarterdeck respectively, with the twin turrets firing over them. 12 5-inch quick-firers are mounted in an unarmoured battery, and there are 2 3-inch high-angle guns for use against aircraft. 2 21-inch torpedo tubes are fitted below the waterline, the standard torpedo armament of all American dreadnoughts excepting only the New York and Texas, which have 4 torpedo tubes apiece. Apart from the introduction of triple mountings for the heavy guns, the Nevada opened up a new era in battleship design by reason of her remarkable defensive powers. This feature, indeed, was responsible for the decision to adopt the triple turret, since the tremendous weight of the armour to be carried made it imperative to economise in other directions. In all, no less than 7,664 tons of armour were worked into the vessel. The scheme of protection is based on the data derived from the experimental firing at the old battleship San Marcos. This experiment demonstrated that against modern big guns, none but the thickest armour plating could be relied on to preserve the vitals of a ship, such as the waterline, turrets, etc., from penetration. Armour of medium strength was holed repeatedly, while thin armour proved worse than useless, serving only to burst the shell and often being carried in huge fragments into the interior of the ship. After this practical test, the naval authorities decided to equip the new battleship with very heavy armour on the waterline and other sensitive points, but to dispense altogether with the thin armour in which it had been customary to clothe the topsides and secondary battery. This system, first applied to the Nevada and her sister, has been retained in all the later battleships. It is believed to guarantee almost perfect protection to the waterline, the boilers and machinery, and to the heavy guns, which are the three essential elements of battle power. The belt of the Nevada is 400 feet in length and 17.5 feet in width. At mean draft it extends from 9 feet above to 8.5 feet below the surface. For most of its width the belt is 13.5 inches thick, but a few feet from the bottom it begins to taper to a minimum thickness of 8 inches. Beginning at a point well forward of the first barbette, it continues along the hull at uniform depth and thickness to a distance of 35 feet. Abaft the last barbette, where the belt steps downward from 17.5 feet to 8.5 feet, and at this width is carried on toward the stern. At each end of the belt, solid traverse bulkheads 13.5 inches thick are fitted. The belt armour is fitted in vertical plates instead of 2 horizontal strips, as was formerly the rule, and which meant a continuous horizontal joint very near the waterline. The vertical method removes this source of weakness. Of the 2 protective decks, the lower one, starting from under the edge of the belt, slopes up to a thickness of 2 inches, decreasing to 1.5 inches on the flat. The upper, or battery deck, has a uniform thickness of 3 inches. The main guns are protected by massive armour, the port plates of the lower turrets being no less than 18 inches thick, while those of the upper ones are 16 inches. The walls of the conning tower are built of 16-inch plating. To guard against damage to the boiler uptakes and consequent loss of speed, the base of the funnel is enclosed in 13.5-inch armour, forming an immense pyramid which rises as high as the upper deck. The battery deck, which contains the 5-inch guns, has no side armour, so that beyond the ordinary half-inch skin plating there is nothing between these guns and an enemy's projectiles. It is believed that this absence of armour will allow even high-explosive shell to pass through without bursting. But in any case, after witnessing the San Marcos tests, American experts are convinced that armour less than 10 inches is useless against modern shell fire, and only so much dead weight. End of section 6. Section 7 of Sea Power in the Pacific by Hector Charles Bywater. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Alister. Chapter 4b, The United States Navy, Men and Material, Part 2. In the next 2 ships, Pennsylvania and Arizona, the displacement was raised to 31,400 tons. Thicker armour being fitted, and the number of 14-inch guns increased to 12. Whatever the defects of the triple turret may be, it unquestionably solves the problem of how to concentrate heavy gun power without unduly multiplying weight. A full broadside from the Pennsylvania's 12 14-inch guns represents a discharge of 16,800 pounds, yet, owing to her triple mountings, there is surprisingly little difference between the weight of her armament and that of the Wyoming, which carries 12 12-inch guns in 6 turrets and fires a broadside of 10,440 pounds. Each of the triple turrets in the Pennsylvania, including the 3 guns, weighs about 2,500 tons, of which the total armour represents the largest proportion. This method of mounting was not adopted without some misgiving, especially in view of the adverse reports which had been circulated with regard to the trials of certain European battleships having triple turrets. An experimental mounting was built and very thoroughly tested. At the first trials, the 3 guns were fired simultaneously. On this occasion, the accuracy of the practice left something to be desired, for the airwaves set up by the adjacent projectiles tended to divert them from their true line of flight. To overcome this defect in later trials, the right and left-hand guns were fired simultaneously, and the middle gun a fraction of a second later, so that its projectile, following the others, escaped both the lateral blast of the wing guns and the atmospheric disturbance generated by their projectiles. This firing device is now used in a perfected form in all the triple turrets, and is claimed to have removed the one serious objection against the 3-gun mounting. Certainly, to judge from a performance by the Pennsylvania during her gun trials, the system does not seem to affect the accuracy of long-range practice. Firing at a range of 20,000 yards, this vessel straddled the target with 2 successive 12-gun salvos, scoring in all 8 direct hits. It should be added that both ship and target were stationary at the time. If both were moving rapidly on opposite courses, the delay in firing the middle gun in each turret, however slight, might prejudice the accuracy of the salvo, which would not be absolutely simultaneous. It is improbable, however, that this point has been overlooked, or that nothing has been done to remedy it. All American battleships, back to and including the later pre-dreadnoughts, are fitted with a firing director, which, so far as results are concerned, appears to resemble the invention of Admiral Sir Percy Scott. Unlike the triple mountings in certain foreign navies, the American type reduces the 3 guns to a unit, a common slide containing the 3 pieces, which are thus elevated or depressed as one gun. This simplifies the turret mechanism, and does away with many of the complications which weigh against the 3-gun system elsewhere. The roomy interior of the American triple turret allows great freedom of movement to the occupants, and there is little or no interference between the respective gun crews. The ammunition hoists deliver 1 complete charge and projectile every 40 seconds, though it is stated that this rate could be increased to 2 deliveries per minute. In practice, however, it may be doubted whether the rate of fire from each turret could exceed 3 rounds per minute. 2 separate types of 14-inch gun are mounted in the American fleet. The earlier model, mounted in the New York, Texas, and all later ships down to and including the Pennsylvania and Arizona, is 45 calibers in length, weighs 63 tons, and fires a 1,400-pound shell with a muzzle velocity of 2,600 feet per second, which is capable of piercing a 16-inch armour plate at 10,000 yards. The later type, as mounted in the New Mexico, Idaho, Mississippi, California, and Tennessee, is 50 calibers in length, weighs 81 tons, and fires its 1,400-pound projectile with a much higher velocity, the penetration being proportionately greater. Except for their more powerful guns and a very slight increase in dimensions, the above-mentioned 5 ships, launched in 1917 through 1919, are practically identical in design with the Pennsylvania. Where they mainly differ is in the propelling machinery, for the New Mexico, California, and Tennessee are fitted with turbines and electric reduction gear, a system which does away with the necessity for stern turbines and simplifies the speed control of the ship. That it has proved successful is evident from the fact that it has been adopted for all the latest capital ships now under construction. It may be interesting to add that the Pennsylvania's broadside of 16,800 pounds is considerably heavier than that of any foreign battleship completed before the war, though the Japanese Husso, which was commissioned in 1915, carries the same main armament and thus discharges an equal weight of metal. The Husso, however, lacks the extremely stout protection of the American ship, and the distribution of her 12 heavy guns in 6 turrets is not likely to facilitate control. In many respects, the Pennsylvania design, with its weight and volume of fire and massive protection to vital parts, seems admirably adapted to the tactical requirements of the future. the only point open to criticism being the absence of armour over so large an area of the hull. We come now to the very latest battleships, those, namely, which were authorised by the Navy Act of 1916, but delayed in the building by the intervention of war conditions. There are 10 in all, divided into 2 groups. The first comprising the Maryland, Colorado, Washington, and West Virginia. The second group containing the Indiana, Iowa, Massachusetts, Montana, North Carolina, and South Dakota. Only the Maryland has been launched at the date of writing, and it is improbable that the last of the 10 ships will be finished before the end of 1923. The 4 ships of the Maryland class displace 32,600 tons. In dimensions, armour protection, and speed, they differ but little from the Pennsylvania type, but the armament is altered to 8 16-inch guns in 4 turrets. What this change signifies in regard to fighting power is revealed by the following facts. The 14-inch 50 caliber gun is 50 by 14 inch, 700-inch or 58 1/3 foot long. In describing a gun, the diameter of the bore and its length in calibers are invariably given. That is, the number of times the diameter of the bore is contained in the total length. The 16-inch 50 caliber is 800-inch or 66 2/3 foot long, an increase in length of about 15%, which, combined with the larger bore, results in a 50% increase of muzzle energy. The 14-inch gun throws a projectile weighing 1,400 pounds, while that of the 16-inch gun weighs 2,100 pounds, and as the muzzle velocity imparted to the projectiles by both guns is 2,800 feet per second, the 16-inch gun is nearly 50% more powerful than the 14-inch gun. It was originally intended to arm the 4 Marylands with 16-inch 45 caliber guns, but there is some reason to believe that advantage has been taken of the delay in building to substitute the much more powerful 50 caliber weapons. The secondary battery will consist of 14 5-inch quickfirers, and there will be, in addition, 4 anti-aircraft guns. Formidable as these ships are, they will be quite eclipsed by the 6 later ships of the Indiana class, which are in every way the largest and most powerful battleships designed, as yet, by any nation. Their displacement of 43,200 tons is nearly 11,000 tons more than that of the Maryland class, and their speed will be 23 knots, an increase of 2 knots over the fastest American battleship built previously. No official armour details have been published, but the belt is reputed to be 16 inches, and the turret 18 inches thick. The hull will be protected against torpedo and mine explosion by bulges extending from bow to stern, and associated with an intricate system of internal subdivision. The main armament of 12 16-inch 50 caliber guns, disposed in 4 turrets, will hurl at each broadside a total weight of 25,200 pounds, or 11 1/4 tons, of steel and high explosives. This squadron of 6 ships would therefore be able to concentrate on a single target the fire of no less than 72 16-inch guns, discharging an aggregate of 67.5 tons of metal per minute. Figures such as these convey an impressive, though imperfect idea of the fighting power vested in the latest American battleships. What they cost is not yet known, but the bill for each ship can hardly work out less than £8 million sterling. How long their supremacy as the mightiest battleships in the world will go unchallenged remains to be seen. In her 4 ships of the Nagato class, Japan will possess a squadron equal in gunpowder and superior in speed to the US Maryland class, and as the 2 further vessels begun in 1920 to 21 are reported to have a main armament of 12 16-inch guns, there will, apparently, be little to choose between the latest battleships of American and Japanese navies so far as hitting power is concerned. When all its new ships are ready for service, the American fleet will be stronger in battleships than any other navy. But while the battleship remains, in the opinion of the British Admiralty,
the unit on which sea power is built up,
it is not the only element of naval power, and a fleet which consisted of battleships alone would be at grave disadvantage if opposed by a fleet that included fewer battleships but had its proper quota of secondary and ancillary vessels. This truth was recognised in an official report published in Washington 3 years ago, from which the following passage is taken.
It is a notable fact that in every naval event of consequence which has occurred in the North Sea area, the leading parts have been taken by vessels of the battlecruiser and scout types, and it is evident that had either side lacked such vessels, it would have been at a disadvantage. When the battlecruiser type was first brought out, it was argued that it could lie in line with battleships and be used as a battleship upon occasion. Experience of the war, however, seems to indicate that its primary function will be found in independent action, and that if a possible antagonist is possessed of any material number of vessels whose speed enables them to elude the battleships, and which are so powerful that they need not fear torpedo craft, it is necessary to have the battlecruiser to cope with them.
The circumstance that the American Navy does not as yet possess a single battlecruiser or a single modern light cruiser detracts very appreciably from its power and readiness for war. If naval policy were governed solely, or even mainly, by practical considerations of tactics and strategy, the Americans would now be constructing battlecruisers and fast light cruisers to the exclusion of every other type, for it is certain that the want of such ships would most seriously handicap the fleet in any warlike operations. As it is, the deficiency will be remedied to some extent in 1923 or 1924, when 6 battle cruisers and 10 scouts now building are due to be commissioned. But in view of the great dimensions of the battle fleet proper, this provision of fast ships is manifestly inadequate. The Japanese Navy a few years hence will include 13 battleships and 8 battle cruisers. The American Navy at the same date will dispose of 29 battleships and 6 battle cruisers. No one who has studied the history of the late war will be in doubt as to which of these two fleets has been built up with the clearest perception of tactical and strategical needs. Were the American Navy to become involved in war before the 6 battle cruisers are completed, the chances are that it would pay dearly for its past neglect of this type. However, the question thus raised may be more conveniently deferred to a later chapter. From every point of view, the 6 battle cruisers, Lexington, Constitution, Constellation, Ranger, Saratoga, and United States, names commemorating famous frigates of the early American Navy, are the most interesting vessels in the program. Since it was first drafted in 1916, the design has undergone such drastic amendment that the ships, when eventually they are completed, will bear only a faint resemblance to the original plan. The most obvious changes may be seen from the following tabulation. Table ends at about 15 minutes and 20 seconds. Length overall, in the original design, in 1916, 874 feet. In the modified design, in 1919, 874 feet. Breadth extreme, in the original design, 90 feet. In the modified design, 105 feet and 5 inches. Displacement, in the original design, 34,800 tons. In the modified design, 43,500 tons. Speed, in the original design, 35 knots. In the modified design, 33 1/4 knots. Armament in the original design, 10 14-inch 50 caliber guns, 18 5-inch 51 caliber guns, 8 21-inch torpedo tubes, 4 above water. In the modified design, 8 16-inch 50 caliber guns, 16 6-inch 53 caliber guns, 8 21-inch torpedo tubes, 4 above water. End of table. While therefore the original length has been maintained, the breadth has been increased by nearly 15.5 feet due to the fitting of anti-torpedo bulge protection, the displacement by 8,700 tons, and the speed reduced by 1 3/4 knots. The main armament is strengthened by substituting 8 16-inch for the 10 14-inch guns, and the power of the secondary battery has been almost doubled, for the 6-inch gun fires a 105-pound projectile as compared with the 50-pound shell of the 5-inch gun. Equally important changes have been made in the protection of the ships. As originally designed, they were to have 2 tiers of boilers, the upper tier being situated above the waterline, where it would have been dangerously exposed to enemy shot. The armour belt was said to be only 6 inches thick, and could therefore have been penetrated at extreme range by heavy projectiles. Nor was there any external defence against underwater explosion. In the spring of 1919, before work had been started on these ships, Admiral Taylor, Chief of the Bureau of Construction, and a party of officers visited Great Britain, where they were permitted to make a close inspection of the HMS Hood. This huge battlecruiser, then completing on the Clyde, embodied many features which war experience had shown to be desirable. She was a revelation to Admiral Taylor and his American colleagues, who apparently decided that the British ship represented the best model for their own battlecruisers. These were accordingly redesigned, but it is not certain that the massive armour protection of the Hood has been reproduced in the American ships. The latter, it is true, are larger by more than 2,000 tons, but as their machinery and armament are much heavier, it seems scarcely possible that the margin of weight left over has been sufficient to render practicable the fitting of 12-inch armour, such as protects the waterline of the Hood. As mentioned above, the first plans were subjected to adverse criticism in the United States, and this unfavourable comment has not been entirely silenced by the modifications subsequently made. The critics, who include well-known shipbuilders and engineers, point out that in other countries the evolution of the battlecruiser has been comparatively gradual, and that, despite their 15 years' experience with this type, the British authorities have not yet come within several thousand tons of the displacement which the American constructors propose to give their very first battlecruisers. It is argued, therefore, that too much is being attempted for a first essay, and that, in view of the paucity of experience in America with vessels of so large dimensions and high power, the Navy Department's policy is equivalent to a leap in the dark. On the other hand, officials of the Bureau of Construction express confidence that the battlecruisers will fulfill all expectations and give the United States Navy a homogeneous squadron of 6 ships, combining speed and gunpower in the highest degree attained up to the present. The only foreign vessels that compare with them are the 4 new Japanese battlecruisers Amagi, Akagi, Atago, and Takao, which will, it is said, be armed with 8 16-inch guns. Their designed speed is unknown, but it has been credibly reported as 33 knots. Foreign observers have long been puzzled at the failure of American authorities to make provision for an adequate number of fast light cruisers, a type of vessel which elsewhere has been regarded as indispensable. During the 10 years before the war, Great Britain built more than 40 such ships, while Germany laid down 22. In the same period, the United States built only 3. It was in April 1904 that Congress authorised the construction of 3 fast cruisers, afterwards known as the Birmingham, Chester, and Salem, and not until August 1916, or more than 12 years later, was any further appropriation made for vessels of this type. The programmes from 1905 to 1915 included battleships, destroyers, and auxiliaries, but the light cruiser was conspicuously absent. This was not because the naval advisers of the government had failed to appreciate the high importance of scouting vessels, or overlooked the fact that a fleet without eyes would be terribly handicapped in war. Professional opinion was almost unanimous in demanding fast cruisers. The difficulty lay in persuading Congress that the needs of the Navy did not begin and end with battleships and mosquito craft. Regularly, year after year, the tentative program of new construction submitted by the Navy Department included 1 or more scout cruisers, and with equal regularity, this idea was struck out when the proposals came before the House. As a rule, money was forthcoming for heavy armoured ships and torpedo craft, both of which appeared to possess an occult fascination for the politicians, possibly because they typified the 2 extremes of naval material. As a result of this short-sighted policy, the United States fleet finds itself today almost entirely destitute of a class of vessel which the test of war has shown to be indispensable. It is doubtful whether any of the 10 scout cruisers that were authorised in 1916 and are now under construction, will be ready for service before the beginning of 1922. A favourite argument employed in Congress against the building of fast-steaming cruisers was that the function for which these vessels were designed could be performed equally well by destroyers, a heresy which, in pre-war days, was not unknown in certain European countries. On this point, Admiral Knight, United States Navy, speaking from long experience, has made the following observations.
In perfectly smooth water, under very favourable conditions, the destroyer may do very good work as a scout, but that is not its true function. Destroyers are supposed to act in groups, and to hold themselves in readiness. When the scouts have located the enemy and found the main body of his fleet, to make their appearance at night and do their duty then. We have used destroyers in operations at sea ever since we have been carrying out maneuvers for scouting purposes, simply because we had nothing else. When destroyers are used for scouting purposes, they are overworked. They have to run long distances, often at high speed. They cannot send back word because their wireless apparatus is not powerful enough, and if they run into a heavy sea, their speed is cut down. They use up their fuel and they exhaust the crew, and the consequence is that when they gain touch with the enemy, the destroyers are not fit to do anything against him. They should be conserved to the last moment when they are called upon to strike. They should not be occupied in chasing all over the ocean, looking for something, with a view of getting together later and then making a combined torpedo attack. Nothing can be called a scout which has a speed below 25 knots, and a real scout of today should have 30 knots. Judged by Admiral Knight's standard, which is certainly not unreasonable, the American fleet at present has only 3 scouts, viz., the vessels of the Birmingham class. Old, worn out, and feebly armed, they are practically useless for modern operations. In all recent American naval maneuvers, the burden of reconnaissance duty has devolved upon the armoured cruisers, 10 in number. As these ships range from 9,700 to 14,500 tons, they are very expensive to maintain, while their maximum speed of 22 knots is quite inadequate for scouting work. For this service, therefore, the fleet is almost entirely dependent on its destroyers. The 10 new light cruisers are due for delivery in 1921, but at the present rate of progress they are not likely to be completed before 1922. All are building to a common design, of which the following are the principal features. Length, 550 feet. Breadth, 55 feet. Speed, 33 1/4 knots. There will be light armour protection over the boilers, machinery, and magazine spaces, and internal defence against torpedoes. For their tonnage they will not be powerfully armed, the main battery being limited to 12 6-inch 53 caliber guns. These are so disposed that 8 guns can be fought on either broadside, and as 6 guns are grouped close together at the bow, and the remaining 6 similarly concentrated at the stern, a few lucky hits might put the entire armament out of action. The speed of 33 1/4 knots is very high for this class of ship, and will, if achieved in service, make these 10 cruisers the fastest of their type afloat. Each is to have special apparatus for carrying and launching aeroplanes. The cost per ship has been fixed at £1,500,000 sterling, which is approximately the same as that of HMS Hawkins, a cruiser nearly 3,000 tons larger, with a speed of 31 knots, and an exceptionally powerful armament. It is possible that the American ships will be surpassed in fighting value by the 4 new cruisers, Nagara, Isuzu, Natori, and Yura, which Japan commenced in 1920. The latter are reported to be 7,000-ton and 34-knot ships, mounting powerful armament and possessing a fuel capacity that will give them a steaming radius of 14,000 miles. Japan, at any rate, will have 14 fast light cruisers available in 1923, against an American total of 10, and moreover has recently adopted a new program
which includes 12 additional ships of this type. Unless, therefore, the United States lays down many more light cruisers without delay, her relative inferiority in fast scouts will remain. Owing to the large number of boats built under the emergency war programs of 1917 and 1918, the American Navy is well provided with destroyers. Of the total of 316 boats, the vast majority are of very recent construction and have been built to a standard design. The displacement averages 1,200 tons, the length 310 feet, and the speed 35 knots. They are, therefore, ocean-going vessels, large enough to maintain their speed in any but the heaviest weather, very strongly built, and with a high freeboard. In all but a very few boats, the armament comprises of 4 4-inch guns, 1 3-inch anti-aircraft gun, and 12 torpedo tubes on triple carriages. The total number of American submarines completed and building is officially given at 154, and of this total, 115 boats have been built since 1914. 60 are designated as ocean-going vessels, the remainder being small boats. The latter are chiefly intended for coastal defence, as substitutes for the shore batteries, which are now considered more or less obsolete, and incapable of keeping a hostile fleet at a respectful distance from the great commercial and naval ports. While the Navy Department publishes a great deal of information about every other type of war vessel, it has always observed strict reticence in regard to its submarines. Such details as tonnage, structural dimensions, speed and armament being kept a close secret. Footnote: since the above was written, official data of completed submarines have been published in Washington. Footnote ends. This notwithstanding, the information in question is freely canvassed in the American press, from which, and other sources, a general idea of the main features of the submarine flotilla may be gleaned. Whatever may be the case at present, the American submarine service in 1917 was not up to the highest standard of efficiency. Misfortune seems, indeed, to have dogged this branch from its inception. Serious disasters have been rare, but a long succession of minor accidents and breakdowns appear to have undermined American confidence in the practical value of the submersible boat. In his testimony before the Senate Committee in 1920, Rear Admiral Albert Grant stated that before the United States entered the war, he had repeatedly brought the backward condition of the submarine branch to the attention of the Naval Secretary. When in July 1917 he received orders to prepare 12 of his best submarines for service in Europe, he selected 12 boats, but at the same time declared that none of them was ready for the work in view. His verdict on them was confirmed by the officer who took the first 5 submarines to Europe. First one, then another had to be towed by the accompanying ships, and most of them proceeded at a snail's pace on one engine. The boat with the best record travelled only 1,300 miles under her own power, and one submarine had to be taken in tow when only 3 miles out of port. Of the first 12 dispatched to Europe, 5 were without guns, and a number laboured under the disadvantage of fixed periscopes. It is most unlikely that this state of affairs continues to prevail, but in the absence of official data, it is difficult to estimate the number of really efficient American submarines available now or in the near future. Probably not more than 50 boats, if as many, are capable of undertaking operations at any great distance from their base. It is believed that plans have been prepared for a series of large ocean-going submarines from 1,500 to 2,000 tons, closely modelled on the German U-cruiser type, but up to the present no money has been voted for their construction. The grave shortage of officers and principal skilled ratings, which is general throughout the American fleet, is a particularly serious matter for the submarine branch, where efficiency can be attained only by constant practice at sea. As things are, more than half the boats are either laid up or kept in commission with crews too small to take them to sea. That American submarines, when fully manned and after undergoing a period of practical training, are capable of giving an excellent account of themselves was demonstrated by the performance of the small American boats based on Bearhaven during the war. Although these vessels were of limited dimensions, They put in long spells of duty at sea, and proved to be efficient in every way. The absence of well-equipped bases in the distant insular possessions of the United States renders the problem of supplying the wants of a fleet operating in those remote waters one of supreme importance. For this reason, auxiliary craft such as oil tankers, colliers, and repair ships have of late years been embodied in every building program, but the number of these vessels is still far below requirements. Including several not yet completed, there are 15 large fuel ships ranging from 11,000 to nearly 20,000 tons, 7 smaller fuel ships from 6,000 to 9,500 tons, 6 supply and refrigerator ships from 4,300 to 17,000 tons, 6 fleet and target repair ships from 3,300 to 12,500 tons, 3 Navy transports from 8,500 to 10,000 tons, and 4 hospital ships from 5,700 to 10,000 tons. A number of old cruisers have been assigned as tenders to the destroyer and submarine flotillas. 17 further vessels from 1,500 to 13,500 tons are also employed as tenders and depot ships to these flotillas. The American fleet does not as yet possess any specially built aircraft carriers, but the collier Jupiter, renamed Langley, is being converted to this purpose, and 2 old armoured cruisers have been fitted with hangars and launching apparatus. The mine-laying flotilla is represented by 2 old cruisers, 14 converted destroyers, and 2 or 3 former merchantmen. Finally, there is a large miscellaneous collection of gunboats, converted yachts, Coast Guard cruisers, minesweepers, and tugs. From the foregoing summary, it will be seen that the modern United States Navy is exceptionally strong in heavy armoured ships, and exceptionally weak in fast cruising ships. It has a large, but not excessive complement of destroyers, a limited number of ocean-going submarines, and a reserve of auxiliary vessels sufficient to cope with its requirements in home waters, but wholly inadequate to supply the bare needs of a fleet operating at a great distance from its bases. It would appear, therefore, that American naval policy up to the present has been guided mainly by considerations of Atlantic and Caribbean strategy, and that very little attempt has been made to forestall the contingency of war in the Pacific, where the conditions would be fundamentally different. End of section 7. Section 8 of Sea Power in the Pacific by Hector Charles Bywater. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Alister. Chapter 5a, Japanese Sea Power, Its Inception, Growth and Purpose, Part 1. Concerning as it does a race of islanders, hardy, warlike, and adventurous, who must have fought and traded by sea at a very remote period of their national existence, the early history of Japan is strangely barren of important maritime events. Moreover, legend enters so largely into the compilation that it is impossible to determine where fable ends and fact begins. The first Japanese naval campaign, of which a reasonably authentic record has been handed down, was undertaken in 1592, the object being the conquest of Korea. For this purpose, an army of 200,000 men was assembled at Nagoya and eventually transported to Fusan. As the passage of such a vast body of troops across several hundred miles of water must have entailed the use of thousands of ships, it is evident that the Japanese marine at the time was of no inconsiderable dimensions. But the leaders of the expedition had failed to grasp the first lesson of naval strategy, that command of the sea is an essential prerequisite of successful oversea invasion. It is uncertain whether or not the entire army was safely transported to Fusan, but that the Japanese suffered a stunning naval defeat at the hands of the Koreans is acknowledged by all their historians. Another point on which the contemporary accounts are in agreement relates to the use by the Koreans of an ironclad ram, designed by Yi Sun-shin, the admiral of Chola. This singular vessel, which must have been the first armoured warship to be built, was known from its appearance as Kuisan, or tortoise boat. The upper deck was constructed of iron plates curving down to the waterline at the sides, the bow, and the stern. The bow was fashioned in the shape of a dragon's head, from the jaws of which a cannon protruded, while a battery of 12 guns was mounted at the stern. A light flying bridge ran fore and aft, but elsewhere the deck was thickly studded with iron spikes as a protection against boarders. Thanks to her iron deck, the vessel could not be damaged by the feeble cannon then in use, nor could she be set on fire by incendiary missiles. The stem was furnished with a sharp ram, which appears to have been a far deadlier weapon than the guns. This strange sea monster inspired terror among the Japanese, as well it might. Dashing into their midst, it sank ship after ship with blows from its iron ram, and finally scattered the invaders' fleet with the loss of 500 galleys. Some 40 years ago, the hull of this tortoise boat was found embedded in the sands at Koh Sun, and descriptions of it were published in the foreign technical press. The Japanese owed their introduction to European methods of shipbuilding to an English seaman, Will Adams, of Gillingham, Kent, who was also the first Englishman to land in the country. A Dutch vessel of which he was the pilot came to grief on the Kyushu coast in 1600, and Will Adams, after being imprisoned for a short time, entered the service of Ieyasu, head of the Tokugawa clan and founder of the last shogunate, which ruled Japan for upwards of 2.5 centuries. Under Ieyasu's patronage, Adams introduced native craftsmen in the art of shipbuilding on European lines, with such success that in the course of a few years, vessels of 100 tons burden were being launched. But shipbuilding, in common with other national industries, soon began to languish under the reactionary policy adopted by Ieyasu's successor, the shogun Hidetada, who expelled all foreigners, forbade his own countrymen to go abroad, and thus inaugurated the period of splendid isolation, which kept Japan remote from the outer world for 250 years. In 1853, Commodore Perry, with a squadron of 4 American warships, arrived in Yedo Bay to demand communication with the ruling power. His orders from the American government were to obtain permission for the establishment in Japan of bases for the American whaling fleet and coaling stations for the steam packets plying between San Francisco and the free ports of China. The success that eventually attended his mission, and the gradual opening of Japan to foreign influence and trade, are matters of common knowledge. One of the effects of Perry's visit, and of the subsequent operations of British, French, and Russian warships off the coast of Japan, was a reawakening of national interest in maritime affairs. In 1855, the Dutch government repaid some of the courtesy it had received from the shogun by the gift of a small warship. 2 years later, Queen Victoria presented the same personage with a steam yacht. In the meantime, native yards had resumed the construction of ships to European design, under the supervision of Putyatyn, a Russian naval officer who settled in Japan after his ship had been wrecked at Shimoda in 1854. They began by building trading schooners, but in 1860, the Shiyoga Data, an armed wooden steamer, was laid down at Nagasaki. As, however, the home establishments were not yet capable of producing the large men of war which Japan had decided to be necessary, a number of vessels were purchased abroad. In 1858, the screw frigate Malacca, of 20 guns, was bought from England and renamed the Tsukuba, and during the next 10 years 6 further ships were acquired from America and Europe. The most important of these was the Azuma, an ironclad ram which had been built in France under the name of Stonewall Jackson for the Confederate government during the American Civil War. Japanese seamen soon had an opportunity of displaying their aptitude for handling the new weapons of naval warfare. In 1869, when the country was in the throes of internecine strife between the imperialists and the shogunate faction, a naval engagement was fought at Hakodate, in which the imperial fleet administered a sound drubbing to Yenomoto, the shogun's admiral. A Dutchman named Haller, who was present on board the Azuma, flagship of the imperial squadron, wrote in high praise of the Japanese crew.
"They are,"
he said,
"amazingly dexterous at artillery drill."
They load their pieces with great care, and aim with such precision that few shots are wasted. They have a new set of sighting instruments which were made by Captain Ottawa, and are considered to be far superior to the original sights. Before the battle, gun practice was held daily, until the men had learned to go through every maneuver with the promptitude and assurance of highly trained artillerists. The steaming of the ships is also very good, though the boilers and engines of several were defective from the beginning. These people, one sees, are born mechanics, who readily imbibe and not seldom improve upon the teaching of Europeans.
The Japanese, it would seem, had taken to heart the advice tendered by one of their statesmen shortly after the arrival of Commodore Perry's ships.
As we are inferior to the foreigners in the mechanical arts, let us,
he urged,
have intercourse with foreign nations and learn their drill and methods of waging war. Then, when our nation is amalgamated into one family, we shall be able to make conquests oversea and award captured territory to those of our warriors who distinguish themselves in battle.
One of the earliest seagoing warships to be built in Japan was the Seki, which was launched at Yokosuka. This little gunboat, of only 895 tons and a speed of 11 knots, was the first Japanese war vessel to visit England, making the voyage by way of the Suez Canal. Her company included none but Japanese. The government dockyard of Yokosuka, which built nearly all the smaller vessels of the new Imperial Navy, was laid out in 1865 under the direction of a French engineer and finished in 1882. Its equipment included 2 graving docks, 3 stone slipways for building vessels up to 300 feet in length, machine, boiler and erecting shops, a large foundry and other modern plant. By the year 1880, marine engines of considerable power had already been manufactured at this yard, every department of which was then under Japanese management, and foreign visitors were impressed by the excellent work it turned out. A technical school for the training of workmen was attached to the yard. So rapid was the progress of shipbuilding in Japan that in 15 years from 1870 to 1885, no fewer than 266 steamers were launched, besides many hundreds of schooners and junks. In 1876, the Central Battery ironclad Husso and 2 armoured corvettes, Congo and Haie, were ordered in England, all 3 ships being designed by Sir Edward Reed, the eminent naval constructor. These were followed a few years afterwards by the famous Elswick cruisers, Naniwa and Takachi Ho, which were among the fastest warships of their period, and somewhat later by the French-built cruisers Unebi, Utsukushima, and Matsushima. The Hashidate, a cruiser of 4,277 tons, was built at Yokosuka in 1891. Although the workmanship in this vessel was entirely Japanese, the plans had been drawn in France, whence came also a great part of the structural material and equipment. A somewhat smaller cruiser, the Akitsushima, was built at the same yard in 1892. In her case, too, the design was of foreign origin, and most of the steelwork, machinery, and fittings were imported. According to the Japanese Navy list of 1895, the 7 armoured ships then in service had all been built abroad, but of the 26 unarmoured cruising vessels, all but 9 had been built in Japan. The Japanese, however, were shrewd enough to realise that competent officers and seamen were needed no less urgently than ships. When the Imperial Navy was in its earliest stage of development, they had besought the British government to lend them the services of a distinguished naval officer to advise them on questions of material, training, and organisation. Admiral Tracy was accordingly sent to Tokyo, where he found the naval authorities only too eager to learn whatever he could teach them. In due course he was succeeded by Admiral Hopkins, and then by Captain John Ingalls, Each of these officers left an enduring mark on Japanese naval policy, and a warm tribute has been paid to their work by Captain Okuma, the veteran statesman who wrote, "We are indebted to Western experts for the inception and subsequent development of our Navy, especially to the British government for the courteous loan of a number of their capable naval officers to serve as instructors at the Cadets' College in Tokyo. The men of deeds and ability that the Imperial Navy now possesses are the direct consequence of the tuition then granted us by British officers. Although the Japanese have long been independent of foreign tutelage, their navy still retains unmistakable traces of British influence. The uniform of officers and men is a modification of the British pattern, and many of the ships themselves, externally at least, bear a close resemblance to British men of war. On the other hand, the Japanese have always had their own ideas about naval architecture, training, strategy, and tactics, and at no time have they showed a disposition to follow blindly the counsel of their foreign tutors. This independence of thought has been particularly evident in the development of naval material. Japan claims to have been the pioneer of those tactical ideas which postulate a combination of great speed and fighting power. Footnote: Okada, The War Fleet of Japan, Tokyo, 1906. This claim will hardly be allowed by those who are conversant with the modern history of naval architecture. The Italian ships Duilio, Dandolo, Italia, and Lepanto, which were undoubtedly the forerunners of the modern battlecruiser, were built more than 10 years before the Itsukushima. End of footnote. Hence her penchant for the fast cruiser mounting a very heavy armament, as represented by the Itsukushima class of 1889, and at a later date by the armoured cruisers Asama, Tokiwa, etc. In more recent times she designed in the Kongo class the largest and most powerfully armed battlecruisers in the world. In fact, the very term battlecruiser may be said to have originated in Japan, where it was applied to the Asama class as long ago as 1902. According to Grand Admiral von Tirpitz, the tactical formations of the Japanese fleet during the war with Russia in 1904 and 1905 were copied from German naval manoeuvres, but this assertion may be safely disregarded as a characteristic specimen of German pretentiousness. For several years before the war with China, the Japanese Navy had been preparing itself for the struggle by incessant training at sea. Special importance was attached to gunnery, torpedo work, and steaming efficiency. During 1893, all ships armed with the new quick-firing guns carried out frequent practice at moving targets, and by the end of the year so much ammunition had been expended that the stocks had fallen dangerously low. Steaming evolutions were performed under conditions approximating those of actual warfare, with hatches battened down, shell gratings closed, and forced draft in the stokeholds. The machinery of every ship was driven to its utmost capacity. In some cases, indeed, the enthusiasm of the Japanese engineers led them to take liberties with the boilers and engines that would have appalled European experts. Now and again they contrived to obtain a higher speed than the maximum trial figure, but on the other hand, this drastic treatment tended to eventually impair the steaming qualities of the ships. Nevertheless, when the war with China broke out, the Navy had reached a very high pitch of efficiency. It soon became manifest not only that officers and men had acquired a perfect command of their weapons, but that those who controlled the operations of the fleet had studied the art of strategy and tactics to some purpose. Mistakes were made, it is true, for the Chinese were able to transport large bodies of troops by sea without molestation from the fast Japanese cruisers, and there were other instances of a faulty conception of the strategy to be pursued. It has, however, been explained by Japanese writers that in this campaign the Navy did not enjoy a free hand. The military chiefs, who were all-powerful, controlled land and sea forces alike, and Vice Admiral Ito, the Navy Commander-in-Chief, was strictly bound by their orders. They could not be expected to appreciate the importance of sea power, nor in fact did the Japanese nation expect great achievements from its seamen. The efficiency of the fleet had been questioned in the Diet, where its ships were subjected to unfavourable criticism. and there was a widespread belief that the officers, who were drawn mainly from the great Satsuma clan, owed their rank more to family influence than to merit. Conversely, the strength and war readiness of the Chinese Navy were overestimated by Japanese publicists, who wrote impressively of its powerful ironclads and huge Krupp guns, but events speedily showed these apprehensions to be baseless. In every naval operation of the war, the Japanese fleet displayed its incontestable superiority. The ships, which had been criticised as ill-designed, unseaworthy, and feebly armed, proved more than a match for the vaunted Chinese ironclads. The officers showed themselves masters of the technical side of their profession, and the men proved worthy of such gallant and skillful leadership. But however much the achievements of their fleet surprised and delighted the people of Japan, foreign observers were impressed more deeply still. On returning to England, Captain John Ingalls, Royal Navy, the last British naval advisor to the Japanese government, had spoken in glowing terms of the scientific methods, sound seamanship, and splendid discipline of the young navy. But his encomiums were discounted by many people who found it difficult to believe that a nation which had only lately emerged from medievalism could so quickly adapt itself to the complexities of modern sea warfare. How, it was asked, could warriors who had not long discarded suits of mail and bows and arrows be expected to show any skill in the manipulation of fast cruisers, quick-firing guns, and torpedoes? The truth was that the Japanese Navy, for the previous 25 years, had been developed and trained on progressive lines, and was by no means so lacking in experience as the outer world supposed. Its triumphs in the Chinese War were the result of long and arduous training, of patriotic devotion to duty on the part of all ranks and ratings, and of the wise policy of the Japanese government in acquiring the best and latest material that money could buy. The campaign at sea opened with an incident which showed very clearly that war, as waged by the Japanese, was not an affair of kid gloves and lavender water. The Chinese transport Kaohsiung, with 1,200 troops on board, was sunk by the Japanese cruiser Naniwa, in circumstances which sent a thrill of horror through the Western world. There were several Europeans on board the Kaohsiung, among them Herr von Hanneken, a Prussian officer who alleged that the Naniwa had not only made no attempt to rescue the drowning Chinese soldiers, but had turned her guns on them while they were struggling in the water. The accusation the Japanese denied, but an impartial investigation of the evidence made it only too clear that they had deliberately failed to observe the dictates of humanity. To the great action off the Yalu River, in which the Japanese fleet gained a decisive victory over the Chinese, and the subsequent naval operations at Port Arthur and Wei Highway, it is unnecessary to refer at great length. As the first occasion on which high-speed warships, quick-firing ordnance, and smokeless powder had been tested in actual warfare, the Battle of the Yalu evoked worldwide interest, and the lessons it taught had a marked influence on shipbuilding design and tactical doctrines in every navy. The Japanese had boldly taken their unarmoured cruisers into action against powerful ironclads, but the event more than justified their audacity. They had overwhelmed the Chinese with a tornado of shell from their quick-firing guns, which were served with admirable coolness and precision. Fettered, no doubt, by his orders from the military command, Admiral Ito could not immediately follow up his success, and the Chinese ships that still floated were able to reach Wei Highway. Here, some months later, they were blockaded by the Japanese, who showed extraordinary courage and endurance in their torpedo attacks on the imprisoned ships. The cold was so intense that men in the attacking boats were frozen to death. But in spite of the rigours of the weather and the desperate resistance they encountered, the Japanese torpedo boats finally weakened the defence to such an extent that the Chinese were compelled to surrender. Thanks to its splendid work in this war, the Navy became very popular in Japan. It had worthily sustained its baptism of fire, and henceforth it received generous treatment from the Diet, which was no longer insensible to the value of sea power. A further impetus to naval expansion was given by the intervention, in 1895, of the three powers, Russia, France, and Germany, which robbed Japan of the fruits of victory by forcing her to evacuate the Liaotung Peninsula. Between 1895 and 1904, the navy was heavily reinforced. 2 first-class battleships, the Huji and Yashima, which had been ordered in England shortly before the war, were soon followed by other battleships and armoured cruisers, the majority of British construction, though orders for single ships were placed in France and Germany. The principles that actuated Japanese naval policy during this period were clearly expounded by the Times correspondent in Tokyo in a dispatch dated 10th of October 1902.
"It must be understood,"
he wrote,
"that very few voices were raised in endorsement of the view that naval construction should be deferred. The general conviction was that the alliance with England, so far from justifying any relaxation of Japan's efforts, imposed upon her the responsibility of more strenuous exertions than ever, both on sea and on shore, since, if she hoped for the continuance of a union so essential to preservation of peace in the East, she must qualify herself to be always counted a valuable ally. There never was, indeed, the slightest chance of the other theories obtaining public endorsement. It could not find any echo in the heart of a nation so profoundly patriotic as are the Japanese. Very soon, therefore, these feeble suggestions ceased to be audible, and the publicists directed their attention entirely to considering, first, what standard should be taken for determining the dimensions of the projected augmentation, and secondly, from what sources the necessary funds might be obtained. As to the former point, a marked consensus of opinion quickly declared itself. Japan, it was affirmed, must have a navy equal to the combined eastern squadrons of any 2 European powers, England excepted of course, and obviously the French and Russian squadrons, being the strongest after the British, were the ones to be considered in that context. The total displacement of Japan's navy at present is 259,593 tons, but when fullest allowances are made for old or partially obsolete vessels, it is calculated that of the first-class fighting material she could not put into battle line more than 180,000 tons. Now the Russian squadron represents 157,000 tons, and the French 57,000 tons, the two aggregating 214,000 tons. Corrections must be applied, of course, especially in the case of the Russian squadron. After they have been applied, it results that the advantage as to tonnage and fighting capacity generally is with the Japanese fleet, but Russia and France are not idle. According to their present programme, they will have from 350,000 to 360,000 tons of shipping in the Far East in 1907, or some 300,000 tons of vessels fit for the line of battle. Japan, therefore, must add 120,000 tons to her fleet during the next 6 years, and that is just what her statesmen contemplate. The details being 4 battleships to be built in England, 6 first-class cruisers to be built in England, Germany, and France, and certain minor craft to be built at home. Of course, it will be understood that no official announcement of such a programme has yet been made. The Diet will be the first to receive the declaration, but the facts may be regarded as tolerably well assured.
End of section 8. Section 9 of Sea Power in the Pacific by Hector Charles Bywater. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Alister. Chapter 5b. Japanese Sea Power, Its Inception, Growth and Purpose. Part 2. The programme thus forecast was duly introduced and adopted with certain modifications, but only a few of the new vessels were completed in time to take part in the war against Russia, which began on the 10th of February 1904. Both sides had long been preparing for a collision, which was seen to be inevitable. Since 1900, Russia had made a practice of sending her best ships out to the Far East as soon as they were completed, and of the 18 battleships and cruisers she had in those waters on the outbreak of war, all but the Rurik were of very recent construction. Other ships were building at home, and these, together with the Far Eastern Squadron, gave Russia a decided preponderance over Japan at sea. But the Japanese, who had taken the measure of their future antagonist, were confident that this numerical inferiority could be made good by superior training, gunnery, and torpedo work. What they really dreaded was the possibility of having to face a hostile coalition, such as had forced them in 1895 to give up the Lao Tung Peninsula. This danger was averted by the alliance with Great Britain concluded in 1902, and from that time forward preparations for the coming struggle with Russia went on apace. In January 1904, the Japanese fleet consisted of 6 battleships and 6 armoured cruisers, all of fairly recent date, 17 protected cruisers, of which number about half were modern, 4 new torpedo gunboats, 20 destroyers, and between 70 and 80 torpedo boats. A few days after the outbreak of war, the fleet was reinforced by the arrival from Europe of 2 new armoured cruisers, which had been built in Italy for the Argentine government. Having been secretly purchased by Japanese agents, they left Genoa on the 9th of January and arrived at Yokosuka on the 16th of February. Both ships were at once fitted out and commissioned under the names of Nishin and Kasuga. In the struggle that ensued, Japan was confronted with strategical problems of great difficulty. To achieve decisive results, it was essential to transport a great army across the sea and to keep it adequately supplied with fresh drafts, provisions, ammunition, and stores of every description. Since this could not be accomplished so long as the Russian fleet remained intact and efficient, it was obviously the first concern of the Japanese to destroy the enemy's fleet, or failing that, to reduce it to impotence by a close blockade. The task was no easy one. Not only were the Russians well supplied with ships, but they had 2 fortified bases from which to operate. While the bulk of their fleet lay at Port Arthur, there was a division of armoured cruisers at Vladivostok, 1,200 miles distant. The Japanese fleet was not numerous enough to establish a simultaneous blockade of both these ports. It could hope at best to deal with the Port Arthur squadron, and for the time being, therefore, the cruisers at Vladivostok had to be left unwatched. Nor was this the only difficulty. The fact that he had no reserves imposed a severe handicap on Admiral Togo, the commander-in-chief. There could be no question of replacing any large ship that came to grief, for the Japanese shipyards were not yet equal to heavy construction, and the laws of neutrality forbade the acquisition of warships from abroad during the duration of hostilities. Togo, therefore, had at all costs to avoid the risk of a defeat that would leave him inferior to the enemy. The strategy he pursued in these embarrassing circumstances evoked worldwide admiration. He began operations with a bold and well-planned torpedo attack on the Port Arthur squadron, 3 of whose best ships were placed hors de combat for a period extending from 3 to 6 months. On the following day he took his fleet within range of Port Arthur and engaged the Russian ships that came out, inflicting a good deal of damage upon them, at the cost of trifling casualties to his own force, no Japanese ship being rendered unfit for action. The result of this energetic offensive was to practically immobilize the main Russian squadron in the Far East, leaving Togo free to detach part of his force to watch the Vladivostok cruisers and at the same time to notify his government that the transport of the army to Korea might safely begin. He himself remained in the vicinity of Port Arthur, keeping a vigilant eye on the Russians, and neglecting no opportunity of doing them further hurt by torpedo attacks, long-range bombardments, and the sowing of mines. Several attempts were also made to seal the harbour by block ships, but in no case with success. The Japanese fleet itself was by no means immune from loss during these operations. On the contrary, it suffered severely from mines and other hazards of war, losing 2 battleships and a cruiser in the space of a single month. But it never relaxed its grip on the doomed fortress. Finally, in August 1904, the Russian squadron made a dash for liberty. A fierce engagement followed, in which Togo's flagship, the Mikasa, was heavily damaged. But the Russians were beaten and dispersed, some of their ships seeking refuge in neutral harbours, and others returning to Port Arthur, whence they never again emerged. 4 days after this decisive battle, the Vladivostok cruiser squadron, which had previously made several raids on Japanese shipping, was brought to action by Admiral Kamimura, and defeated with the loss of the Rurik. The two surviving ships, Rossiya and Gromoboi, returned to Vladivostok so heavily damaged that they took no further part in the war. In less than 7 months, therefore, Japan had secured the local command of the sea and was able to continue her military operations with perfect freedom. Russia made a final attempt to retrieve the situation by sending her Baltic fleet to the Far East, but the effort was hopeless from the beginning. Towards the close of its voyage from Europe, this ill-starred fleet was intercepted by Togo in the Straits of Tsushima, and utterly beaten in an engagement that ranks as the most decisive naval action in modern history. With the exception of a few ships that escaped to either friendly or neutral waters, every vessel in the Russian fleet was either sunk or captured. This overwhelming success was gained at negligible loss to the victors. No Japanese vessel was sunk, and the casualties in Togo's fleet were astonishingly light. Among the material factors which contributed to his success were the high explosive projectiles used in the heavier Japanese guns. A vivid account of the havoc they caused on board the Russian ships was given by the survivors. The Japanese shooting was very effective, and the percentage of hits remarkably high in view of the fact that many of the guns were badly eroded through continual use and could not be replaced. In this battle, as indeed throughout the entire campaign, the Japanese fleet had been manoeuvred and fought with utmost skill and gallantry. Viewed as a whole, the strategy of its leaders had been far superior to that which had marked their conduct of the naval war with China 10 years beforehand. In the judgment of Mahon, the Japanese naval command had displayed that accuracy of diagnosis, concentration of purpose, and steadiness of conduct which were so conspicuously wanting in their opponents. Owing to the many ships which had been captured from the Russians, the end of the war found the Japanese navy considerably stronger than it had been at the beginning. Including the ex-Russian vessels salved at Port Arthur and Chemulpo, it had been augmented by 5 battleships aggregating 62,614 tons, 3 coast defence ships of 18,070 tons, 1 armoured cruiser of 7,800 tons, and 3 protected cruisers of 16,130 tons, representing a grand total of 104,614 tons. In 1906, the Navy was further reinforced by the delivery of 2 new battleships, the Kashima and Katori, which had been laid down in England early in 1904. But unfortunately for Japan, the value of this great accretion of tonnage was heavily discounted by the advent in 1906 of the Dreadnought, which at once rendered existing types of armoured ships to relative obsolescence. The appearance of the all-big-gun ship compelled Japan, in common with every other naval state, to set about the reconstruction of her battle fleet. It is probable, however, that she would in any case have proceeded to build ships of considerably greater power than those with which she had won the war. The experience gained during the campaign, especially during the crowning victory of Tsushima, had demonstrated the immense superiority of the heavy gun over weapons of smaller calibre. This was in fact the outstanding tactical lesson of the war, and it had already been embodied in the design of 2 battleships, the Aki and Satsuma, laid down in Japan early in 1905, that is, many months before the Dreadnought was commenced in England. Each of these 2 ships mounted 4 12-inch and 12 10-inch guns, a most formidable armament for that period. But, since the Japanese did not unnecessarily advertise the experience they had derived, foreign experts drew contradictory conclusions from the Battle of Tsushima and other naval engagements of the war. Many believed that the quick-firing gun had proved its supremacy and consequently advocated the building of ships to be armed with a great number of these guns. It was reported at the time that Japan had freely communicated her war data to the British Admiralty, but this has never been confirmed. It is certain, however, that British naval opinion agreed with that of Japan in attributing the defeat of the Russians, so far as material was concerned, mainly to the big gun. Notwithstanding its desire to increase the fighting power of the services by land and sea, the Japanese government failed to take prompt advantage of the wave of enthusiasm that swept over the country after the defeat of Russia. There was certainly a good deal of grumbling by the populace at what they considered to be the unsatisfactory terms of peace, but at the same time they showed no immediate tendency to cavil at the cost of the weapons which had made victory possible. It was at this period that the project for creating a new fleet of 8 battleships and 8 armoured cruisers, all of the most formidable type, was first mooted. But before it could be carried into effect, the country was plunged into grave financial difficulties, and a reaction set in against the proposed heavy outlay on armaments. So serious was the opposition manifested in the Diet that practically every new program submitted on behalf of the Army or Navy led to a cabinet crisis. As might have been expected in these circumstances, the government soon found it expedient to impose a check on the demands of the fighting services, with the result that the ambitious plans which had been framed immediately after the war underwent drastic modification. During the next 3 years, every proposal for the building of armoured ships was rejected, and it was not until 1909 that the Diet could be prevailed upon to sanction the building of the first 2 genuine dreadnoughts for the Imperial Navy. In 1910, funds were voted for the first battlecruiser, and in the following year, the unusually generous programme of 4 capital ships was approved, after the Minister of Marine had presented to the Diet a confidential report on the general naval situation, laying special emphasis on the rapidly shrinking sea power of Japan. No armoured construction was authorised in 1912, and only 1 battleship in 1913. The normal programme for 1914, which provided for 2 battleships, was extended soon after the declaration of war against Germany to include 20 destroyers at a cost of £1,950,000 sterling. During the session of 1915-1916, the Diet approved a government bill fixing the strength of the main fleet at 8 battleships and 4 battlecruisers, and voted £4,500,000 sterling for new construction. In the session of 1918 through 1919, it passed an amendment increasing the number of battlecruisers to 6. Finally, in 1920 came the so-called 8-8 programme, which makes provision for the laying of 2 armoured ships per year for the next 8 years, in addition to a very large number of light cruisers, destroyers, and submarines. Owing to the intricate budget methods peculiar to Japan, and the innumerable revisions and amendments to which every naval program of recent years has been subjected, it is a matter of great difficulty to determine the exact sum of money spent each year on the Imperial Navy. But the following table gives, in round numbers, the yearly appropriations made since the war with Russia. Table ends at about 15 minutes and 53 seconds. 1906, £6 million sterling. 1907, £7 million sterling. 1908, £8 million sterling. 1909, £7 million sterling. 1910, £7,500,000 sterling. 1911, £8,450,000 sterling. 1912, £9,300,000 sterling. 1913, £9,600,000 sterling. 1914, £14 million sterling. 1915, £12,600,000 sterling. 1916, £14,600,000 sterling. 1917, £17 million sterling. 1918, £25 million sterling. 1919, £25 million sterling. 1920, £32 million sterling. End of table. The estimates for 1920 appear, however, to have been considerably increased and are said to have reached a gross total of £50 million sterling. Those for 1921 involve an expenditure variously put at £50 million sterling and £75 million sterling. The new construction authorised from 1910, inclusive, to the present date is as follows. Battleships 12, battlecruisers 12, light cruisers 25, destroyers 102, submarines 113. The above figures are based on Japanese information, but according to comparative tables published in 1919 by the United States Office of Naval Intelligence, Japan was then planning to build 34 new light cruisers, 77 destroyers, and 80 submarines. It was not stated, however, how these totals were arrived at, and they appear to be exaggerated. Nevertheless, it is by no means certain that the high water mark of Japanese naval expansion has been reached. In this connection, the following extracts from a statement made by the Chief of the Office of Naval Intelligence to the Committee of Naval Affairs in the United States Congress on the 20th of February 1920 are instructive.
The Japanese Navy Department recently submitted to the Cabinet the following building program: 4 battlecruisers, 12 cruisers,
from 5,000 to 6,000 tons,
24 light cruisers,
5,000 tons,
32 large destroyers,
1,300 tons,
32 medium destroyers,
850 tons,
34 large submarines,
13,000 tons,
40 medium submarines,
800 tons,
and 10 special service ships, making a total of 188 vessels. This estimate was submitted on the 15th of November 1919. The program is finally approved by the Budget Committee, at least as to the amount of money, was as follows: 4 battleships, 4 battlecruisers, 12 cruisers,
5,000 to 6,000 tons,
32 destroyers,
850 and 1,300 tons,
28 submarines,
800 and 1,300 tons,
18 special service vessels,
10,000 tons,
and 5 gunboats.
According to this statement, 4 battleships were added to the original program, while on the other hand, 24 light cruisers and 32 destroyers and 46 submarines were either deleted or postponed to a subsequent date. A summary of Japanese naval construction down to the end of September 1920, given in the British House of Commons on the 1st of December 1920 by the Parliamentary Secretary of the Admiralty, showed that Japan had on hand the balance of an old program due for completion in 1923 through 1924, and a new program due for completion in 1927 through 1928. The residue of the old program was battleships 4, battlecruisers 4, light cruisers 11, destroyers 41. The new program provided for battleships 4, battlecruisers 4, light cruisers 12, destroyers 30 to 40. Several Japanese newspapers, including the Tokyo Yomiuri, declared that the Navy Department would not consent to modify its demand for light cruisers, destroyers, etc., until the Cabinet had given an explicit assurance that the ships temporarily disallowed would be reinstated
as soon as financial circumstances permit.
The Yomiuri and other periodicals state that the authorities are anxious to put into execution at the earliest possible date the 388 scheme, having regard to the enormous expansion of Japanese trade and of her growing interests in the South Seas. This project would necessitate the construction and maintenance of 16 battleships, 8 battlecruisers, 8 cruisers of large dimension, 24 cruisers of medium size, 52 destroyers, 24 large and 40 medium submarines, and 12 special service vessels. The adoption of such a program would involve the construction each year of 3 to 4 capital ships, 2 light cruisers, and a considerable number of destroyers and submarines. The Yomiuri adds that the cost of the 8 capital ships, 12 cruisers, and the smaller craft authorised in 1920 will be £68 million sterling. Another Tokyo journal, the Yorodzu, rebukes the United States for having compelled Japan to shoulder this crushing burden of naval armaments. It recalls the policy of Russia some 20 years ago, when the Tsar's government, having advocated an international peace conference, at once began to augment its fighting forces, and hints that America may be following the Russian example.
As the United States is devoting the gigantic sum of £110 million to enlarging her Pacific squadron, Japan is compelled, despite her limited financial resources, to spend £86 million on naval aggrandizement. If America were not augmenting her naval armaments, Japan would be at liberty to economize in the same direction. It is, however, because of the American menace that we are forced to enhance our naval power at the cost of heavy taxation, under which the people are groaning.
The same journal compares President Wilson to the German ex-Kaiser,
who was generally regarded as the incarnation of militarism, and yet spoke of pacifism for nearly 30 years after his accession, thus concealing his real ambitions. It was much like Taira no Kiyomori, who wore a priest's robe over his military armor.
As the proceedings in the budget committees of the Imperial Diet are never published in full, and since the Japanese press is not permitted to wax unduly loquacious about matters relating to national defence, the outer world is left to draw its own conclusions from the feverish expansion of Japan's naval armaments. That the people are being systematically taught to look upon America as their mortal enemy is evident, but that Japanese statesmen should believe this bogey of their own creation is scarcely credible. When introducing his new program in July 1920, the Minister of Marine, Admiral Kato, said that it was not directed against any potential enemy, but was dictated by the country's insular position, although the possibility of the dispatch of foreign forces to the Orient has not been disregarded. The writer is indebted to a correspondent in Japan for the following account of the proceedings in the Budget Committee of the Diet when last year's naval program was under discussion. A member: "For how long a period will the requirements of the Navy be covered by this bill?" Admiralty reply: "No definite answer can be returned to that question. The program now before you is the minimum consistent with our needs to the end of 1924. It is not considered wholly adequate by the Imperial Navy Department, especially as regards the number of cruisers and submarines, these being types to which special importance is attached. Developments in the naval policy of foreign states cannot be ignored by us." A member: "Does this program take cognizance of the current naval expenditure in the United States and England?" Admiralty reply: "Yes, it was not prepared until the current naval expenditure by those two powers was known to us. Any substantial additions which may be made by either of them would compel us to reconsider our own budget." A member: "Are we, then, building warships against the United States, or England, or both?" Admiralty reply: "No, against neither. The Navy Department deprecates such suggestions. But it is obvious that our own program must be influenced by what is being done abroad. I am asked in what relation our Navy will stand with that of the United States when all the new construction authorized here and in America is afloat. The answer is approximately as 1 to 2. That is to say, we shall be about half as strong as the United States in capital ships. That ratio would be disturbing and perhaps inadmissible, but for certain corollary factors, such as our superiority in cruisers, our proportionately larger personnel, and our more advantageous strategical position." A member: "The political outlook must indeed be grave if the Navy Department feels warranted in demanding £68 million for new warships at a time of such pronounced economic stress. The committee would welcome a more detailed explanation of the department's reasons for this heavy demand." Admiralty reply: "The program is dictated by requirements of strategy. It was not drawn up without earnest consideration or without due allowance being made for the country's financial situation. Every nation must, however, be prepared to make sacrifices if it desires to be safe from foreign aggression. Various members then spoke. One pointed out that the alliance with England had led to no visible reduction in naval expenditure, but rather the contrary. Are we deriving any material benefit from this pact with England? And if so, of what nature? Another expatiated on the provocative character of American policy in the Far East. America appears to think she is divinely appointed to rule the world with a big stick. What is the purpose of her colossal navy if it is not to make her power supreme in every part of the Pacific? American statesmen profess an undying devotion to peace, and meanwhile they are building warships on a scale unparalleled in history. They preach the doctrine of racial equality and equal opportunity, and yet refuse to admit educated Japanese immigrants to American citizenship. They disclaim all intention of meddling with foreign politics, and at the same time continue to bombard us with arrogant notes about our policy in Manchuria, Siberia, and Sakhalin. In these circumstances, America has only herself to blame if sober Japanese are beginning to suspect her of designs upon their country and its most cherished interests. Another member inquired whether the Navy Department was satisfied of its ability to protect Japanese trade in time of war. Admiralty reply. The problem of guarding seaborne trade has naturally received close attention. Our shipping has grown so considerably of late years that we have become very vulnerable in this respect. Detailed information of the plans for trade protection in war cannot be divulged, but it may be said that while the safety of our shipping on long-distance routes could not be fully guaranteed, without a very large increase in the number of cruisers, the measures taken to safeguard our communications with China, Korea, and the Western Pacific ports in general are considered to be adequate. Analogies have often been drawn between the military policy of Germany during the 30 years preceding the World War and that of Japan in more recent times. Outwardly, at least, the resemblance is very marked, but whether there is an equal similarity of motive and aim is a question that time alone can answer. In Japan, as in Germany, the Navy came into existence as an offshoot of the Army, and was developed for a time as a mere branch of the land forces, but whereas the German Navy was never completely emancipated from its military leading strings, the Japanese Navy earned a title to equality with the sister service by its brilliant achievements in war. The subordinate position of the Navy during the war with China was shown by the fact that the Chief of the General Staff, a general officer of the Army, controlled the operations of both services. This arrangement persisted until the outbreak of war with Russia 10 years later, when the heads of the Army and Navy were for the first time placed on the same footing of executive authority at Imperial headquarters. Since that date, the Navy may be said to have become the senior service. Not only has it received from the Diet treatment of a far more generous character than that accorded to the Army, but naval officers have gradually gained a dominant voice in the national councils, and of late years have exercised a decisive influence on the shaping of national policies. This fact should not be overlooked when considering the scope and possible objectives of Japanese naval expansion. It is customary in the Western world to regard sea power as essentially defensive. Indeed, the thesis has been advanced that navies, in contrast to land armies, can never be made the instruments of imperialistic ambition. It is, however, doubtful whether this theory can be maintained. The late German Navy was defensive only in the sense that it was intended to awe England into neutrality while Germany worked her will on the continent, and that it would eventually have been used for purposes of aggression is not open to doubt. Japan may urge that her insular position and consequent dependence on the freedom of sea communication renders a powerful navy indispensable to her safety and welfare, but since it is unquestionably the case that the growth of her naval power has coincided with the prosecution of vast schemes of territorial penetration in China, Foreigners may be forgiven if they have come to look upon the Navy of Japan as the shield behind which she hopes to make her influence all-powerful in the Far East. Even in Japan itself, there is no longer any attempt to dissociate the Navy from the government's cherished scheme of gaining complete political and economic control over China. The Japan Yearbook admits that the object of expanding national armaments is primarily to guard our interests in Manchuria and China. In effect, therefore, Japan wishes to make herself so strong that no foreign power will venture to oppose her in China, and the ultimate aim of her naval policy is thus seen to be offensive rather than defensive. End of section 9. Section 10 of Sea Power in the Pacific by Hector Charles Bywater. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Alister. Chapter 6. The Japanese Navy. Administration, Dockyards, and Shipbuilding Resources. Japanese naval administration was formerly modelled on the British system, but in recent years it has been completely reorganised, and now bears a nearer resemblance to the system that obtained in Germany before the war. In place of a Board of Admiralty, clothed with general executive authority, there is a Navy staff and a Navy department, each independent of the other. The staff is responsible for plans and operations, while the Navy department attends to all matters of administration and supply. The naval staff, now presided over by Admiral H. Shimamura, consists of an operations division, a mobilization division, and an intelligence division. The Navy Department, at the head of which stands the Minister of Marine, Admiral T. Kato, is subdivided into 8 bureaus as follows. 1. Bureau of Military Affairs. 2. Bureau of Personnel. 3. Bureau of Engineering. 4. Legal Bureau. 5. Bureau of Accounts and Supplies. 6. Bureau of Munitions. 7. Bureau of Medical Affairs. 8. Ministerial Secretary's Bureau. The departments of Material, Naval Education, and Naval Works are also under the control of the Minister of Marine, whose authority extends further to various boards, departments, and instructional establishments, viz. The Technical Board, the Education Board, the Hydrographical Department, the Department of Contracts, the Naval Staff College, the Cadet School, the Engineering School, the Medical School, the Gunnery School, the Torpedo School, the Accountants School, and the Navy Arsenal. The coast of Japan is divided into 4 naval districts, or admiralties, viz. Yokosuka, Kure, Sasebo, and Maizuru, each administered by a commander-in-chief who is a flag officer of high rank, assisted by a numerous staff. The 4 naval stations, distinct from the admiralties, are Port Arthur, Mikon, Ominato, and Chinhai. Questions pertaining to general policy and to promotion in the senior ranks of the service are dealt with by the Admiral's Council, a body that wields great influence. In 1919 it consisted of 14 members: Vice Admiral H. Takarabe, Admiral Prince Higashi Fushimi, Vice Admiral K. Suzuki, Rear Admiral Y. Mori, Admiral H. Shimamura, Admiral K. Murakami, Rear Admiral K. Ide, Vice Admiral Tochinai, Vice Admiral J. Matsumura, Vice Admiral Ito, Vice Admiral Prince Horiyasu, Vice Admiral K. Sekino, Vice Admiral J. Yamaya, and Vice Admiral H. Tadakoro. While the precise functions of this council are somewhat obscure, they appear to resemble those performed by the General Board of the United States Navy. It is known, for instance, that the Council takes a leading part in framing the naval program each year, and in deciding important technical questions, such as the dimensions, armament, and other characteristics of new ships. In the ultimate resort, matters of high policy concerning both combatant services are adjudged by the Marshal's and Admiral's Office, in time of peace the supreme advisory body to the Emperor on national defence. This institution, which dates from 1898, has never included more than 14 members, and by the year 1920, death had reduced their number to 9. Viz. Marshal Prince Yamagata, Admiral of the Fleet Count Togo, Marshal Viscount Hasegawa, Marshal Count Oku, Marshal His Imperial Highness Prince Fushimi, Admiral of the Fleet Viscount Inoue, Marshal Viscount Kawamura, Marshal Count Taruchi, and Admiral of the Fleet Baron Ijuin. The Supreme Council of War was created in December 1903, a few weeks before the outbreak of hostilities with Russia. It meets at intervals to discuss important problems of national defence and strategy. Members of the Marshal's and Admiral's Office, the Ministers of War and Marine, the Chiefs of the General Staff and Naval Staff are ex officio members of the Council, which includes 8 specially appointed members. Admiral Baron Kataoka, Admiral Baron Dewa, Admiral Fuji, Admiral Baron Yashiro, General His Imperial Highness Prince Kanin, General Ichinohe, General Oseko, and General Aguchi. The oldest and most important dockyard in Japan is that at Yokosuka. Established in 1864 under the Tokugawa Regency, it passed in 1868 to the imperial government, by whom it was transferred to the Ministry of Public Works, whence, in 1872, it was handed over to the Imperial Navy. Of the 6 building slips in the yard, 1 can take a battlecruiser, 2 are large enough for dreadnought battleships, and the remainder are available for gunboats, torpedo craft, or submarines. The largest berths are provided with gantry and crane equipment for dealing with the heaviest weights. There are 5 graving docks, including 2 for vessels of the dreadnought type. The yard, when first laid out, covered an area of 18 acres and employed less than 1,000 men. At the present time, it covers more than 120 acres and has 11,000 employees. The engineering department consists of a foundry, smithy, machine, boiler and plumber's shops, and is furnished with all modern plant necessary to the manufacture of machinery and boilers for the largest warships. The first large engineering contract undertaken at Yokosuka was the manufacture of the whole of the propelling machinery for the battleship Satsuma, including all castings, forgings and boilers. A great deal of repair work is executed at this yard, and for several years after the Russo-Japanese War, it was working at high pressure on extensive refits and alterations to captured ships, which had been carried out over and above new construction and normal repairs to Japanese vessels. From 1905 to 1908 inclusive, the staff at Yokosuka averaged 17,000. This yard built the Haie, the first battlecruiser constructed in Japan, and the dreadnought battleships Kawachi and Yamashiro. It is at present fitting out the battleship Mutsu of 33,800 tons, which it launched on May 31st, 1920, and is building the 43,500-ton battlecruiser Amagi, laid down in December 1920. Kure, the second oldest naval dockyard in Japan, is situated on the inland sea near Hiroshima. It was founded in 1889, but very little work was done until 1894, when the war with China rapidly increased the importance of the new shipyard. Since then, it has been so largely developed that it now rivals Yokosuka in area and shipbuilding facilities. There are 7 slips, one of which can take vessels up to 900 feet in length, and a second slip is being lengthened to 800 or 850 feet. The graving docks are 4 in number, 2 being large enough to receive ships of the dreadnought type. To Kure belongs the honour of having turned out the first armoured vessel built in Japan. This was the Tsukuba, an armoured cruiser of 13,750 tons, which was laid down in January 1905, launched on the 26th of November in the same year, and completed 13 months later. The construction of this vessel was a very creditable feat in the circumstances described by Dr. Terano, an eminent Japanese naval architect. He writes, "The successful building of the Tsukaba may be said to supply another significant illustration of how far human power, when confronted by an emergency, may develop its ingenuity. When the decision was taken to build this vessel at Kure, constructors and workmen alike were in dismay. For the largest ship they had built up to then was a cruiser of the Tsushima type, of rather more than 3,000 tons displacement, which had been completed only 2 years before. Moreover, The mechanical equipment of the yard was quite inadequate for undertaking this important work. However, both the officials and the workmen were sustained by the heroic spirit awakened in them by their country's need, and thanks to this resolute spirit, they were able to overcome the innumerable difficulties that cropped up at every stage of the work. And thus, with no model to follow, they eventually completed the warship. Judged in the light of later experience, and by the mechanical standards of the present day, this first battlecruiser in the world may not be quite satisfactory in regard to riveting and structural features. But despite much adverse criticism, she has proved efficient in service, and has also made a voyage round the world. The Tsukaba was unfortunately destroyed in January 1917 by an internal explosion. Further achievements of the Kure dockyard were the launching of the Ibuki, an armoured cruiser of 14,600 tons, in exactly 6 months from the date of laying of the keel, and the building and construction of the destroyer Katsura, a boat of nearly 700 tons, within 5.5 months. Previous to 1915, all the submarines of the Imperial Navy, with very few exceptions, were built at Kure. Submarine No. 11, a small boat constructed at Kure to bridge plans, distinguished herself in the manoeuvres of 1913 by torpedoing 2 battleships in succession, and then remaining submerged for 15 hours to avoid detection. Since 1916, a large portion of the dockyard has been reserved for the building of submarines. There are 4 covered slipways, each long enough to permit the building of 2 large submarines in tandem, and near at hand are the shops for the construction of heavy oil motors. Among the important warships built and building at Kure are the Aki, 19,800 tons, Setsu, 21,420 tons, Huso, 30,600 tons, Nagato, 33,800 tons, and the Akagi, 43,500 tons, the last named battlecruiser having been commenced in 1920. The engineering and boiler shops, which are somewhat larger than those at Yokosuka, are now capable of constructing turbine machinery up to 150,000 shaft horsepower. Since 1912, the state factories attached to the Kure dockyard have been turning out a large proportion of the structural steel, armour plate, and ordnance required by the Imperial Navy. Armour up to a thickness of 15 inches, tempered on the Krupp process, and naval guns of the 16-inch, 45 caliber model have been manufactured here. The annual capacity of the Kure gun factory in 1919 was returned as 30 heavy guns, 12-inch to 14-inch, complete with mountings. In that year, special plant was laid down for the production of still heavier ordnance, and 16-inch guns and mountings are now in the process of manufacture for the new capital ships. Speaking before the Diet in February 1914, the Minister of Marine stated that the armour plate produced at Kure had exhibited a higher degree of resistance to penetration than specimen plates obtained from the leading steel foundries of the world, including the Krupp works at Essen. It may be interpolated here that Japan, after great exertions, has at last succeeded in making herself practically independent of foreign supplies, so far as naval material is concerned. Finding it impossible during the Great War to obtain such material either from Great Britain or the United States, she proceeded to enlarge her own sources of production, with so much success that in 1920 the Minister of Marine, Admiral Kato, was able to announce that all the warships then under construction would be built and equipped with none but Japanese labour and Japanese material. Footnote: this statement may be contrasted with that of Baron Saito, a former Minister of Marine, in February 1912, when he admitted that 30% of the material in the battlecruiser Haruna had been made abroad and merely fitted together in Japan. End of footnote. The Imperial Iron Works at Yowata, Kyushu, is the principal steel factory in Japan. By the year 1917, this establishment was producing annually some 200,000 tons of armour plate, forgings, rails, etc., and subsequent extensions made at a cost of £400,000 sterling. have since increased its output of armour alone to 60,000 tonnes a year, and its monthly production of ship plates to 100,000 tonnes. Bywater and Kure supply between them 4/5 of the shipbuilding steel used in the country. Another important source of steel supply are the works at Muroran, Hokkaido, which were founded in 1908 as a joint enterprise by the Hokkaido Colliery and Steamship Co., Messrs. Armstrong, Whitworth & Co., and Messrs. Vickers. This establishment manufactures naval ordnance, steel plate, castings, and forgings of every description. Whether Japan is really so self-supporting in respect of steel as official statements indicate may be doubted. It is certain, at all events, that two of the leading firms in England received during 1920 inquiries from the Japanese government for armour plate, and in October of that year a contract, said to be for 7,500 tonnes, was placed with Vickers Limited. Another British firm had received earlier in the year a large order for armour-piercing projectiles from the Japanese Navy. The most probable explanation is that while the national industry is now able to cope with all reasonable requirements, it cannot meet the abnormal demand for shipbuilding steel and armour plate, which has arisen as a consequence of the government's huge program of naval expansion. A discovery announced from Tokyo in October 1920 may have an important bearing on the future domestic supply of steel. Iron ore is scarce in Japan, but it has long been common knowledge that the islands are volcanic in nature and rich in deposits of iron oxide, which has always been regarded as too refractory to yield to the ordinary methods of smelting. In recent years, however, the Japanese government has been carrying out exhaustive experiments in this connection, and a satisfactory method of smelting iron from these volcanic ores has, at length, been discovered. It is significant that the process is being guarded as a military secret and will be operated exclusively for the benefit of the Navy and Army. But, according to the Japanese newspapers, its further development may give the country as much steel as is needed for every purpose. Footnote: a statement made by the Japanese War Office on October 18, 1920, said, with regard to the process,
Iron sand is so general throughout the entire length and breadth of the empire that it has been plain that if some method were discovered of smelting the iron from it, Japan would never suffer from want of steel. On the strength of the above, the necessary investigations were started as early as September 1919 by a special committee, with experimental offices established in Aomori Prefecture, and with Dr. Kishi as the chief engineer. The experiments of a year have now been crowned with tolerable success, and the process has been experimented with on a practical scale at the Penochihu works under the control of the Okura firm, with very satisfactory results.
End of footnote. The dockyard at Sasebo dates from 1890, and like that at Kure, owed its growth mainly to the Chinese War. Situated on the island of Kyushu, not very far from Nagasaki, it was primarily intended for repair work, but in 1906 it began the construction of a light cruiser, and since then has built several vessels of this and smaller types. There are 5 building slips, including one of 550 feet, 6 docks, of which 2 will accommodate dreadnought battleships, and well-equipped machinery, boiler and repair shops. This yard now specialises in the construction of light cruisers and submarines. In the course of the parliamentary debate on the 1920 through 1928 naval programme, it was stated that the authorities were anxious to develop Sasebo on a very large scale in the next few years. Its geographical position gives it great strategical value, and the plans of the Navy Department include the building of an additional dreadnought dock, a 50,000-ton floating dock, and the installation of giant cranes, with other planned for rapid execution of every class of repair work. Shops for the manufacture and repair of submarine motors were begun here in the autumn of 1920. The Maizuru dock on the Gulf of Wakasa is the most recent of all the first-class naval establishments in Japan. having been founded as late as 1901. It is the only dockyard in the Sea of Japan, and gains in importance by its proximity to Osaka and the excellence of its railway communications with the other great industrial centres. It is well furnished with plant for repairs to ships and machinery, and in the last few years its facilities for new construction have been much enlarged. Up to the present it has built only destroyers, mine layers and other small craft, but in the near future it will construct light cruisers and submarines. There are 3 large docks, including one for dreadnoughts, and building slips up to 600 feet in length. There are smaller dockyards at the auxiliary naval bases of Ominato on the northeast coast, Takashiki in the island of Tsushima, at Tokoyama Bay, 160 miles northeast of Nagasaki, Ryojun, Port Arthur, Dairen, Dalny, Chinkai, Korea, and Bako, one of the islands of the Pescadores. Footnote: Takashiki Dockyard is said to have been practically destroyed by fire, and since abandoned. End of footnote. At Tokoyama Bay, a large harbour to shelter dreadnoughts is under construction, together with repair shops and naval magazines. At Ominato and Bako, there are floating docks for destroyers and submarines. The Imperial Navy has, of course, benefited by the phenomenal growth of the shipbuilding industry in Japan. The sudden demand for tonnage during the war led to the enlargement of existing yards and the creation of scores of new establishments, though many of the latter enjoyed but a brief existence and have since disappeared. At a conservative estimate, however, Japanese shipbuilding resources are already twice as great as they were in 1914, and with the completion of various projects now in hand, a further 50% increase is anticipated. Until lately, the only private yards in the country capable of turning out the heaviest warships, complete with their machinery, were those of the Mitsubishi Company at Nagasaki and Kobe, and the Kawasaki Dockyard Company's yards at Kobe and Yoshiura. By 1922, however, 5 additional concerns, viz. the Suzuki Company, the Asano Company, the Uraga Company, the Mitsui Company, and the Yokohama Dock Company will, it is anticipated, be in a position to execute orders for warships of the largest dimensions, while at least 5 other yards can undertake the building of light cruisers, torpedo craft, and submarines. The Mitsubishi Company is easily the leading shipbuilding firm in Japan. Its yards at Nagasaki cover an area of 130 acres, with a water frontage of 2 miles. Including those not yet finished, there are 8 building berths, 6 of which are above 500 feet in length, and 3 large graving docks. The engineering plant is thoroughly up to date, and the whole yard is organised on modern principles. A secondary yard at Kobe, owned by the same firm, is specially equipped for heavy repair work, but can also build vessels up to 600 feet in length. The Kobe establishment also manufactures internal combustion engines for submarines and other vessels. Some of the finest Japanese men of war have been built by this firm, including the battle cruiser Kirishima and the battleship Hyuga. It is now at work upon the battleship Tosa of 40,600 tons, and the immense battlecruiser Takao of 43,500 tons. The Mitsubishi yards are noted for rapid construction, their prowess in this direction having been illustrated in 1914 by the launching of 2 destroyers within 14 weeks from the laying of their keels. Hardly less important is the Kawasaki Dockyard Company, which operates large yards at Kobe and Yoshiura, with a branch establishment at Dairen, Dalny. The main yard at Kobe, which covers over 130 acres, has 1 new building slip, 900 foot long, 4 slips above 500 feet, and excellent dock accommodation. There are shops for the manufacture of boilers, reciprocating and turbine machinery up to the maximum power, and for the production of diesel engines for driving submarines, vessels of this type being built at Yoshiura, which has specialised in such work since 1917. The Kawasaki people claim to have broken all records for the quick construction of mercantile vessels. During the period of intensive shipbuilding brought about by the depredations of German submarines, many new records for rapid construction were made in the United States, and a firm at a course on the Detroit River announced that it had
licked creation
by delivering the steamship Crawl Keys of 2,300 tons gross, ready for sea 29 days after the keel had been laid. This achievement, creditable as it was, has been surpassed by the Kawasaki yard at Kobe in the case of the steamer Raifuku Maru of 5,800 tons gross. The keel of that vessel was laid on the 7th of October 1918. She was launched on the 30th of October, and her official trials were successfully completed on the 5th of November. In her case, therefore, the building period had also covered 29 days, but she was larger than the American vessel by 3,500 tons, a difference which made the record much more noteworthy. The same yard built and completed the 31,300-ton battleship Issei in 31 months. It is now at work on two very large men of war, the battleship Kaga of 40,600 tons, begun in July 1920, and the battlecruiser Atago of 43,500 tons, laid down later in the year. The Osaka Iron Works Company, which was founded in 1880 by an Englishman, Mr. E. H. Hunter, owns 3 yards in the vicinity of Osaka, respectively devoted to shipbuilding, marine engineering, and repairs, and possessing a total of 14 building berths, of which the 6 largest are more than 560 feet long, and 8 graving docks. The shipbuilding yard has an area of nearly 20 acres. Although this firm had shown great enterprise by building the first steel vessel and the first set of triple expansion engines ever produced in Japan, it did not begin to prosper until a few years ago, when the completion of the Osaka Harbour Development Scheme gave it a deep water frontage and improved its communications. Since then it has forged ahead rapidly, and of late years has been building more mercantile tonnage per year than any other yard in the country. The first naval contracts were undertaken in 1894, when several torpedo boats were built. Later on, this yard turned out some very successful destroyers, and will probably build a number of torpedo craft authorised by the new program. It is, however, quite capable of executing much heavier naval work, having built merchant steamers up to 12,000 tons gross, and its annual capacity for tonnage of every description is at least 225,000 tons. The Osaka firm also operates repair yards at Moji and Keelung in Formosa. The Yokohama Dockyard, which before the war confined itself to repair work, has since gone in for shipbuilding on a large scale. It owns 1 slip for vessels up to 600 feet and 2 smaller ones, together with 3 graving docks. The Ishikawajima Dockyard at Tokyo is another concern which at one time specialised in repairs, but has since found it more profitable to take up shipbuilding. It has built destroyers for the Navy and cargo steamers as large as 6,000 tons. It is reported to have secured the contract for 2 new submarines, a class of work in which it has not hitherto engaged. The Uraga Dockyard Company at Uraga, formerly a very modest establishment, is now controlled by Mr. Yamashita, the shipping magnate, who has greatly enlarged its area and resources. There are 6 building berths occupied until recently by merchant vessels of 5,000 to 12,000 tons, 1 large dock, and shops for the manufacture of marine engines, turbines, and boilers. Several destroyers have been delivered from this yard, which is now building a new light cruiser. The Asano Shipbuilding Company of Tsurumi, near Tokyo, is the largest of the many new yards that came into existence during the war period. Founded in 1917 by Mr. Soichiro Asano, a wealthy manufacturer, it has already become an important and thriving concern, and when completed, will rival the great Kawasaki and Mitsubishi yards in area and capacity of plant. There are 10 slips built or in course of completion, all above 550 feet in length, and 2 of the new ones will be 800 foot long. Mr. Asano is said to have secured orders for 1 light cruiser and several torpedo craft, belonging to the latest program. He is a firm believer in the internal combustion engine, and contemplates the erection of the largest marine motor factory in Japan. A still more youthful establishment is the Mitsui Yard at Uno Bay, near Okayama. Although the first sod was cut only in April 1918, a large town has already sprung up, populated for the most part by employees of the firm. The yard will ultimately have 8 or 10 building slips, several of sufficient dimensions to take ships up to 900 feet in length, engine and boiler shops, and a factory for the production of ships' fittings. The Suzuki Company is a Kobe syndicate that purchased in 1916 the Harima and Toda shipyards, which it is energetically developing. At the former, 5 large slipways have been put in hand, together with shops for the manufacture of turbine machinery, boilers, and internal combustion engines. Other important shipbuilding establishments are the Fujinagata Company of Osaka, which builds destroyers, the Asahi Yard at Yokohama, and the Yoshida Yard at Kobe, both of which have constructed merchant steamers of 5,000 tons and are now adding to their plant. There are 5 or 6 smaller Japanese firms who have launched steamers of 2,000 to 3,000 tons. It will be seen from the foregoing survey that while Japanese shipbuilding resources have grown prodigiously in the past few years, the zenith of development has not yet been reached. It is probable, however, that the rate of progress will suffer a check in consequence of the depression in shipping business, which set in during 1920. In Japan, as in other countries, this phenomenon has led to the wholesale cancellation of orders for new tonnage and laying up of many completed ships. This notwithstanding, the far-reaching program of naval construction on which the Japanese government has now embarked is likely to keep the leading shipyards busily employed for several years to come. As a matter of fact, it is known that several firms which were on the point of abandoning their plans of extension have since been encouraged to proceed with them by government promises of large naval contracts. According to a statement by the Minister of Marine, Japan is now in a position to build dreadnoughts at a rate of 2 per annum. This, of course, includes their equipment of machinery, armour, guns, etc. There is reason to believe, however, that Admiral Katou's estimate is considerably below the mark. The resources of Japan for naval shipbuilding may be summarised as below. Dockyards capable of building hulls, machinery and equipment for every type of warship, including dreadnoughts and battlecruisers. 4. Dockyards capable of building hulls and machinery for warships up to and including cruisers. 4 or 5. Dockyards capable of building destroyers, submarines, mine layers and smaller craft. 10. The resources tabulated above were available at the end of 1920, but 2 or 3 years hence they will have been greatly enlarged, and by that time the position may be as follows. Dockyards able to build dreadnoughts. 9. Dockyards able to build light cruisers. 7. Dockyards able to build destroyers. 12. Dockyards able to build submarines. 10. The 5 additional yards that will probably be able to construct dreadnoughts and battlecruisers by 1922, if not before, are the Asano, Mitsui, Suzuki, Uraga, and Yokohama establishments. Some of the smaller firms which are quite capable of constructing destroyers and submarines are not yet able to manufacture the machinery for these vessels. In regard to oil engines for submarines, the total Japanese capacity in 1919 was estimated at 12 complete sets per annum, viz. 4 sets for large ocean-going boats and 8 sets for coastal submarines. But the present total is probably much higher. Motors suitable for propelling submarines are built in the government shops at Kure, Yokosuka and Sasebo, and also by 5 private companies, Mitsubishi, Kawasaki, Uraga, Suzuki and Asano. The question of ordnance and armour supply has been already discussed. According to information which may be accepted as trustworthy, the joint annual output of heavy guns at Kure and Muraran would suffice to arm 4 dreadnoughts, while the production of smaller calibers is sufficient to cover all anticipated requirements. The following additional notes have been communicated to the author from a reliable source.
Since most of the technical difficulties have now been overcome, Japanese naval expansion will in future be limited only by the amount of money available. Granted the requisite funds, she could build each year 4 capital ships, battleships or battlecruisers, 4 to 6 light cruisers, 20 to 25 destroyers,
and from 15 to 20 submarines. It goes without saying that she is not likely to adopt a program of this scope in time of peace, but her ability to do so in case of need is beyond question. There is possibly some significance in the circumstance that every firm which specializes in naval construction, naval armaments, or naval equipment is in receipt of government subsidy in the form of hard cash or contracts on a remarkably generous cost-plus-profit basis. Were it not for this assistance, many of the yards that grew up and flourished during the war would have since gone under. It is quite a fallacy to suppose that Japanese shipbuilders are much behind those of Europe in technical knowledge, or that they are content merely to imitate European designs. On the contrary, they show great boldness and originality in their conceptions, both in naval and mercantile construction. The quality of the workmanship turned out by the best Japanese yards, state-owned and private, is nowadays invariably high. There was undoubtedly some scamping during the war, but not to a greater degree than prevailed in other countries, and it is a fact worth noting that nearly all the ships which were built with the utmost rapidity at the height of the tonnage crisis have proved thoroughly efficient in service. This is more than can be said for the majority of ships produced during the same period by Western yards. Some of the Japanese destroyers which have served on escort and anti-submarine duties in the Mediterranean during the war, and which, on their return home in 1919, were overhauled, but not reboilered, subsequently attained speeds in excess of their trial performance, and this in spite of their having steamed many thousands of miles under the particularly exacting conditions of war service. As regards originality of design, it may be pointed out that none of the capital ships, cruisers, or torpedo craft built in the last few years bear more than a general resemblance to corresponding types in foreign navies. Not to mention one example, Japan has evolved her own system of armor and underwater protection for large ships, partly as the result of an exhaustive study and comparison of all existing systems, but mainly in consequence of practical experiments made in 1917, 1918, and 1919, at a cost of at least £600,000 sterling. Besides this, Japanese science and industry has been responsible since 1917 for important improvements in many other directions. She has designed for naval use a water boiler, which is said to possess a higher steaming efficiency than any foreign type. She has manufactured heavy naval guns with modifications in rifling, breech mechanism, and mountings, which give increased accuracy and rapidity of fire. She perfected a method of direct control for heavy guns, which, according to Admiral Cattou, is at least equal to the latest European and American systems, and will enable every Japanese ship to use its armaments with full effect at long range. She has developed a type of submarine specially adapted to her own needs, having regard to the peculiar conditions which govern submarine operations in Japanese waters and the Western Pacific generally, and she has effected substantial improvements in naval explosives, projectiles, torpedoes, and mines.
End of section 10. Section 11 of Sea Power in the Pacific by Hector Charles Bywater. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Alister. Chapter 7a, The Japanese Navy, Its Men and Ships, Part 1. As an island empire with a coastline of thousands of miles, exclusive of overseas territories, Japan has always possessed a numerous seafaring population. In no other navy is so large a proportion of the personnel drawn from coastal districts. Most of the Japanese bluejackets, therefore, have been familiar with blue water from infancy. Not a few of them hail from Hokkaido, one of the greatest deep-sea fishery centres in the world, and a fair number have served as youths in the Kinkaisen, Nagato, and Kuril whaling fleets. To men such as these, who have become inured to the habits, hardships, and perils of sea life at a tender age, enlistment in the Imperial Navy comes as an agreeable change. Nominally, the Japanese fleet is manned on the dual system of voluntary and compulsory service. In the main, however, it is a voluntary force, and at the present time barely 1/4 of the personnel has been conscripted. The naval authorities claim, and to all appearance with truth, that the entire fleet could be manned by volunteers if so desired. But it is deemed wiser to obtain a limited number of recruits from the inland provinces, chiefly with a view to fostering an interest in naval and nautical affairs generally among the shore-going sections of the community. But for this consideration, the Navy would long since have been placed on a voluntary basis. Proposals to this effect were introduced some years ago, but were opposed by the radical and socialist elements on the ground that such a system would tend to make the Navy, more than ever, an appanage of the ruling class. Joining at the age of 18 to 20, the volunteer serves for a period of 6 years, the conscript for 3 years, with an additional term of 7 years in the first line of reserve. Except for a very brief spell of preliminary instruction in shore establishments, the Navy recruit spends all his time on shipboard, in accordance with the sound Japanese view that the proper school for a seaman is a seagoing ship. Officers are drawn very largely from the famous Satsuma clan, which has been closely associated with the naval service since its inception, and has provided many of its most distinguished officers. In principle, however, the appointment of the Naval College is open to any young man of good family who can negotiate the very severe entrance examination. The cadets who enter between the ages of 16 and 19 go through a 3 years course, followed by a 12-month voyage in one of the training cruisers. The college is at Etajima near Kure, and was built in 1908, replacing the original building at Tokyo. At the conclusion of their cruise, the cadets are distributed among the ships of the active fleet, and on reaching the rank of sub-lieutenant, are eligible to specialise in gunnery, torpedo, navigation, or staff work. Gunnery and torpedo specialists undergo a preliminary course of training for 6 months, followed by an advanced course lasting 12 months. This latter includes instruction in fire control for heavy, medium and light armaments, and qualifies the student for duty as Junior Fire Control Officer or Officer of Turret. There is a special course at the Gunnery School for warrant and petty officers, whose admittance, however, is conditional on their undertaking to remain in the Navy at least 3 years longer than the normal period of service. In recent years, there has been a tendency to decentralise the control of fleet gunnery by appointing warrant and petty officers to important and responsible positions in connection with this branch of the service. Finally, there is a short course in gunnery for officers of the mercantile marine. The Japanese Navy has always attached great importance to the torpedo and the mine, and is very proficient in the use of both weapons. Since 1916, the torpedo school has included a special department for instruction in mining. Warrant, petty and reserve officers are admitted under the same conditions that prevail in regard to the gunnery course. Navigating specialists attend the School of Navigation for 12 months. The war course for staff aspirants is 2 years at the Naval College. There are 5 different grades of students at this institution. The first grade are officers of or above the rank of lieutenant, who have been through the advanced course in gunnery, torpedo or navigation, or have served in seagoing ships for a minimum period of 2 years. Entrance is by competitive examination, and the successful candidates who graduate from the college are eligible for high staff appointments. Students of the second grade are sub-lieutenants or lieutenants who have distinguished themselves in gunnery, torpedo, or navigation, and are anxious to qualify as specialist officers in squadrons or fleets. In their case too, entrance is by competitive examination. The third grade consists of navigating or engineer officers below the rank of lieutenant commander, who receive advanced instruction in their respective branches. The fourth grade is confined to engineer lieutenants and higher ranks, who are desirous of qualifying for staff engineering posts in the fleet, the shore establishments, or at the Navy Department. The fifth and final grade is for senior engineer officers, constructors, and hydrographers, appointments being made by selection, not by examination. During the year 1920, the number of students of all grades at the Naval Staff College averaged 190, but this figure is believed to have been largely increased of late. It should be mentioned that engineering cadets enter the Navy separately, being nominated by open competition. They served 3 years at the Yokosuka Engineering Academy, and then put in a year at sea. The social standards that govern the entry of cadets for the executive branch do not apply in their case, but, on the other hand, the educational qualifications are distinctly high. This, however, does not bridge the social gulf that exists between the executive and engineer officers, recalling the similar conditions which prevailed in the old German Navy. Other educational establishments of which mention may be made are the Accountant School, where junior officers of the Paymaster branch undergo special instruction, and the Mechanics School, for the training of junior commissioned and non-commissioned officers of the Engineering branch. This school specialises in electrical and internal combustion engineering, and is attended, among others, by young officers and artificers of the submarine service. Japanese naval officers are promoted by selection, not by seniority, though a minimum period must have been served in each rank. Cadets, on graduating from the Naval College and completing their course in a naval cruiser, are promoted to midshipmen. After serving for 12 months on board a warship, they are advanced to the rank of sub-lieutenant, on passing an examination. They are required to serve at least 2 years in this rank, including time spent at the Staff College or Gunnery or Torpedo School, before being advanced to lieutenant. The rank of lieutenant commander may be reached in 5 years, and that of commander 2 years later, while a further 2 years' service makes an officer eligible for promotion to captain. As will be seen, this system enables officers of conspicuous ability to attain high rank at a comparatively early age. In fact, the average age of flag officers and captains, as shown by the following table, is lower than the average in any other navy, not excepting the British. Admirals, 61 years of age. Vice-admirals, 52 years of age. Rear-admirals, 48.5 years of age. Captains, 42 years of age. Measured by British and American standards, the rates of pay in the Japanese Navy are low. Admiral, £750 sterling per annum. Vice-admiral, £650 sterling per annum. Rear-admiral, £560 sterling per annum. Captain, £460 sterling per annum. Commander, £360 sterling per annum. Lieutenant Commander, £260 sterling per annum. Lieutenant, £210, £180, or £160 sterling per annum. Sub-Lieutenant First Class, £120 or £102 sterling per annum. Sub-Lieutenant Second Class, £85 sterling per annum. Midshipman, £67 sterling per annum. Special rates of pay for officers promoted from the lower deck. Lieutenant, £229 or £211 sterling per annum. Sub-Lieutenant First Class, £191 or £178 sterling per annum. Sub-Lieutenant Second Class, £160 or £140 sterling per annum. Rates of pay for other ranks and ratings. Warrant Officer, £126, £115, £104 or £93 sterling per annum. Chief Petty Officer, £1.82, £1.61, £1.37 or £1.14 yen per day. Petty Officer First Class, £0.95 or £0.90 yen per day. Petty Officer Second Class, £0.76 or £0.71 yen per day. Leading Seaman, £0.4 yen per day. Ordinary Seaman, £0.35 yen per day. Footnote: 1 yen equals 2 shillings at the normal rate of exchange. Footnote ends. In addition to the above, there are various allowances and grants for sea service, messing, etc. Specialists of all ranks and ratings draw higher pay, the rate for submarine service being 50 to 75% more than in other branches. Hard-lying money is, or was until recently, paid in the torpedo flotillas. Although the rates of pay have been increased more than once in the last 10 years, they are still very niggardly, even when the lower cost of living in Japan is taken into consideration. Moreover, during and since the last war, the cost of living has risen enormously, and naval officers without private means now find it extremely difficult to make ends meet. The low scale of pay to officers and men is a factor of some importance in appraising the extent of Japanese naval expenditure. It should be noted also that provisions and stores of nearly every description, excepting technical material, cost the Japanese Navy considerably less than foreign navies have to pay for the same commodities. This means that in the case of Japan, an unusually high proportion of the naval budget is devoted to construction, armaments, and other equipment directly related to material strength and efficiency. It is to be feared that somewhat fanciful pictures have been drawn of Japanese naval officers and seamen due to the admiration excited by their prowess in the wars against China and Russia. If contemporary accounts were to be credited, the officers were supermen inspired by an exalted spirit of patriotism to perform deeds beyond the power of ordinary mortals. These stories, it is hardly necessary to say, should be heavily discounted. The Japanese naval officer is no Superman. Gallant and skillful as he has proved himself to be, it may be doubted whether he is more competent in his profession than his confrère in British and American navies. Nor is there quite so much of the Bushido spirit in the Japanese service as some of the panegyrists would have us believe. Incidents have occurred in the last 10 years which suggest that the old idea of Japanese naval officers being, as a class, totally immune from considerations of self-interest need to be revised. On the other hand, their patriotism does undoubtedly take the form of a religion, and their devotion to duty is very marked. They are studious to a degree. The late Mr. F.T. Jane, who was personally acquainted with many officers of the Japanese Navy, recorded some interesting impressions of the type.
"In every navy,"
he wrote,
"there are men who work at their profession and men who do not. The Japanese Navy is no exception to the rule, but the proportion of those who are casual is very small. Working at their profession has, however, a very liberal meaning in the Japanese Navy. It means the absolute ignoring of everything else. I once inquired of a Japanese naval officer over here what the Japanese military attaché was called. 'I cannot tell you,' was the answer, 'because I work at my profession.' And judging by his expression, my friend was proud of this little bit of evidence that he wasted no time on extraneous matters. This too was in England. His ship was then in an elementary stage at Elswick. He was at Portsmouth on leave. The working at his profession in this particular case consisted of spending the day poring over naval books. I generally found him deep in Mayan with halma pieces on sheets of paper to work out the tactics. Speaking generally, a Japanese officer's idea of a holiday, when in England, appears to be to come to Portsmouth, spend the day going over the dockyard, with a visit to my house to play naval war games into the small hours as a kind of subsequent dissipation and relaxation. Whatever naval Kriegspiel may or may not be, it takes a Japanese to regard it as a dissipation. The Japanese also retains his old native dignity. European uniform has not abated one jot of that dignity, which we have all read about as being beneath the kimono. Mostly, though not invariably, they are descendants of the old fighting men, the samurai. In the midst of the new order, all the best of the old traditions live. Whatever he may do, in whatever position he may be placed, the Japanese officer never forgets his dignity, and further, is always a gentleman. I believe this is the first impression that he creates. It is also the last.
Some further notes on the same subject, but from a different angle of view, may be of interest. They were written just before the war by a German naval officer who had served at Tokyo.
Japanese naval education, once primitive and based upon faulty principles, is now very sound, very thorough, very practical. Almost as much importance is attached to the study of naval history as with us. Technically, however, the instruction still leaves something to be desired. The Japanese naval officers are generally of a good social class, and every effort is made to keep the standard high, though this is becoming difficult in view of the democratic tendencies now perceptible in Japan. It has been found expedient to admit to the Naval College a limited number of cadets who are not of the best family. This is in deference to pressure from the Diet and the newspapers, who complain that the service is an aristocratic monopoly. A great majority of the officers, junior as well as senior, are sober, diligent, and enthusiastic for their profession. They are astonishingly self-confident, but whether this readiness to attempt the impossible is a characteristic of the class whence they spring, or whether it is deliberately inculcated by their teachers, I am unable to determine. Their easy victories over China and Russia may have contributed to it. In any case, they firmly believe themselves and their navy to be invincible. As regards the latter, they claim that it has been developed and organized on thoroughly original lines, and is readier for war than any other navy. In gunnery, they follow our
German
methods rather than British, and it is known, of course, that we have supplied a considerable percentage of their gunnery control gear, including rangefinders, optical glass, etc. In my judgment, Japanese naval gunnery is of a high order. Torpedo work is not so good, but is being rapidly improved. The torpedo officers, who are invariably scientific and confident, complain of the quality of their material. Their torpedoes and other gear are imported from England, Germany, and America, and they are not satisfied that they obtain the best from these countries, though the German Schwarzkopf enjoys more favor than other types. It has not yet been found possible to manufacture torpedoes in Japan, though many attempts have been made. Japanese naval officers are intensely interested in politics. I find them remarkably well versed in current world affairs. But while they hold strong views on questions of foreign policy, they are chary of expressing them to foreigners. Germany is much admired by them, particularly on account of her martial traditions and the thoroughness of her educational system. But they are not friendly to our fleet, which they regard as a potential menace. This view has doubtless been encouraged by English influences here. At the same time, they are not passionate admirers of the British Navy, whose methods of tactical training and general education they criticize as antiquated, superficial, and unscientific. As regards foreign material, they consider English warship machinery to be the best, but they prefer German guns and would adopt them in preference to Armstrong models, were it not that the whole of their plant was originally designed for the manufacture of these models, and would cost too much money to convert. Naval maneuvers are invariably conducted with as much realism as possible, and the umpires take immense pains to reach an accurate decision on every point, however insignificant. There is a good deal of jealousy, especially among the higher ranks, and complaints are frequently heard that so-and-so owes his promotion to favoritism, and I have not been able to find that this feeling is allowed to prejudice the interests of the service. The officers of the Japanese Navy believe that they could defeat either the German, French, or American navies, and hold their own against the British, taking into account the opportunities which their magnificent strategical position would give them for an offensive-defensive plan of campaign. But, as I have said, their confidence knows no bounds, and I verily believe that the Navy would cheerfully engage in a war against a coalition able to outnumber it by 3-1.
It would be a poor compliment to Japanese naval men to call them brave. That they certainly are, but to great personal courage they add a fierce tenacity which is no less impressive. Both qualities were seen to advantage in the wars with China and Russia. In the former campaign, the Japanese torpedo boats made repeated attacks on the harbour of Wei Highway in weather conditions that might have daunted the boldest hearts. So intense was the cold that men in the attacking boats were frozen to death at their posts, but the survivors carried on and eventually put the entire Chinese fleet out of action. 10 years later, the same heroic courage was displayed by the crews of torpedo craft and block ships off Port Arthur. These and similar incidents e.g. that of the Kinshu Maru, when Japanese officers and men on board the transport refused to surrender, and after giving 3 cheers for the Emperor, committed harakiri, facing the Russian warship, prove beyond question that the warriors of Japan hold their lives cheap and will readily sacrifice them even when no direct military advantage is to be attained. But with all their courage and contempt for death, the Japanese can exhibit great discretion when the occasion calls for it. This was demonstrated by their naval tactics in the Russian war. Knowing the integrity of the fleet to be a fundamental condition of ultimate victory, Admiral Togo prudently refrained from unnecessarily exposing his ships, and, as at the Battle of Round Island on August 10, 1904, preferred to break off action as soon as the objective in view had been reached, rather than incur the risk of losing ships by pressing home his success. Japanese bluejackets compare well in intelligence, physique, and smartness with the men of any navy in the world. It has often been stated that they are drawn chiefly from the lowest social stratum, but this is scarcely correct. As noted above, many of them have previously served in the fisheries or whaling fleets, and are therefore habituated to sea life before they come to the navy. Taken as a whole, they are a fine body of men, very amenable to discipline under good officers, but liable to get out of hand if treated with harshness or injustice. As a matter of fact, cases of insubordination, not to say mutinous conduct, are not uncommon in the Japanese Navy, and more than one unpopular officer has mysteriously disappeared at sea. But discipline as a rule is very good indeed, although it is sometimes enforced by methods that would appear strange, and even medieval, to Westerners. As a distinguished Japanese flag officer said shortly after the Russian War, "You can do anything with our sailors, and get them to do anything for you, provided that you scrupulously observe 4 rules. First, feed them well, preferably on a Western dietary. Secondly, treat them with politeness and consideration. Thirdly, do not encourage them to read the newspapers, least of all the gutter journals of Tokyo and Osaka. And fourthly, drill them into the fact that the Navy has nothing to do with politics, but exists for the glory of Japan." These injunctions have a familiar ring in Western ears. During the last few years, the Japanese communists have attempted to extend their propaganda to the Navy, but apparently without any great success. There is no evidence that the Japanese lower-deck personnel of today is less loyal or less devoted to duty than it was at the time of the Russian War. The men are very quick to pick up technical instruction, and gadgets of every kind appear to have an irresistible fascination for them. The more complex a piece of mechanism, the more strongly does it appeal to the Japanese bluejacket. The deepest mysteries of gunnery and torpedo work have no terrors for him. The men undoubtedly take a keen interest in the technical side of their work, and become very proficient in the handling of their weapons. The strength of the Japanese naval personnel at various periods is shown in the following table. Table ends about 27 minutes and 15 seconds. 1902. 1,200 executive officers, 29,000 other ranks and ratings. Total, 30,200. 1904. 1,350 executive officers, 31,000 other ranks and ratings. Total, 32,350. 1906. 1,500 executive officers, 37,700 other ranks and ratings. Total, 39,200. 1908. 1,750 executive officers, 44,000 other ranks and ratings. Total, 45,750. 1910. 1,770 executive officers, 42,000 other ranks and ratings. Total, 43,770. 1912. 1,900 executive officers, 48,000 other ranks and ratings. Total, 50,700. 1914. 2,400 executive officers, 53,000 other ranks and ratings. Total, 55,700. 1916, 2,470 executive officers, 58,000 other ranks and ratings. Total, 60,470. 1918, 2,600 executive officers, 67,000 other ranks and ratings. Total, 69,600. 1920, 2,750 executive officers, 73,500 other ranks and ratings. Total, 76,250. 1922, estimated, 2,900 executive officers, 75,500 other ranks and ratings. Total, 78,400. 1924, estimated, 3,150 executive officers, 79,000 other ranks and ratings. Total, 82,150. End of table. At the close of the Great War, the Japanese Naval Reserve numbered 38,000 officers and men, and by 1920 the total had risen above 41,000. It is the intention of the Navy Department to increase the reserve to at least 43,000 by 1922, and to 45,000 by 1924. Should this purpose be realised, the Navy, in the last named year, will have at its disposal a grand total of 127,000 officers and men, active and reservists. As the rule is that reservists of the first line, who remain in this category for 7 years, must put in at least 100 days of sea training in Imperial warships during that period, they are not allowed to grow stale, and their immediate war value therefore remains fairly high. Japanese warships of every type carry complements somewhat larger than is usual in the British or American navies, and the proportion of executive and warrant officers is noticeably higher. The aim of this system is to duplicate, as far as possible, the personnel of every important fighting station in the ship. For instance, battleships of the larger type have 2 gunnery officers, usually a commander and a lieutenant commander, and the Hussar class has no less than 14 commissioned officers attached to the gunnery staff of each ship. Thanks to the large number of stokers they carry, the coal-burning ships of the fleet can generally be relied upon to maintain their top speed so long as the coal lasts. While the mess decks of a Japanese warship seem cramped and overcrowded, and the allotment of cubic space per man is considerably less than in European navies, the living quarters are kept scrupulously clean and neat, and great attention is paid to proper ventilation. This fact, together with the cleanly personal habits of the men, the wholesome food, and the skilled medical treatment they receive, results in an excellent record of health for the Navy. Physical culture, which has always been popular in Japan, occupies a prominent place in the system of naval training, and Japanese naval athletes are generally able to hold their own with the best. So far as personnel is concerned, therefore, the Japanese Navy stands at a high level of efficiency. Not only are the officers and men of a remarkably good type, but there is no shortage of them, nor, up to the present, has any difficulty been found in keeping all the vessels manned with full complements. The entire Navy, including old ships and auxiliaries fit for active service, could be mobilised without seriously depleting the first category of reservists. Moreover, the training establishments afloat and ashore are organised to deal with a sudden expansion of personnel as might become necessary in time of crisis. End of section 11. Section 12 of Sea Power in the Pacific by Hector Charles Bywater. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Alister. Chapter 7b, The Japanese Navy, Its Men and Ships, Part 2. The strength and composition of the Japanese Navy at the beginning of 1921 are set forth in the following table. Table ends at 1 minute and 50 seconds. Dreadnought battleships, 6 completed, 7 building and authorised. Battle cruisers, 4 completed, 8 building and authorised. Pre-dreadnought battleships, 8 completed, none building and authorised. Armoured cruisers, 12 completed, none building and authorised. Second-class cruisers, 17 completed, 16 building and authorised. Coast defence ships, first class, 3 completed, none building and authorised. Coast defence ships, second class, 12 completed, none building and authorised. Gunboats, 8 completed, 5 building and authorised. Destroyers, first class, 14 completed, 25 building and authorised. Destroyers, second class, 36 completed, 20 building and authorised. Destroyers, third class, 42 completed, none building and authorised. Torpedo boats, first class, 12 completed, none building and authorised. Torpedo boats, second class, 8 completed, none building and authorised. Submarines, 42 completed, 65 or 76 building and authorised. End of table. A few words must be said in explanation of the official method of classifying naval material. The term battleship is applied indiscriminately to vessels built 22 years ago and to the latest superdreadnoughts. And among the battle cruisers are 3 ships, Ikuma, Ibuki, and Kurama, which were launched in 1906-7, and as regards tonnage, speed, battery, and protection, are really armoured cruisers. Under the heading First-Class Cruisers are listed all remaining cruisers above 7,000 tons, cruising ships below this displacement being designated second-class cruisers. 3 old battleships, Huji, Suwo, and Iwami, the last 2 being prizes captured from Russia, are registered as first-class coast defence ships, and a miscellaneous collection of 12 old vessels, none displacing more than 7,000 tons, are labelled second-class coast defence ships. Gunboats are divided into 2 classes, first class above 800 tons, second class below 800 tons. There are 3 classes of destroyers, first class above 1,000 tons, second class from 1,000 to 600 tons, third class below 600 tons. While submarines are not as yet officially differentiated, it is customary to rate those above 750 tons as first class or ocean-going, and smaller types as second class or coastal boats. In dealing here with the various types of Japanese war vessels, it will be less confusing to keep the conventional Western system of classification. The oldest battleship now on the active list is the Huji, which was launched on the Thames in 1896. A sister vessel, the Yashima, was built at Elswick in the same year. At the time of their completion, they were looked upon as 2 of the finest and fastest battleships afloat. Both performed useful service in the Russo-Japanese War, in the course of which, however, the career of the Yashima was terminated by a mine. The Huji is of 12,320 tons displacement, and when new, could reach a speed of almost 19 knots. She is heavily armoured, carrying 18-inch of Harvey-Eyes steel on the waterline amidships, and mounts a primary battery of 4 12-inch guns, together with 10 6-inch and many small quickfirers. This ship was the first to be fitted with the Elswick pattern of submerged torpedo tube. The Huji, which has lost practically all her fighting value, is used partly as a school for seamanship and partly as a training ship for stokers, having been equipped with several new boilers for this latter purpose. The next 2 oldest battleships, the Asahi and the Shikishima, which were also built in England, were launched in 1899 and 1898, respectively. Their displacement is larger and the secondary armament stronger, but in other respects they do not differ materially from the Huji. The Asahi is employed for training seamen gunners, the Shikishima as a submarine depot ship. 4th on the list comes the Mikasa, famous as Admiral Togo's flagship throughout the Russian War. This ship was laid down at Barrow-in-Furness in 1899. Her displacement is 15,200 tons, her original maximum speed was 18.6 knots, and she carries the same armament as the preceding class, viz. 4 12-inch and 14 6-inch. Shortly after the conclusion of peace with Russia, the Mikasa blew up and sank at her moorings in Sasebo harbour, but was raised and repaired. She is no longer in full commission, but unlike most of the older ships in reserve, she is not used for training or auxiliary purposes, doubtless because of the veneration in which she is justly held by the Navy. The Iwami, formerly the Russian battleship Orel, is the largest and most effective ship among the prizes taken during the War of 1904 through 1905. She dates from 1900, displaces 13,500 tons, and has a speed of about 18 knots. Her original armament has been replaced by 4 12-inch and 6 8-inch guns of Japanese construction. Her new owners, it is said, spent some £200,000 on the reconstruction and rearmament of this vessel, but her present-day fighting value is negligible, and she is defective both in armour protection and stability. The Hyzon was launched in 1900 as the Russian battleship Retvizan, and was among the ships which the Japanese found scuttled at Port Arthur when they captured that stronghold. Salved and repaired at heavy cost, she was commissioned under the Japanese flag in February 1907. She is 12,700 tons with a nominal speed of 18 knots, and retains her old armament of 4 12-inch and 12 6-inch guns. The ship took part in the manoeuvres of 1913, but she does not appear to have been put into full commission since then. The Suwor, ex-Russian Pobjeda, is another of the battleships captured at Port Arthur and repaired at great expense. Her original displacement of 12,674 tons has been increased to 13,500 by extra material worked into her during construction. When new, she could steam at 18 1/4 knots, but her present speed is not above 16 knots, owing in part to the 800 tons of ballast with which the Japanese found it necessary to improve her stability. As a Russian ship, she was armed with 4 10-inch and 11 6-inch guns, and these weapons, with the exception of 1 6-inch, are still on board. She occasionally goes to sea as a training ship for naval cadets, but is not considered to have any value for war purposes. The Kashima and Katori, launched in England in 1905, were the last Japanese battleships to be built abroad. They displace 16,400 tons and 15,950 tons respectively, but essentially they are sister ships. The speed on trial was 18 1/2 knots. Their design is of interest as revealing the Japanese partiality for a numerous armament of heavy guns, even before the Dreadnought era. In this case, a battery of 4 12-inch, 4 10-inch and 12 6-inch guns was provided, so that the Japanese ships were more powerfully armed than their British contemporaries of the King Edward VII class. A further striking advance in gun power was made in the Aki and Satsuma, the first battleships to be built in Japan. The Aki, begun at Kure in 1905, displaces 19,800 tons, and her machinery, which was manufactured in America, was designed to give her a speed of 20 knots, which was slightly exceeded on trial. The Satsuma, of 19,350 tons, was more of a native production, for in her case both the hull and machinery were built at Yokosuka, the designed speed being 18 1/4 knots. The heavy armament uniform to both ships consists of 4 12-inch and 12 10-inch guns, whereas the Aki has a tertiary battery of 8 6-inch, the Satsuma mounts instead 12 4.7-inch. Although these vessels are not of the all-big gun type, and the presence of 2 calibers such as the 12-inch and 10-inch renders effective fire control difficult, they are probably superior in all-round tactical value to the earliest American dreadnoughts Michigan and South Carolina. Despite the fact that a great deal of the building material and equipment was imported, the construction of such large and powerful ships was a very creditable achievement for the Japanese yards concerned. The Aki and Satsuma took nearly 5 years to complete from the date of the laying of the keels, and long before they were in commission it became evident that their design had been rendered obsolete by concurrent developments in the dreadnought type. This fact caused great disappointment in Japan, and led to some recrimination, as may be judged by the following extract from a Tokyo newspaper of March 1910.
The Navy Department announced last week that foreign battleships with an armament of 10 14-inch guns are now building. This information is doubtless communicated to prepare us for a program of similar ships. We admit that our ships must not be inferior in battle power to those of foreign nations, but we beg to remind the Navy Department that the Aki and Satsuma battleships, which are still unfinished, are demonstrably inferior in armament to many foreign ships which have been laid down in recent years. Wealthy countries like England and America can afford now and again to waste a few millions through an error in naval design. But we are in a different case, and it is a positive tragedy that the expenditure of nearly £4 million sterling on building the Aki and Satsuma should have merely produced two ships which are so much inferior in battle power to foreign ships, which were laid down after them but are already in service.
Criticism such as this was rather unfair, considering that the building of heavy warships in the home yards was undertaken mainly to satisfy national opinion. And in spite of warnings by the government that battleship construction at home would be a slow and costly process until the shipyards had gained more experience. The first genuine Japanese dreadnoughts were the Kawachi, laid down at Kure Dockyard in January 1909, and the Setsu, begun at Yokosuka in April of the same year. They were identical in every feature but length, the Kawachi being 526 feet, and the Setsu being 533 feet overall. Other details were breadth 84 feet, 1 3/4 inches, mean draft 27 feet and 8 inches, displacement 21,420 tons, turbine machinery of 25,000 shaft horsepower, speed 20 knots, armour protection, belt 12-inch, turrets 11-inch, plating over secondary guns 6-inch, armour deck 1 1/8 inch, armament 12 12-inch, 4 of 50 calibers length, 8 of 45 calibers, 10 6-inch, 8 4.7-inch, and 12 smaller guns with 5 torpedo tubes. The Kawachi was launched on the 15th of October 1910, the Setsu on the 30th of March 1911. In this design there are two outstanding defects. First, the disposition of the turrets, which is such that only 8 of the 12 big guns can be fought on either broadside. And secondly, the mounting of two different models of 12-inch gun in one ship, a novel arrangement which, while economizing weight, is detrimental to the simple and accurate control of the main armament in battle. Owing to the disposition of the turrets, the full benefit of the extra weight of fire is not reaped, and the broadside of the Kawachi or Setsu, weighing 6,800 pounds, is only 400 pounds heavier than that of the pre-dreadnought Aki. Furthermore, the horizontal armour protection of the class is inadequate. The Kawachi was completed within 36 months from the laying of the keel, a very good performance considering that she was the first real dreadnought to be built in Japan. Her sister, the Setsu, took rather longer to complete. The Kawachi was unfortunately destroyed by an internal explosion in July 1918. As she was absolutely shattered by the explosion, no salvage work has been undertaken. The loss of this fine ship was a heavy blow to Japan. Meanwhile, the naval authorities had decided that ships of the battlecruiser type, then building in England and Germany, were necessary to Japan, and steps were taken to create a squadron of 4 such vessels. With characteristic boldness, they designed a type larger and more powerful than any contemporary battlecruiser, and embodying many new features. The first ship, Congo, was ordered from Messrs. Vickers Ltd. Barrow, and laid down there in January 1911. The 3 other vessels of this class, Haie, Haruna, and Kirishima, were begun 10 to 14 months later by the Yokosuka Yard, the Kawasaki Company, and the Mitsubishi Company. Particulars of the class are length overall, 704 feet, beam, 92 or 92.5 feet, displacement, 27,500 to 27,613 tons, machinery, Parsons or Curtis turbines, water tube coal-burning boilers with auxiliary oil sprays, designed for 64,000 shaft horsepower and a speed of 27.5 knots. The protection from gunfire, which consists of an 8-inch belt, 9-inch armour on the turrets, and 2 3/4 inch steel deck, was regarded as very efficient at the time, but subsequent experience in the Great War demonstrated the necessity for thicker armour in ships exposed to the attack of modern naval ordnance, and it is doubtful, therefore, whether these 4 Japanese battlecruisers could withstand for long the terrific hammering administered by the heavy guns of the present day. On the other hand, their magazines are well protected, and the subdivision of the hull below the waterline is so complete that a single torpedo would probably fail to disable one of these ships. They are armed with 8 14-inch guns, 16 6-inch, some quick-firing and anti-aircraft guns, and 8 torpedo tubes. Japanese naval architects claim the sole credit for the design of this class, but it is believed that certain of the more difficult technical problems were worked out by Messrs. Vickers. It was said at the time that the design was so much admired in England that the plans of HMS Tiger were modified to incorporate some of its features. This, however, was incorrect. The Congo, built in England, was completed in 31 months, while the other 3 ships, built in Japan, took from 30 to 38 months to complete. All 4 ships slightly exceeded the contract speed on trial. As the funds voted under the naval programme of 1911 did not suffice for more than 1 battleship, it was decided to build a vessel of unprecedented power. This ship, the Huso, was laid down at Kure in March 1912. She was at least 3,000 tons heavier than any battleship then building for Great Britain or the United States, 1 knot faster, and more powerfully gunned. The construction of the greatest battleship in the world by a country which had taken up armoured shipbuilding only a few years beforehand is a further proof of the self-reliant and progressive spirit of modern Japan. The Huso is a vessel 673 feet in length, 94 feet broad, and 30,600 tons in displacement. She is fitted with turbine machinery which develops 40,000 shaft horsepower, equivalent to a speed of 22 knots. The hull has been armoured with 12-inch plates on the waterline, and the generous amount of beam has made it possible to provide very efficient protection against torpedo explosion. 12 14-inch guns in 6 turrets constitute the main armament, which discharges at each broadside a weight of 7.5 tons of steel and high explosive. In addition, there are 16 6-inch and 4 12-pounders for repelling attack by torpedo boats or aircraft. 6 torpedo tubes are fitted below the waterline. The Huso has proved to be a very successful ship. During her trial, she reached a speed of 23.2 knots, and the simultaneous firing of all the guns had no visible effect on the structure or machinery. A second ship, the Yamashiro, was built to the same design in 1913. 2 further vessels of the same general type, Aise and Hyuga, were laid down in 1915. In these, however, the displacement was increased to 31,260 tons, the speed to 23 knots, and the secondary armament altered to 25.5-inch guns, while a different disposition was adopted for the midship turrets of the main battery. Save for these minor variations, the 4 ships represent one type, and constitute a homogeneous battle squadron of remarkable power. Although some Japanese critics consider that the Navy Department would have done better to build the Aise and Hyuga to an entirely new design, which would have made them equal to the strongest battleships completed abroad during the war period. All 4 ships are very steady at sea, which conduces to accurate shooting. The next 2 battleships, the Nagato and Mutsu, are chiefly remarkable by reason of their being the first Japanese ships to be armed with 16-inch guns. The Nagato, laid down at Kure in August 1917, was launched in November 1919 and completed early in 1921. The Mutsu was begun at Yokosuka in June 1918, launched in May 1920, and is due to be commissioned in September 1921. Their dimensions are length 700 feet, breadth 95 feet, displacement 33,800 tons, speed 23.5 knots. Nothing definite is known as to the armour and underwater protection of these ships, except that it is based upon the lessons of the Great War. The main armament is 8 16-inch guns, 45 calibers long, firing projectiles of nearly 2,200 pounds weight at a maximum range of 44,000 yards. The first weapons of this type were manufactured at Kure and Muroran in 1918. From the scanty information which is leaked out, they appear to be a model somewhat more powerful than the American 16-inch 45 caliber gun. The armour-piercing projectile weighs about 2,190 pounds and is fired with a muzzle velocity of 2,800 foot-seconds. As in the Ise and Hyuga, the secondary armament of the Nagato and Mutsu comprises 20 5.5-inch guns per ship. The substitution of the 5.5-inch for the 6-inch quickfirer in the secondary batteries of recent Japanese ships was due to considerations of weight and rapidity of action. The 5.5-inch piece weighs only 6¼ tons as against the 8½ tons for the 6-inch. Its projectile, of 82 pounds, has less smashing power than the 6-inch 100-pound shell, but the rate of fire is said to be at least 12% higher. Guns of 5.5 caliber are mounted also in the British battlecruiser Hood. It is worth noting that while the Japanese are thus reducing the caliber and increasing the number of their secondary guns, the Americans are following an opposite policy, their latest capital ships having an auxiliary armament of 6-inch 105-pounder guns in place of the 5-inch 50-pounder model, which has been exclusively employed up to now. Another striking feature of the Nagato class is the powerful torpedo armament, consisting of 8 tubes per ship. Geared turbines are fitted in these ships. The Kaga and Tosa, begun in 1920 by the Kawasaki yard at Kobe and the Mitsubishi yard at Nagasaki, were at first described as sisters to the Nagato, but later information shows them to be of a much more formidable type. Japanese newspapers have referred to them as a reply to the American Indiana class, but their reputed displacement of 40,600 tons is 2,600 below that of the American ships. The following particulars of the Kaga and Tosa, although unofficial, are believed to be substantially correct. Length 700 feet, breadth 100 feet, speed 23½ knots, main armament 10 or 12 16-inch 45 caliber guns in 5 or 6 double turrets disposed on the centerline. Secondary battery 20 5.5-inch quickfirers, 4 anti-aircraft guns, 8 torpedo tubes. The waterline is defended by a 14-inch arm belt. The gun turrets are built of up to 15-inch armour, and over the vital parts of the ship there are 3 steel decks with a total thickness of about 6 inches. The underbody of the hull is protected against torpedo or mine explosion by a special system of cofferdams, which has been devised as the result of exhaustive experiments carried out by the Construction Bureau of the Navy Department. No details of this system have been revealed, but it appears to resemble the bulge fitted to British ships during the war. Should the main armament of the Kaga and Tosa be confirmed as 12 16-inch guns, they will possess about the same degree of fighting value as the US Indiana class. Their design has been greatly modified and improved since the ships were authorised, and as, according to newspaper reports, a sum of no less than £20 million has been set aside for their construction, they are now the most costly warships to be designed up to now. Probably, however, they will be surpassed in size, power, and cost by the 4 new battleships sanctioned under the latest program, and which are expected to mount guns of 18-inch caliber. It is known that guns of this size were designed at Kure in 1920, and 1 or more experimental 18-inch weapons may be already in process of manufacture. The contract for the Kaga stipulates for delivery by December 1922, that for the Tosa in August of the same year. Both ships, therefore, are likely to be commissioned in advance of the first units of the US Indiana class, and Japan may thus enjoy, for a time, the distinction of possessing the largest and most formidable fighting ships in the world. Since the last 3 ships of the Congo class were sanctioned in 1911, no further battlecruisers were authorised until 1919, when funds were voted for building the Amagi and Akagi. The next year's program included 2 further ships of the same type, Atago and Takao. All 4 vessels were expected to be in hand by May 1920. Table ends at 25 minutes and 35 seconds. Amagi, laid down at Yokosuka in December 1920, to be completed summer 1923. Akagi, laid down at Kure in January 1921, to be completed summer 1923. Atago, laid down at Kobe in April 1921, to be completed autumn 1923. Takao, laid down at Nagasaki in May 1921, to be completed autumn 1923. End of table. Except that the displacement is to be 43,500 tons, no authentic information of these ships has transpired, and although the Japanese press has published a number of details, experience teaches us to be wary of placing too much credence in technical data from this quarter. It is not yet certain whether all the 4 ships are to be of uniform design, but this is very probable. Nor is it known whether the displacement given is the normal or full load figure. In the former event, these vessels will be of exactly the same tonnage as the 6 American battlecruisers now under construction. The following details of Amagi and Akagi, compiled from Japanese newspaper reports, are given with all reserve. Length overall, 880 feet. Breadth, 103 feet. Displacement, 43,500 tons. Speed, 33 knots. Cruising radius, halfway round the world. The armament is generally given as 8 16-inch guns, but other reports suggest a main battery of 18-inch weapons, which may be contemplated for the 2 later ships, Atago and Takao. The figure of cost given as £9 million per ship is almost certainly incorrect, and probably should be nearer to £11 million. 4 additional battlecruisers authorised by the new programme are to be laid down before the end of 1922, but no details of these vessels are available. Their completion by the end of 1925 or thereabouts will bring the Japanese battlecruiser fleet up to a total of 12 ships. At that date, the 4 Congos, which will have been in service upwards of 10 years, can no longer be rated as first class, though their speed and gunpowder will make them still valuable ships. Among the many old armoured cruisers in the Japanese Navy, the Ikuma, Kuruma, and Ibuki are the largest and most effective ships. They are officially classed as battlecruisers, though in view of the special significance which now attaches to this term, they would be more aptly described as fast battleships. The circumstances in which the Tsukuba, since lost, and Ikuma were built have been recorded in an earlier chapter. They were designed in 1904, i.e. while the war with Russia was in progress, at the direct instance of Admiral Togo, whose early encounters with the enemy had convinced him of the need for a type of ship combining the speed of a cruiser with the fighting power of a battleship. The idea was not a new one, for the Italians many years before had built ships embodying these principles, which at a subsequent period also found expression in the British battleships Barfleur, Centurion, and Renown, and still later in the ships of the Exmouth class. The Ikoma, laid down at Kure in March 1905, was completed 2.5 years later. She is 475 feet in length and displaces 13,750 tons. She was designed for a speed of 20.5 knots, but made nearly 22 knots on the trial run, a result the more creditable in that her machinery had been built in Japan, where the manufacturers at that time had but little experience in the production of high-powered warship machinery. To obtain this speed in conjunction with a heavy armament, it was necessary to cut down the protection, and the belt was therefore given a maximum thickness of 7 inches. She mounted the battleship's standard main armament of 4 12-inch guns together with 10 6-inch and 8 4.7-inch quick firers, and 3 torpedo tubes. Apart from her other qualities, the Ikuma is a remarkably handsome ship, and she and her ill-fated sister, Tsukuba, were the first men of war to have the now familiar and very graceful swan or clipper stem, which has since come into almost universal vogue in place of the ram bow. The Ikoma's present role is that of a sea-going training ship for the gunnery and torpedo branch. In the Kurama and Ibuki, which were laid down some months later as improved versions of the same basic design, the length was increased to 485 feet, the displacement to 14,600 tons, and the speed to 21.25 to 22 knots. The original scheme of armour protection was adhered to, but the fighting power was strengthened by a second battery of 8-inch guns, the armament of each ship comprising 4 12-inch, 8 8-inch, and 14 4.7-inch guns, with 3 torpedo tubes. In the pre-dreadnought era, the Kurama and Ibuki would have been justly classed as very powerful ships, and even today they possess considerable utility. Since the older armoured cruisers are now obsolete and would not be included in the first-line fleet in the event of war, they do not call for a lengthy description. The Nishin and Kasuga, built in Italy for the Argentine government, were purchased by Japan on the eve of the war with Russia and joined her fleet in time to take part in the campaign. They displace 7,750 tons, have a speed of 20 knots, and mount an armament of 4 8-inch and 14 6-inch guns. The single 10-inch bow chaser originally carried by the Kasuga, having been replaced some years ago by a pair of 8-inch guns. Both ships are now serving as tenders to the destroyer flotillas. The Aso ex-Bayan, of 7,800 tons and 21 knots, is a prize captured from Russia. Under the Russian flag, she acquitted herself honourably in the campaign of 1904, and after being scuttled at the fall of Port Arthur, was salved and repaired at Sasebo. She had stouter plating than was usually fitted to armoured cruisers of her period, and she carries 2 8-inch and 8 6-inch guns. Although launched as long ago as 1900, she can still come within a knot of her design speed. In point of age, she is preceded by a group of 6 ships which constituted the fast wing of the Japanese battle fleet during the Russian War, and whose excellent work was largely responsible for the survival of the armoured cruiser type, several years after its period of real usefulness had expired. In spite of minor dimensional differences, the 6 ships Asama, Tokiwa, Azuma, Yakumo, Izumo, and Iwate are essentially of common design, and the particulars of the Asama will therefore suffice. 9,700 tons, 21 knots, armed with 4 8-inch and 14 6-inch guns. The majority of these vessels now serve as training ships for naval cadets, but the Izumo and Iwate are motherships to destroyer flotillas. The small, fast cruiser mounting the heaviest armament compatible with displacement has always been a favourite type in the Japanese Navy. One of the earlier representatives of this class was the Tsukushi, launched at Elswick in 1881. Although no more than 1,380 tons in displacement and 210 feet in length, this ship steamed at a speed of 16.5 knots and mounted the powerful armament of 2 10-inch, 25-ton guns, 4 4.7-inch, and 6 smaller weapons. In 1883, Messrs. Armstrongs launched the famous Chilean cruiser Esmeralda of 2,950 tons and 18.3 knots speed, armed with 2 10-inch and 6 6-inch guns. This vessel was greatly admired in Japan, by whom an effort was made to purchase her from Chile. But the price asked was too high, and it was not until 1895 that the Esmeralda passed into Japanese hands and became the Izumi. 2 improved copies of the ship had, however, been ordered from Elswick in 1884 and were launched in the following year as the Naniwa and Takachiho. They had the same armament as the Esmeralda, but displaced 3,700 tons and could steam at a speed of 18 3/4 knots. 3 very remarkable cruisers designed by Monsieur Bertin, the French naval architect, were ordered in the late 80s, the Itsukushima and Matsushima being built in France, and the 3rd ship, Hashidate, at the Yokosuka yard from the same designs. On the relatively small displacement of 4,278 tons, each of these vessels carried 1 12.5-inch gun and 11 or 12 4.7-inch quick firers. Their speed was 16 knots. The big gun had been mounted in order to render the ships capable of dealing with the Chinese ironclads, but when in due course the Battle of Yalu came to be fought, the 12.5-inch guns of the Japanese cruisers proved to be far less effective than their 6-inch and 4.7-inch quick firers. The Itsukushima and her sisters had a tendency to heel over several degrees when the big gun was trained on the beam. Other notable cruisers of the early Japanese Navy were the Yoshino, Chitose, Kasagi and Takasago, launched in 1892 through 1897, all of which could steam at 23 knots. The Chitose, together with the still older cruisers Hashidate and Akitsushima, are still on the active service list. The Suma and Akashi, launched 1895-97, are 20-knot protected cruisers of 2,700 and 2,800 tons, and represent a first and not very successful attempt to evolve a purely Japanese design of a fast light cruiser. Both ships are lacking in seaworthiness and stability. The Tsugaru was a Russian prize, ex-Pallada, taken at Port Arthur. She was launched in 1899, displaces 6,630 tons, and is armed with 10 6-inch guns. This vessel, which originally steamed at 20 knots, is reported to have been converted into a mine layer during 1918, and has probably been deprived of some of her guns. The Niitaka and Tsushima are Japanese-built vessels of 3,420 tons, with a speed of 20 knots and a battery of 6 6-inch guns. Both are excellent steamers, but their present fighting value is small. The Tone, a second-class cruiser of 4,105 tons, was laid down at Sasebo in 1906. It has been intended to build 2 ships of this class, but the money for the second unit was refused by the Diet. The Tone has proved a very successful ship. She attained on trial a speed of 23.5 knots, and her fuel supply is sufficient to carry her a distance of 10,000 miles. She is armed with 2 6-inch and 10 4.7-inch quick-firing guns. Owing to financial difficulties, no further light cruisers were built until 1910, in which year the sister ships Hirado, Yahagi, and Chikuma were laid down. Their dimensions, etc., are: length, 475 feet, breadth, 46.5 feet, speed, 26 knots, steaming radius, 10,000 miles, armament, 8 6-inch guns and 3 torpedo tubes. They were the first Japanese protected cruisers to be fitted with turbine machinery. No further vessels of this type were authorised until 1916, when orders were placed for 2 ships corresponding in general features to the British light armoured cruisers of the Arethusa class. The Tatsuta and Tenryu, as they are named, were laid down in 1917 and completed in 1919. Moulded with an eye to great speed, the lines of the hull are particularly fine. The overall length is 440 feet, the breadth 40 3/4 feet, the displacement 3,500 tons. Turbine machinery of 45,000 horsepower gives a nominal speed of 31 knots, but the Tenryu is reported to have actually made 33 knots in service. These two are believed to be the first Japanese warships fitted exclusively with oil-burning boilers. In all previous types, including destroyers, coal and oil are consumed in the furnaces, though in the faster vessels the proportion of coal-fired boilers has been steadily decreasing of late. Japanese hesitation to adopt the oil-only system for warships is due to the uncertainty respecting supplies. There are fairly large oil fields in Japan, but it is only in recent years that these have been exploited on modern principles. Thanks to the new methods of boring which have been introduced, the yield of oil has almost doubled since 1914. It is still insufficient to cover the home demand, and Japan is therefore compelled to import a considerable amount of oil. But hopes are entertained that the discovery and exploitation of new fields, which are believed to exist, will eventually result in a domestic supply large enough to meet all reasonable requirements. As it is, the increased yield of oil has encouraged the Navy Department to make wider use of a fuel which is incomparably superior to coal for naval purposes. The armament of the Tenryu class consists of 4 5.5-inch 50-caliber quick-firing guns mounted on the centerline, 1 anti-aircraft gun, and 6 torpedo tubes. They are exceedingly fast and handy ships, able to turn with little more than their own length, and with 900 tons of oil on board, they have a cruising radius of 6,000 miles at economical speed. There is a 2-inch belt of high tensile steel amidships. Following these come 5 larger vessels, officially designated medium light armoured cruisers, and named Tama, Kuma, Kiso, Kitakami, and Oi, which were authorised under the programs of 1917 and 1918. The last of them will be in service by the summer of 1921. They displace 5,500 tons with a length of 535 feet, and have geared turbines and oil-burning boilers for a speed of 33 knots. The maximum oil capacity is about 1,500 tons, equal to a cruising radius of 9,000 miles. It is possible that a few of the 12 boilers are arranged for burning coal. An armour belt of 2.5 to 3 inches is fitted in way of machinery and boiler spaces. Of the 7 5.5-inch 50-caliber quick-firers, which constitute the main armament, 2 are mounted on the forecastle, 1 on each side of the bridge, and the remaining 3 on the centerline aft. 4, possibly 6 torpedo tubes are mounted on the upper deck. A further advance in dimensions and speed has been made in the case of the Isuzu, Nagara, and Natori, 3 cruisers provided for in the Navy estimates of 1919 and laid down the following year. These ships will displace over 6,000 tons, their length being 560 feet, and the speed is estimated at 33.5 to 34 knots. They will have more substantial armour and underwater protection than the previous class, and the battery will comprise of 8 5.5-inch or 6-inch guns, several anti-aircraft weapons, and 8 torpedo tubes. The building contracts awarded to the Sasebo Dockyard, the Mitsubishi Company, and the Uraga Dock Company call for delivery within 22 months, so that the 3 ships should be in service before the end of 1922. The Yura, a 4th vessel authorised in the 1920 programme, may be of the same type, but certain Japanese newspapers describe her as a large armoured cruiser to have a speed of 34 knots and a heavy battery of guns. She was to have been laid down at Sasebo in April 1921, and is therefore likely to be completed early in 1923. 12 additional cruisers are included in the new naval programme which passed the Diet in 1920, and as the contracts for the first 5, viz. Abukuma, Ayase, Kinu, Minase, and Otonase, had been placed by November of that year, it is probable that an early start would be made with the construction of these ships. No authentic details of them are available, but as the cost per ship is given at £1,750,000 sterling, they will probably be larger, faster, and more powerfully armed than any Japanese cruisers designed up to the present. Admiral Kato, the Minister of Marine, stated in November that the fleet was in urgent need of fast cruisers, and he then recommended that 3 more of these vessels should be commenced in 1921. If this suggestion is adopted, 8 of the 12 cruisers sanctioned under the 1920 through 1922 Naval Bill will have been laid down within little more than 12 months after the passage of that measure. Excluding the Tone, whose speed of 23 knots does not entitle her to be rated as a modern light cruiser, there are 26 Japanese vessels of this type completed building or authorised, and the whole of this cruiser fleet is practically certain to be ready for service by 1925. The corresponding total for the United States Navy is only 10 ships. As the Japanese torpedo and submarine services are dealt with in a special chapter, this one may be concluded with a brief reference to the auxiliary vessels of the fleet. Some years ago, the Navy Department proposed to build a fast mine-laying cruiser of 4,000 tons, somewhat after the design of the German ships Nautilus and Albatross, but of much higher speed. This project, however, was dropped and is not likely to be revived, for the Japanese now consider the submarine to be the most effective medium for mine-laying at great distances from the home coast. On the other hand, a fairly large number of small vessels have been built for the coastal mining service. The seaboard of Japan is so extensive and so rich in harbours that any scheme of defence by fixed fortifications would involve a gigantic expenditure. Consequently, while the primary naval and mercantile harbours are protected by forts, the immobile defence of the coast as a whole is entrusted to the mining branch of the Navy. Besides the cruiser Tsugaru, which is being fitted up for the carriage of mines, there is a special mine ship, Katsuriki, of 2,000 tons and 13 knot speed, completed in 1917, with a capacity of 150 mines, and a group of 12 smaller mine layers displacing 430 to 500 tons, with a speed of 12 knots. 6 further mine layers, possibly of a larger and faster type, are to be built under the current programme. For mine-laying service in harbours and fairways, there are 25 small vessels, averaging 300 tons and 11.5 knots. The increasing use of oil as a fuel for the Navy has necessitated the provision of special tankers to accompany the fleet. Only 2 such ships have been completed to date, but 7 large vessels of 8,000 to 12,000 tons are now building, and others have been ordered. During the war with Russia, practically all the colliers needed for the fleet were chartered from Japanese companies, and similar arrangements would be made in a future emergency. The only colliers owned by the Navy are 2 ships of 8,750 tons, built in 1917 through 1920. There are 4 small steamers, none above 450 tons, in service as depot ships to destroyer flotillas. Serving in a similar capacity to the submarine flotillas are the battleship Shikishima and the cruiser Aso, together with 3 special tenders, the Komahashi, of 1,230 tons and 14 knots, the Karasaki, an ex-Russian liner of 6,710 tons and 13 knots, and the old torpedo gunboat Tatsuta, renamed Nagara. The naval transport Wakamiya, 7,600 tons and 10 knots, is employed as a seaplane carrier, pending the completion of the Hosho, a vessel specially designed for this work. No details of her are known. The list of auxiliaries is completed by 6 supply ships and transports, including 2 German prizes, the repair ship Kanto of 10,000 tons, and a number of salvage and surveying ships, none of which possess any fighting value. End of section 12.